Raman Singh, and he is an organizational man. Plus, he also has been a cabinet minister. So he has the administrative experience as well to take the BJP or lead the BJP into the Lok Sabha elections, implement the manifesto promises, because that's very key. They have promised a lot of schemes, especially cash support to women, bonus to paddy farmers, etc. So he would be able to take on the BJP or lead the BJP into the Lok Sabha elections. 53 out of 101 seats were won by the BJP in all the three states of the ST reserved seats. So that's also fairly important. And it's like rewarding the community which has voted you in large numbers. And also, traditionally, this vote bank used to be of the Congress. So now, like Sajjanji said, that BJP is the OBC party. Now BJP clearly is emerging as the choice of the tribals in terms of votes and vote share across the Hindi heartland as well as in India.
Okay, that's an interesting point there. But Sajjan Kumar Singh also looking at the Sangh factor, because that is also interesting. We just saw Vasundhara Raje's outreach to RSS leaders just a day or 2 days before counting in Rajasthan, and Vishnu Deo Sai also somebody seen who's seen as close to the RSS. How crucial is the Sangh factor as far as this decision, for the Chief Minister is concerned, not just in Chhattisgarh but in the other states as well?
That's has been, and see, there is an increasing trend that RSS has been has been asserting more and more in terms of who should be the candidate before the elections, because there is a feeling that there has to be a precedent wherein the people who are working or who are closer to the organization should be fielded. And that becomes one of the position of contestations with a strong regional leadership, because many of them were not fitting completely into the frame of RSS or BJP organizational expectation. And as far as the tribal question is concerned, remember, in all the three states, Vanvasi Kalyan Ashram, and particularly in Chhattisgarh, if you remember Dilip Singh Judeo's era, so there has been the question of tribal interest, question of conversion, and the question of how to consolidate the tribals in the fold of Hindutva and the BJP. So certainly RSS angle is there, but I do not think that RSS is the overwhelming factor. That is one of the factors, but overwhelming factor is, as is being said, that BJP is at ease with the OBC question, and certainly it is trying to garner more and more Dalit and tribal faces, and thereby having a very strong OBC, Dalit and tribal support base. And you need, one of the leader of the BJP said that the prime motto of BJP has been Chal, Charitra and Chehra, and this is the Chehra moment. You have to give the face. And this face has to be from the community who constitute majority and who have been neglected. And there be, so even among the OBC, BJP's OBC faces are those castes who are not the dominant OBC caste. And that is also the trend among the OBC, SC and the tribal. So that way I think RSS is a factor, but more than that, it is also about sending a message to the hitherto unrepresented and aspirational, because tribals and Dalits, we are witnessing the emergence of a generation which is more aspirational. They want to see their representation, and therein BJP is ahead of the other party by taking a decision. Yeah.
Okay. So RSS is one of the factors, as you said, but the Sangh support is always useful. But Vasudha, does this give you a sense of what the BJP's decision, is going to be in the other states? Would you like to stick your neck out after this and, sort of give us a sense of what the BJP, which direction the BJP is going now in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh as well? Because certainly they're looking for fresh faces. They're also looking to sort of balance the caste arithmetic, the tribal arithmetic. So some sense of what is going to happen now in the other two states?
Vedant, as somebody who's been following the party, I'm not going to fall for that bait, but I'll tell you the decision has already been made. These days are just to, the time is just being taken to manage the situation out there, so that it looks like one big happy family. And clearly, just to add to what Sajjan was saying, I think it's also an opportunity for the BJP to consolidate its tribal support. If you look at parties like Hamara Raj Party, or even this Christian tribal party that came up in Bastar and other regions, there are places like Pathargarh in Chhattisgarh where these Chota tribal outfits have done really well. So I think this is a great opportunity for the party, for BJP, to consolidate its position ideologically, politically. And I agree with what Sachin said. RSS may not be a big factor, but conversions, Christianity, all these do form an important part of this narrative that BJP also wants to talk about. And Mr. Sai is also from he was born in Jashpur. When we talk about Judaives, so clearly this, I think BJP also smells a big opportunity. But I'm curious to know, how do they balance it with the Sahu factor, because Sahus have also overwhelmingly voted for the party this time, despite voting for the Congress, which was seen as a departure in 2018. So clearly what I hear from my sources is there could be two deputy CMs also. One from the OBC factor and one probably a female person, but clearly nothing is worth guessing in the BJP ecosystem, at least the present one. So we'll have to just wait and see. As far as other states are concerned, like Mr. Tiwari said, Chhattisgarh was the easiest. When you write an exam, you solve the
all right,
easiest
let's
question.
actually listen into what Mr. Sai is saying. Let's listen.
Narendra Modi Zindabad. Narendra Modi Zindabad. JP Nadda Zindabad.
All right, so we'll try and get that fixed and get you what exactly he's saying. But as Vasudha is saying, it would be interesting to see how the OBC factors actually balance the composition of the cabinet. Will be another whole balancing act for the BJP. But Vasudha, you're still not sticking your neck out. So we'll still have to wait. All of us are as curious as you. But thanks very much for joining us with that. And thank you, gentlemen, for joining us on that breaking news. We'll take a short break now. There's more news on the other side.
Today, generating renewable energy is much cheaper than using fossil fuel-based power. We are really at the beginning stages of this huge energy transition. Over time, all fossil fuels will be replaced by clean energy sources of generation.
Simple question, are we on track?
There are multiple targets that we have enunciated as a country. Number one, we have a 2070 net zero target. We have a 2047 energy independence target. There's a 2030 target for 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. There is a lot of work going on. I won't say confident, because confidence is a strong word, but I'm very hopeful that we would be able to come very close to achieving that target.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
Business and technology.
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
आयोजन 11 दिसंबर यानी कि कल किया जाना है और शाम को 4 बजे विधायक दल की बैठक आयोजित होगी। मेरे पीछे आप देखेंगे बीजेपी कार्यालय में विधायक दल की बैठक को लेकर तैयारियां लगातार जारी हैं। मध्य प्रदेश में बीजेपी के जितने भी नवनिर्वाचित विधायक हैं उनको जानकारी भेज दी गई है कि भोपाल पहुंचे। सबसे खास बात यह है कि जो 3 ऑब्जर्वर्स नियुक्त किए गए हैं बीजेपी की ओर से मध्य प्रदेश के लिए, जिसमें हरियाणा के मुख्यमंत्री मनोहर लाल खट्टर हैं, दूसरा नाम है ओबीसी के राष्ट्रीय जो है मोर्चा के अध्यक्ष के लक्ष्मण, तीसरा नाम है बीजेपी की खासतौर से जो राष्ट्रीय सचिव हैं आशा लाखड़ा वो। सबसे खास बात यह है कि बीजेपी के जो ये तीनों ऑब्जर्वर्स हैं ये कल पहुंचेंगे मध्य प्रदेश, भोपाल पहुंचेंगे। यहाँ पर जितने भी तमाम विधायक बीजेपी के चुनकर आए हैं उनसे रायशुमारी करते हुए नजर आएंगे और जिसका भी नाम जो है वो तय होगा वो विधायक दल का नेता होगा यानी कि मुख्यमंत्री होगा। अब इसमें भी 2 संभावनाएं बनती हैं क्योंकि बीजेपी लगातार ये कोशिश कर रही है, लंबे समय से मंथन कर रही है कि मध्य प्रदेश का मुख्यमंत्री किसे बनाया जाए क्योंकि कई सारे नाम दौड़ में हैं। दूसरा, बीजेपी के नेता अगर लिफाफा लेकर आते हैं और विधायकों से रायशुमारी करते हैं कि किसके नाम पर मुहर लगानी चाहिए, ये पहला केस हो जाएगा। दूसरा, अगर विधायकों में से किसी को प्रस्तावक बनाया जाए, वो किसी एक का नाम आगे बढ़ाए, उसके बाद लोग अपनी सहमति देते चले। कई मायने इसके निकाले जा रहे हैं, लेकिन ये बताया जा रहा है जिस तरीके से छत्तीसगढ़ में कोई प्रक्रिया फॉलो होगी उसके बाद मध्य प्रदेश में भी वही फॉलो किया जाएगा। कल का दिन बीजेपी और मध्य प्रदेश के लिए बेहद ही महत्वपूर्ण है क्योंकि कल शायद यहाँ पर जो है खासतौर से मध्य प्रदेश को उनका नया मुख्यमंत्री मिल जाएगा। कई नाम चर्चाओं में है। अगर आप देखेंगे यहाँ पर जो है खासतौर से ये जो चेहरे आप देख रहे हैं उसमें फिलहाल मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान का चेहरा है और अगर आप आगे देखेंगे तो वहाँ पर प्रदेश अध्यक्ष वी.डी. शर्मा भी हैं। शिवराज सिंह चौहान सबसे प्रबल दावेदार माने जा रहे हैं खासतौर से अगर देखा जाए तो मुख्यमंत्री की दौड़ में, क्योंकि ओबीसी नेता हैं, 18 साल के मुख्यमंत्री हैं और विधायक भी उनके साथ जो है वो काफ़ी ज़्यादा हैं। इसके अलावा पूर्व केंद्रीय मंत्री नरेंद्र सिंह तोमर और प्रहलाद पटेल जो कि दिमनी और नरसिंहपुर से रिस्पेक्टिवली विधायक चुन के आए हैं, उनका नाम भी बताया जा रहा है। प्रहलाद सिंह पटेल का नाम भी जो है काफ़ी ज़्यादा प्रबल माना जा रहा है क्योंकि वो ओबीसी नेता हैं। नरेंद्र सिंह तोमर को कद के हिसाब से पद मिलेगा। इसके अलावा केंद्रीय मंत्री ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया और प्रदेश अध्यक्ष वी.डी. शर्मा का भी नाम शामिल है। फिलहाल किसका नाम इसमें होता है ये देखना ज़रूरी होगा क्योंकि बीजेपी हमेशा से ऐसे फैसले लेने में माहिर रही है जो सभी को चौंका देते हैं। कहीं ना कहीं इंतजार हमको भी है, आपको भी है, लेकिन कल विधायक दल की बैठक महत्वपूर्ण मानी जा रही है और कल ही तय होगा कि मध्य प्रदेश का अगला मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा।
So well, the suspense continues, and as Amritanshi said, the BJP is known for swinging surprises. We'll take a short break now. There's more news on the other side.
Today, generating renewable energy is much cheaper than using fossil fuel-based power. We are really at the beginning stages of this huge energy transition. Over time, all fossil fuels will be replaced by clean energy sources of generation.
Simple question, are we on track?
There are multiple targets that we have enunciated as a country. Number one, we have a 2070 net zero target. We have a 2047 energy independence target. There's a 2030 target for 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. There is a lot of work going on. I won't say confident because confidence is a strong word, but I'm very hopeful that we would be able to come very close to achieving that target.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered. where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution.
Hello guys, welcome back to another fresh episode of your favorite show about technology, and I'm sure आपको अब तक तो नाम याद हो चुका होगा. Of course, it's Tech with TG, and today in this episode I'm going to take you on this amazing journey all about technology. You know, हर एपिसोड की तरह बहुत मजा आता है जब हम कुछ नया सीखते हैं, कुछ नया जानते हैं. Going really in depth, you know, in our favorite field of tech. आज इस एपिसोड के अंदर मैं जिस चीज के बारे में आपसे बात करने वाला हूं, इट इज वेरी एक्साइटिंग, इट इज काइंड ऑफ वेरी क्लोज टू माई हार्ट इज वेल. और ये एक ऐसी चीज है जो आज सब लोग यूज करते हैं, या यूज नहीं करते हैं तो एटलीस्ट देखा जरूर है, सुना जरूर इसके बारे में, बिकॉज दिस थिंग इज a smartphone. Today, you know how important these phones are. I mean, they have kind of become like an extension of our own self. आज हम इन smartphones को use करते हैं for almost everything. And whenever you see a new phone जो आपके दोस्त ने लिया है, the first question that you'd ask is, कौन सा लिया? Android या iOS? I mean, we know these are the two big players. Either a phone would be an Android phone running on Android, या फिर आपके दोस्त ने लिया है एक iPhone running on iOS. लेकिन जब हम बात करते हैं इन ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम्स की, we always need to remember the legacy. मतलब आज तो we all are enjoying them, but इनकी शुरुआत कैसे हुई, कितने सारे अलग अलग वर्जन्स थे. Today the kind of features that we all take as granted, एक टाइम पे वो फीचर्स हमारे फोन्स में नहीं हुआ करते थे. हम स्क्रीनशॉट तक मोबाइल फोन में नहीं ले सकते थे. इवन द वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग वाज नॉट रेडिली अवेलेबल. पहले आईफोन में वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग नहीं हुआ करती थी. जस्ट थिंक थ्रू. तो टुडे इन दिस एपिसोड आई एम गोना टॉक अबाउट एंड्रॉइड इन डिटेल. और अगर आपको लग रहा है दैट यस इट वाज गूगल जिसका एंड्रॉइड है और हम सबको पता है, नो, लेट मी टेल यू, गूगल डिड नॉट स्टार्ट एंड्रॉइड. यस, ऐसी और बहुत सारी चीजें आपको आज इस वीडियो में मालूम चल जाएंगी. एवरीथिंग अबाउट एंड्रॉइड, कंप्लीट डिटेल, स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम स्क्रैच all the way to the latest updates and in fact future as well in this episode of Tech with TG. Hello friends, my name is Gaurav aka Technical Guruji. जल्दी से आगे बढ़ते हैं, चलिए शुरू करते हैं. ओके, तो चलो थोड़ा सा पीछे चलते हैं, थोड़ा सा रिवाइंड करते हैं, बिकॉज एंड्रॉइड, इफ आई टेल यू, इट हैज अ वेरी रिच एंड कॉम्प्लेक्स हिस्ट्री. एंड यू नो इट डेट्स बैक टू द अर्ली 2000s. प्रिसाइजली इट वाज 2003 जब एंडी रूबिन, यू नो, रिच माइनर, निक और क्रिस ने मिलके एंड्रॉइड इनकॉर्पोरेशन को शुरू किया. एंड द आइडिया वाज टू डेवलप दिस न्यू सॉफ्टवेयर फॉर डिजिटल कैमराज. अब याद करो 2003 में जो उस टाइम पे कैमराज होते थे, यू नो, द वर्ल्ड वाज मूविंग फ्रॉम एनालॉग टू डिजिटल. कैनन, सोनी, ऑल दीज ब्रांड्स, दे वर हैविंग देयर स्मॉल क्यूट लिटिल डिजिटल कैमराज, एंड द आइडिया वाज टू डेवलप एंड्रॉइड एज एन ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम फॉर दीज डिजिटल कैमराज. इनको और अच्छा बनाने के लिए, कुछ एडवांस फीचर्स ऐड करने के लिए एंड्रॉइड का ये आइडिया था. But then the tech landscape was changing, or mobile phones, especially smartphones, were getting very popular. So they scrapped the idea of digital cameras and the focus completely shifted for smartphones, for mobile phones. And Android Incorporation ने बाद में ये पूरा plan present किया Samsung को. But Samsung denied. Samsung did not want to invest at the time in Android and denied for the acquisition of Android. बट यू नो व्हाट, इट वाज गूगल जिसने 2005 में कुछ $50 मिलियन में एंड्रॉइड को एक्वायर किया, बिकॉज गूगल सॉ द पोटेंशियल. गूगल न्यू दैट उस टाइम मार्केट में जो हमारे पास में ऑप्शंस थे, फॉर एग्जांपल द ब्लैकबेरी ओएस और द विंडोज मोबाइल और सिम्बियन, नोकिया के सिम्बियन फोन हम सभी को पता है, उन सब के बीच में अगर एक नया कंपटीशन स्टार्ट करना था, एंड्रॉइड वाज दैट प्लेटफॉर्म. It was an open source platform built on the Linux kernel, and Google को लगा this could be the thing, this could be the thing for future, and Google acquired Android in 2005. Now, one thing that made Android really popular was the idea behind Android, because जब इसको develop किया जा रहा था, the idea was to develop something which is very flexible, which is highly customizable, and something that has the potential for a widespread mass adoption. बिकॉज एंड्रॉइड की खास बात ये थी दैट द आइडिया वाज टू मेक इट पॉसिबल कि वो किसी भी हार्डवेयर पे रन कर सकता है. यू नो, वेरी डिफरेंट सेट ऑफ हार्डवेयर, लेट्स से अलग अलग स्क्रीन साइजेस के अंदर अलग अलग टाइप के डिवाइसेस पे एंड्रॉइड रन कर सकता है. ऐसा आइडिया था जब इसको डेवलप किया जा रहा था. एंड यू नो व्हाट, इट वाज इन सितंबर 2008 दैट गूगल अनवील्ड वर्ल्ड्स फर्स्ट एंड्रॉइड फोन. Well, it was a phone जहां पे सॉफ्टवेयर गूगल का था, हार्डवेयर था HTC का. द नेम ऑफ द फोन वाज HTC Dream, और इन द यूएस इट वाज कॉल्ड द T-Mobile G1. और ये जो फोन था, ये लेके आया दुनिया में पहला एंड्रॉइड का पूरा एक्सपीरियंस विद अ फिजिकल स्लाइड आउट QWERTY कीपैड. और इस फोन में इट हैड ऑल द गूगल एप्स लाइक गूगल मैप्स, Gmail एंड YouTube. और यहां से शुरुआत होती है एंड्रॉइड की, बिकॉज इट शिप्ड विद द फर्स्ट एंड्रॉइड वर्जन, एंड्रॉइड 1.0. Now you know what? In this Android 1.0 there was no option to record even a video. मतलब मोबाइल फोन में कैमरा था, बट आप वीडियोस उससे रिकॉर्ड नहीं कर सकते थे. इसके अलावा कोई वर्चुअल कीबोर्ड नहीं आता था स्क्रीन के ऊपर. मतलब यू नो, बहुत सारी चीजें that today we take for granted. फोन में स्क्रीन रिकॉर्डिंग, स्क्रीन शॉट्स, एवरीथिंग, उस टाइम पे उस फोन में कुछ भी नहीं था, बिकॉज इट वॉज द फर्स्ट वन. बट उसके बाद एंड्रॉइड वॉज ऑन अ कंप्लीट रोल, बिकॉज हमको इतने सारे वर्जन्स मिले. टुडे वी स्टैंड एट एंड्रॉइड 14, एंड ओवर द ईयर्स हमको हर वर्जन के साथ कुछ नए अपडेट्स, यू नो, सम न्यू फीचर्स, सम न्यू परफॉर्मेंस एनहांसमेंट्स, वी गॉट मल्टीपल न्यू थिंग्स.
The Android operating system has been evolving rapidly with frequent updates and new versions. And in सब versions का नाम एक desert, एक sweet के ऊपर है, और वो भी alphabetical order में. So Android 1.5 Cupcake इसने इंट्रोड्यूस किए फीचर्स लाइक एन ऑन स्क्रीन कीबोर्ड, वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग, एंड सब्सिक्वेंट वर्जन्स लाइक एंड्रॉइड 1.6 जिसका नाम था डोनट, 2.0, 2.1 एक्लेयर एंड 2.2 फ्रोयो, फ्रोजन योगर्ट. दे ब्रॉट इंप्रूवमेंट्स इन परफॉर्मेंस, यूजर इंटरफेस एनहांसमेंट, और इन्होंने फंक्शनैलिटी को भी एक्सपैंड किया. एंड्रॉइड का ब्रेक थ्रू आया विद द रिलीज ऑफ एंड्रॉइड 2.3 जिंजरब्रेड एंड एंड्रॉइड 3.0 हनीकॉम्ब. जिंजरब्रेड ने फोकस किया रिफाइन करने को यूजर इंटरफेस एंड इंट्रोड्यूस किए नए फीचर्स, while Honeycomb डिजाइन किया गया था specifically for tablets, larger screens, offering a more optimized experience on these larger screens. इसके बाद Android का market share it started to surge, of course, leading the way as the most widely used mobile operating system globally. प्लेटफॉर्म की ओपननेस ने काफ़ी सारे अदर स्मार्टफोन मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को अट्रैक्ट करना स्टार्ट किया, जिससे कि एक वाइड रेंज ऑफ डिवाइसेस which were running Android and catering to different price points and user preferences, ये globally available होने लगे. Android 4.0, which was Ice Cream Sandwich, it brought a unified interface for both smartphones and tablets, emphasizing a modern and cohesive design language called Holo. This version marked a significant visual overhaul and introduced features like face unlock, resizable widgets, plus multitasking को बहुत improve किया आइसक्रीम सैंडविच ने. इसके बाद के subsequent versions, which means Android 4.1 से 4.3 Jelly Bean, plus Android 4.4 जो था KitKat, and Android 5.0 to 5.1 Lollipop, these continue to refine the user experience. ये performance को और enhance करते गए, plus newer capabilities जैसे कि Google Now, enhanced notifications and बहुत better battery management लाई ये लोग. With Android 6.0 जो था Marshmallow, Google introduced a more polished user interface along with features like app permissions, यानी security पे ध्यान देना ज़्यादा शुरू किया गया. Android 7.0 to 7.1 यानी Nougat ने इन improvements को और enhance किया किया और एक्सपैंड किया, प्लस इंट्रोड्यूस करी स्प्लिट स्क्रीन मल्टीटास्किंग, नोटिफिकेशन बार और एनहांस हुआ एंड Vulkan API का सपोर्ट आया ताकि गेमिंग परफॉर्मेंस और बेटर हो सके। Android 8.0 to 8.1 which was Oreo, इसने स्पीड, सिक्योरिटी, परफॉर्मेंस एंड ऑप्टिमाइजेशंस पे बहुत ध्यान दिया। Oreo में इंट्रोड्यूस हुए फीचर्स सच एज प्रोजेक्ट ट्रेबल यानी easier and faster updates, notification channels and picture-in-picture mode for multitasking. With Android 9.0 Pie, it brought gesture-based navigation, adaptive battery, brightness, digital well-being features and improved AI-driven experiences. Don't go away, this AI thing will come back. And this was through Google's AI platform TensorFlow. With Android 10, it continued refining the user experience with a system-wide dark mode, enhanced privacy controls, gesture navigations और improve हुए and better support आया foldable phones के लिए, plus 5G connectivity. Android 11, it focused on better communication with conversations, grouping in notification, improved media controls, one-time permissions for apps, better security के लिए, and more robust device and media controls. With Android 12, it introduced a Material U design language which allowed for greater customization and personalization of the user interface elements like color schemes based on wallpapers that you choose. Along with privacy indicators, of course, there were enhanced widgets and the animations, they got much more fluid. Android 12 का emphasis था personalization पे, privacy पे and performance में और ये users और developers दोनों को equally बहुत पसंद आया. This release, it further solidified Android's position as a leading mobile operating system and now it was getting renowned for its user-centric approach and commitment to innovation. Continuing the success that Android 12 was getting, Android 13 continued to define the user experience and इसमें भी इन्होंने काफी सारे नए enhanced productivity and personalization features को introduce किया. You got the ability to prioritize notifications based on importance. Conversation management बहुत improve हो गया and the ability to disable notification previews on the lock screen. Android 13, it further strengthened its accessibility features, introducing a new TalkBack Braille display support, improved compatibility with hearing aids and a revamped accessibility settings menu. Let's talk about Android 14, Android का latest iteration. Android 14 ने introduce किया एक host of productivity enhancements को, जैसे कि improved multitasking capabilities, refined app suggestions और एक predictive back gesture. ये फीचर्स फर्दर स्ट्रीमलाइन करते हैं वर्कफ्लोज को एंड यूजर एफिशिएंसी को भी एनहांस करते हैं. Android 14 के फोकस फीचर्स हमेशा से रहे हैं प्राइवेसी फीचर्स, ग्रैन्युलर कंट्रोल ओवर ऐप परमिशंस, एनहांस्ड डेटा यूसेज की मॉनिटरिंग एंड द एबिलिटी टू रिस्ट्रिक्ट एक्सेस टू सेंसिटिव डेटा बेस्ड ऑन आपके डिवाइस की लोकेशन.
You know what? अभी एक टाइम है छोटे से ब्रेक का, but right after it, I'm going to talk about the future of Android and some lesser known facts about it, जो शायद आपको नहीं पता है, but आप जान पाएंगे everything after this short break.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Today, generating renewable energy is much cheaper than using fossil fuel-based power. We are really at the beginning stages of this huge energy transition. Over time, all fossil fuels will be replaced by clean energy sources of generation.
Simple question. Are we on track?
There are multiple targets that we have enunciated as a country. Number one, we have a 2070 net zero target. We have a 2047 energy independence target. There's a 2030 target for 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. There is a lot of work going on. I won't say confident because confidence is a strong word, but I'm very hopeful that we would be able to come very close to achieving that target.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story.
Hello guys, welcome back after the break to your favorite show Tech with TG, and today in this episode आज हम जो बात कर रहे हैं डिटेल में, it's all about Android. You know what? There was a time, पहले ऐसा होता था, if you were to compare Android और iOS, तो आपको लगता था कि okay, iOS has certain new features या Android has certain better features, whatever. But today, because all these operating systems, they have matured a lot. The kind of apps that we get in the Play Store or the App Store for that matter, they are really amazing. मतलब today they are almost at par with each other. लेकिन अगर हम बात करते हैं Android की, the core focus that Google has, it's all about productivity, personalization and privacy. और मुझे ऐसा लगता है in future Google will continue to focus on all these three domains. Because what we have realized is that the mobile phone is always at the center of the action. अगर हम एक स्मार्ट होम की बात करते हैं, you talk about a connected ecosystem, your mobile phone remains to be the centerpiece. And now just think about everything running on Android. चाहे वो आपका एक IoT डिवाइस हो, आपके घर का एक स्मार्ट स्पीकर हो, और हो सकता है आपकी कार हो जहां पे एंड्रॉइड ऑटो है. आई थिंक दैट्स व्हाट गूगल इज लुकिंग एट द फ्यूचर ऑफ एंड्रॉइड. बट द बेस्ट पार्ट इज बिकॉज वी हैव द एंड्रॉइड ओपन सोर्स प्रोग्राम, द AOSP, developers can customize Android the way they want to. And that's the reason, for example, today if you see Samsung or Oppo or OnePlus, you know, all these brands, essentially होता तो Android ही है, but the kind of UIs that you get, the kind of options that you get, they are different because these brands have customized Android the way उनको चाहिए था. तो फ्यूचर में कस्टमाइजेशन तो रहेगा, बट आई थिंक ये जो पूरा सेंट्रल एक्सपीरियंस होने वाला मोबाइल फोन का, ये डेफिनेटली डोमिनेट करेगा एंड विल सी एंड्रॉइड रनिंग ऑन वेरियस मोर थिंग्स. बट अभी लेट्स डिस्कस सम लेसर नोन फैक्ट्स अबाउट एंड्रॉइड. यू नो व्हाट, जब एंड्रॉइड लॉन्च हुआ, जब पहला फोन आया, गूगल ने एक्वायर कर लिया था, एवरीथिंग वाज रनिंग फाइन, बट इवन एट दैट टाइम द इंडस्ट्री एक्सपर्ट्स बिलीव्ड that it would fail. Android successful नहीं होगा, सबका ये मानना था शुरुआत में. Now one more interesting thing, just remember about the first Android phone. मैंने आपको बताया it was HTC Dream. उस फोन में there was no virtual keyboard because option था ही नहीं उस टाइम पे. It was with a physical keypad. And it helped Google because आप स्क्रीन को जबरदस्ती टच नहीं कर रहे हैं, आप केवल कीबोर्ड से अपनी एंट्रीज कर रहे हैं एंड द फोन वुड फील फास्टर. अदरवाइज अगर आप स्क्रीन पे टैप कर रहे हैं और अगर वो बहुत स्लो रिस्पॉन्ड कर रहा है, यू माइट थिंक दैट द फोन इज लैगिंग. बट बिकॉज आप स्क्रीन पे केवल टू द पॉइंट टच करते थे, you know, specifically for icons or something, otherwise for all the entries you would use the buttons, the phone would feel faster to you. I'm sure आपने Android का ये जो logo है, ये सब तरफ देखा होगा. It's easily identifiable, but you know, I mean, इसका एक असली नाम भी है and Google calls it the bug droid. Now you know, Google ने तो खैर $50 million पे किए Android को खरीदने के लिए. अब अमाउंट सुन के लग सकता है okay, yeah, it's huge. But actually it's peanuts because today you just look at the market size, the dominance of Android. But for a fact, even though Google paid that amount, it's still free for you and me because the AOSP, the Android open source project, remains to be free. एंड एज अ डेवलपर पीपल कैन मेक देयर ओन चेंजेस. उनको कस्टमाइजेशन का पूरा एक फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी वाला जो फ्रीडम का एक्सपीरियंस है वो मिलता है OSP के साथ में टू कंप्लीटली ट्वीक एंड्रॉइड द वे दे वांट. Now guys, speaking of Android, I am sure आपके दिमाग में Google Nexus लाइनअप जो है वो जरूर आता है. And the Google's Nexus S4G was an amazing phone and it came along with tons of firsts. सबसे पहला तो it was for the first time that Google collaborated with Samsung for a new smartphone. इसको डेवलप किया Samsung ने. It was the first phone in the world to come with Android 2.3 version, which was Android Gingerbread. For a fact, ये दुनिया का पहला फोन था जिसमें हार्डवेयर और सॉफ्टवेयर सपोर्ट था फॉर नियर फील्ड कम्युनिकेशन, जिसको हम आज NFC बोलते हैं. And it was also certified by NASA because ये फोन स्पेस में गया था. Yes, the Google Nexus S4G. So guys, that's about it and I'm sure आपको आज इस एपिसोड में काफी कुछ सीखने को मिला है, जानने को मिला है about Android. And one thing as a takeaway would be कि एक टाइम पे what was considered as a small tiny startup, a very small group of friends जिन्होंने एक नया विजन लेके एक चीज की शुरुआत करी. Today we have billions of users globally using this on a daily basis. तो मुझे लगता है कि ये क्लियरली हमको दिखाता है कि इन दिस टेक स्पेस देयर इज नो लिमिट, देयर इज नो बाउंड्री. इफ यू हैव अ विजन, इफ यू हैव समथिंग न्यू, द ओपन मार्केट इज अवेलेबल फॉर यू. और मुझे लगता है कि एंड्रॉयड इज वन क्लियर एग्जाम्पल ऑफ दैट. 2003 से 2023 तक इतने कम टाइम में रीचिंग बिलियंस ऑफ यूजर्स विद अ क्लियर मार्केट डोमिनेंस clearly shows that the tech is moving very 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 fast. वैसे एपिसोड जो है वो बस खत्म होने वाला है. It's always very fast कि हम एंड पे पहुंच जाते हैं. Just stay tuned for next week's show because मैं आपसे बात करने वाला हूं कुछ और इंटरेस्टिंग चीजों के बारे में. In between, if you have any feedback, any question, any query, you know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com. I'm gonna see you next week. Have a good day. Take care.
Welcome back. While we do have clarity on who is the Chhattisgarh Chief Minister likely, well, it's Vishnu Deo Sai, but the suspense continues in Madhya Pradesh. A key legislature party meeting to decide the Chief Minister for Madhya Pradesh is likely tomorrow, and the suspense is likely to come to an end tomorrow as well. There are multiple contenders in the fray. Of course, Prahlad Patel, Jyotiraditya Scindia is also seen as a front runner, but of course, Shivraj Singh Chauhan is seen as the front runner as far as the CM probables are concerned. What really is expected tomorrow? Amritanshi has more details.
मध्य प्रदेश में चुनाव के नतीजे आए एक हफ्ते से भी ज्यादा का वक्त हो चुका है, लेकिन अभी तक मध्य प्रदेश का मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा इस सवाल पर संशय बना हुआ है. बीजेपी विधायक दल की बैठक का आयोजन 11 दिसंबर यानी कि कल किया जाना है और शाम को 4 बजे विधायक दल की बैठक आयोजित होगी. मेरे पीछे आप देखेंगे बीजेपी कार्यालय में विधायक दल की बैठक को लेकर तैयारियां लगातार जारी हैं. मध्य प्रदेश में बीजेपी के जितने भी नवनिर्वाचित विधायक हैं उनको जानकारी भेज दी गई है कि वो भोपाल पहुंचे. सबसे खास बात यह है कि जो 3 ऑब्जर्वर्स नियुक्त किए गए हैं बीजेपी की ओर से मध्य प्रदेश के लिए, जिसमें हरियाणा के मुख्यमंत्री मनोहर लाल खट्टर हैं. दूसरा नाम है ओबीसी के राष्ट्रीय जो है मोर्चा के अध्यक्ष के लक्ष्मण. तीसरा नाम है बीजेपी की खासतौर से जो राष्ट्रीय सचिव हैं आशा लाकड़ा. वो सबसे खास बात यह है कि बीजेपी के जो ये तीनों ऑब्जर्वर्स हैं ये कल पहुंचेंगे मध्य प्रदेश, भोपाल पहुंचेंगे. यहाँ पर जितने भी तमाम विधायक बीजेपी के चुनकर आए हैं उनसे रायशुमारी करते हुए नजर आएंगे और जिसका भी नाम जो है वो तय होगा वो विधायक दल का नेता होगा यानी कि मुख्यमंत्री होगा. अब इसमें भी 2 संभावनाएं बनती हैं क्योंकि बीजेपी लगातार ये कोशिश कर रही है, लंबे समय से मंथन कर रही है कि मध्य प्रदेश का मुख्यमंत्री किसे बनाया जाए क्योंकि कई सारे नाम दौड़ में हैं. दूसरा, बीजेपी के नेता अगर लिफाफा लेकर आते हैं और विधायकों से रायशुमारी करते हैं कि किसके नाम पर मुहर लगानी चाहिए, ये पहला केस हो जाएगा. दूसरा, अगर विधायकों में से किसी को प्रस्तावक बनाया जाए, वो किसी एक का नाम आगे बढ़ाए, उसके बाद लोग अपनी सहमति देते चले. कई मायने इसके निकाले जा रहे हैं, लेकिन ये बताया जा रहा है जिस तरीके से छत्तीसगढ़ में कोई प्रक्रिया फॉलो होगी उसके बाद मध्य प्रदेश में भी वही फॉलो किया जाएगा. कल का दिन बीजेपी और मध्य प्रदेश के लिए बेहद ही महत्वपूर्ण है क्योंकि कल शायद यहाँ पर जो है खासतौर से मध्य प्रदेश को उनका नया मुख्यमंत्री मिल जाएगा. कई नाम चर्चाओं में है. अगर आप देखेंगे यहाँ पर जो है खासतौर से ये जो चेहरे आप देख रहे हैं उसमें फिलहाल मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान का चेहरा है और अगर आप आगे देखेंगे तो वहाँ पर प्रदेश अध्यक्ष वी.डी. शर्मा भी हैं। शिवराज सिंह चौहान सबसे प्रबल दावेदार माने जा रहे हैं, खासतौर से अगर देखा जाए तो मुख्यमंत्री की दौड़ में, क्योंकि ओबीसी नेता हैं, 18 साल के मुख्यमंत्री हैं और विधायक भी उनके साथ जो है वो काफ़ी ज़्यादा हैं। इसके अलावा पूर्व केंद्रीय मंत्री नरेंद्र सिंह तोमर और प्रहलाद पटेल, जो कि दिमनी और नरसिंहपुर से रिस्पेक्टिवली विधायक चुन के आए हैं, उनका नाम भी बताया जा रहा है। प्रहलाद सिंह पटेल का नाम भी जो है काफ़ी ज़्यादा प्रबल माना जा रहा है क्योंकि वो ओबीसी नेता हैं। नरेंद्र सिंह तोमर को कद के हिसाब से पद मिलेगा। इसके अलावा केंद्रीय मंत्री ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया और प्रदेश अध्यक्ष वी.डी. शर्मा का भी नाम शामिल है। फिलहाल किसका नाम इसमें होता है ये देखना ज़रूरी होगा, क्योंकि बीजेपी हमेशा से ऐसे फैसले लेने में माहिर रही है जो सभी को चौंका देते हैं। कहीं ना कहीं इंतजार हमको भी है, आपको भी है, लेकिन कल विधायक दल की बैठक में महत्वपूर्ण मानी जा रही है और कल ही तय होगा कि मध्य प्रदेश का अगला मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा।
So well, the suspense continues, and as Amritanshi said, the BJP is known for swinging surprises. We'll take a short break now. There's more news on the other side.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Today, generating renewable energy is much cheaper than using fossil fuel-based power. We are really at the beginning stages of this huge energy transition. Over time, all fossil fuels will be replaced by clean energy sources of generation.
Simple question. Are we on track?
There are multiple targets that we have enunciated as a country. Number one, we have a 2070 net zero target. We have a 2047 energy independence target. There's a 2030 target for 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. There is a lot of work going on. I won't say confident because confidence is a strong word, but I'm very hopeful that we would be able to come very close to achieving that target.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Today, generating renewable energy is much cheaper than using fossil fuel-based power. We are really at the beginning stages of this huge energy transition. Over time, all fossil fuels will be replaced by clean energy sources of.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Vishnu Deo set to be the Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh to get a tribal Chief Minister after a unanimous decision at the legislature party meet. But the suspense over the MP Chief Minister continues. The BJP legislature party meet in Bhopal tomorrow. The suspense over the Chief Minister face likely to end soon. In UP, meanwhile, BSP Supremo's big move ahead of 2024. Mayawati names her nephew as a political successor. In the sensational Karni Sena leader's murder, 2 shooters have now been arrested. 2 of the 3 shooters arrested in a late-night operation in Chandigarh. Many suspects still on the run. Our lead story this evening, well, Vishnu Deo Sai is set to be the Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh after that crucial CLP meeting in Raipur. And of course, this as over a week, there was a lot of mulling over, there was a lot of brainstorming, and finally, after marathon meetings, well, Vishnu Deo Sai, a prominent tribal face, is set to be the Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh. Joining me now live on the broadcast, Mara Shakil and Anurag Dwari. Anurag, let me go across to you first and ask you a 2-part question. One, of course, what actually transpired in the CLP meeting? Was there complete consensus from the word go? What actually happened? And secondly, what are you hearing as far as the composition of the cabinet is concerned? Of course, it's too soon to sort of predict any of that. But how is the BJP actually going to, balance or factor in the OBC factor? Because, of course, we all remember it had fielded 11 Sahu candidates, and that OBC push was also very clear. But how is the BJP going to balance that?
First of all, let me just update to our viewers that anytime soon he will reach at the Raj Bhavan, Vishnu Deo Sai, and in the CLP meet, in the legislative party meeting, first of all, former Chief Minister Raman Singh proposed his name and seconded by the state BJP chief Arun Sao. So he was the consensus candidate and he's very close to Raman Singh as well as the RSS. So anytime he will reach the Raj Bhavan, and then the process will start. So far we don't know about the composition of the cabinet, but it is widely believed that most members of the then cabinet members of the Raman Singh government will be included. Obviously, those who have won in the elections, though those faces will be included in this cabinet also, as well as the member of parliament who resigned from the Lok Sabha and now they are the member of Chhattisgarh Assembly. So they will also be included in the cabinet, and it was a consensus decision. I mean, seconded by all the senior leaders of the Chhattisgarh BJP. So there were around 5 tribal leaders in the fray and 3 strong OBC leaders, but the party has chosen a seasoned politician, a seasoned tribal leader from Chhattisgarh to lead the Chhattisgarh government. Back to you.
Right, Anurag, thanks so much for joining us with that. Mara Shakil is also now with us live. So Mara, one question that I really wanted to ask you. You have tracked this closely as well. What is behind the BJP's tribal success? Because while, of course, it was about a lot of optics with the Prime Minister at the Birsa Munda statue and the announcement of that 24,000 crore rupees scheme, but it was also a lot about micro issues, with the BJP sort of also talking about, the conversion issue and the sort of fault lines between Christians and tribals, and also taking the welfare schemes to the tribals, something that, a sense that I got in Rajasthan as well. But what do you think is behind the BJP's tribal success? Because finally, the BJP is also giving it back to them with a tribal chief minister.
Yes, that's right. And with this, Vishnu Deo Sai will become the first tribal chief minister of the BJP from the state of Chhattisgarh. Of course, the first one in the ever since the state was created, Vedant, was Ajit Jogi. So, you know, when you talk specifically about what works, I think it is the welfareism and the sincerity with which the BJP has approached various blocks. They're not seen as just, blocks which will vote for them. They are first seen as Labharthis and which gets converted into vote banks in the due course. So a quick word also on Vishnu Deo Sai, just adding to what Anurag has said. He represents this constituency which is called Kunkuri in North Chhattisgarh. This entire North Chhattisgarh belt was swept by the BJP in recent elections. Home Minister Amit Shah, when he was extensively traveling the state of Chhattisgarh, in fact, any of the journalists would ask him, sir, what do you think are the chances of the BJP? He was one leader who was extremely confident. He said that, you know, all of you will be looking at the results of Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, but everybody will be taken by a surprise in the state of Chhattisgarh. And that really happened when the BJP won convincingly the state of Chhattisgarh. What worked for Vishnu Deo Sai is also that he's someone who has worked with the Prime Minister. In the first tenure from 2014 onwards, he worked as a Minister of State. So he understands the governance direction of the Prime Minister, and particularly because this is a young state, it has its own challenges. BJP wants to ensure that this state of Chhattisgarh continues to vote for the party, and it really doesn't really follow that revolving door process. But having said that, some few more words on him. So he is a 4-term MP, a 2-term MLA, someone who has also been a state president. And interestingly, the party has ensured that it is the former chief minister who proposed his name in the legislature party meeting which was held. So that entire transition of the parting or the passing of the baton, Vedant, interestingly, optics-wise, has also happened from former chief minister to now the new chief minister.
Absolutely, and those visuals very interesting. And as you said, Mara, the BJP thinks about the next 10 years and not just the next 5 years when it comes to such decisions. Thanks very much for joining us with that. I'm also being joined by PKD Nambiar, political analyst on the broadcast, and Vineet Goenka as well. Thanks very much, gentlemen, for joining us on NDTV. We'll come to you, but first let's quickly listen in to what Vishnu Deo Sai had to say, and also an earlier statement by Amit Shah, which was also very interesting in this context. Take a look.
छत्तीसगढ़ विधानसभा का विधायक दल सर्वसम्मति से मुझे अपना नेता चुना है, और इस अवसर पर मैं बहुत ही आनंदित हूं। और ऐसे अवसर में मैं सबसे पहले भारतीय जनता पार्टी का आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूंगा, जिन्होंने गांव के एक छोटे से कार्यकर्ता के ऊपर इतना बड़ा विश्वास व्यक्त किया कि आज छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार का नेतृत्व करने का अवसर दिया है। इसलिए मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी का आभारी हूं। साथ ही साथ हमारे देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, माननीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी, हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी, राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व, उनका मैं आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूंगा।
विष्णुदेव जी हमारे अनुभवी कार्यकर्ता है, नेता है, सांसद रहे, विधायक रहे, प्रदेश अध्यक्ष रहे। एक अनुभवी नेता को आपके सामने भारतीय जनता पार्टी लेकर आई है। आप इनको विधायक बना दो, उनको बड़ा आदमी बनाने का काम हम करेंगे। मुझे बताओ, विष्णुदेव साई को जिताएंगे क्या? अरे ऐसे नहीं जीतते भाई, जोर से बोलो, जिताएंगे। कमल के निशान पर बटन दबाएंगे, कमल फूल की सरकार बनाएंगे।
And let me go across to our panel now. Marish Shakil is also with us live. Going across to you first, PKD Nambiar. While we're discussing the whole tribal factor, the other balancing act or tightrope walk for the BJP was also balancing between the old guard and ushering in a generational change as far as this choice is concerned. This decision, does it also give you a sense of what's coming next as far as the other two states are concerned?
Well, I will not be able to, because none of the poll pundits or the political analysts were not able to factor this fact that Vishnu Deo might become the chief minister.
And interestingly, nor were they able to predict the Chhattisgarh results correctly. So, they've gotten...
So the idea is that BJP is a very dynamic, very well organized machinery, and more than a corporate, it works like very systematic. But one thing I am very, very happy, that's very good for the democracy, that there is nobody who can claim that I am the leader and I will be the leader forever. That culture needs to go in the Indian political system. I think BJP is proving that every word, even the chief ministers, which is supposed to be in a state, the tallest leaders, have been asked to vacate their positions after a certain time. We have seen it in Gujarat, we have seen it in Karnataka, we have seen it in many other places. Here as well, there is a surprise element in the name of Vishnu Deo. So I think the overall, the governance model within the political party is absolutely a case study for the people like us who believe that we are the masters of corporate. I think BJP is a case study for everybody. And let me tell you, we are in the studio, we are trying to divide tribal leader or in the other leader, OBC leader, and etc. But then the truth is that once the elections are over, of course, for a political party to choose a leader, it is not just his tribal status or it is his OBC status is not going to be the main thing. He's a seasoned politician, 4 times MP, as Maria said, 4 times MP.
PKD, I think that emphasis that you're making on his being dyed in the whole, BJP leader makes very, very important. Because 2-term MP, 2-term MLA, someone who has served as a state BJP president as well, has been extremely non-controversial. And in his selection is also the aspect of generational shift that is coming in from the former chief minister in Raman Singh to the new face that has come in. And he comes from this belt where BJP swept this time around. So it's also a recognition of his hard work. But Vineet Goenka, my question is that BJP is getting another handle to, take on the opposition, where they'll say that they have given a tribal chief minister in a state which is dominated by the tribals.
Maria, Ram Ram
so it's about walking the talk.
Yeah. Maria, Ram Ram to you, Ram Ram to all my co-panelists and all the viewers who are watching me right now. It is Bharatiya Janata Party who gave this country the first tribal women as a president. We have also seen that it has done justice with marginalized people not so recognized. It's a party of first generation, not the dynasty. And I'm particularly happy that Chhattisgarh has got such a seasoned person like Vishnu Deo Sai, who has been 2 times MLA in the United Madhya Pradesh and then 4 times Lok Sabha member, and this is his 7th elected term. He also has an experience as MOS. So I think he's a competent person apart from being a tribal. So we will demean him. We just say that he has been appointed because, he represents almost around 36% of the population of Chhattisgarh. But he has been appointed because of his capabilities. His capabilities as MOS, steel or mines, which he has served under Modi ji. He is a simple person, capable, and this time when the elections are around, I think he's the right choice for any political party and especially for Bharatiya Janata Party. He has a lot of tough work which he has to do.
Him having governance capabilities also, because he has worked with Prime Minister Modi. So, Vedant, he understands the governance direction the Prime Minister has, or vision that he has for his various states. And he'll be able to implement those is something that the party, sources are indicating. But I think that aspect of a tribal chief minister in a state which has almost 40% tribal population is something that the BJP will be using repeatedly in the state. Because, while on the other side, it will be about optics that, yes, you may have had a very strong chief minister in Bhupesh Baghel, but he was after all from the OBC. And here is a state which was formed on those lines, and hence the tribals must be given the right representation is something that the BJP will be talking about repeatedly. But PKD Nambiar, talking about a possible 2 names as deputy chief ministers. What is doing the rounds is the name of Renuka Singh. MP who has resigned, Minister of State for Tribal Affairs also, who has gone back to the state as an MLA. And there is another OBC face. So the BJP is trying to do that caste balance, the gender balance as well. They understand that women have voted for them.
Well, Maria, I would, you'll have to excuse me this time around. I have stopped predicting the BJP's or the plan in terms of leadership, because more often than not, that whenever we predict a certain thing, that do not happen. So I think let that be a matter of another.
Secrecy and suspense, as they say, are the hallmark of the new BJP.
Most of the time, whenever we say that, yeah, this person is going, bichara uska jo hona bhi hota to nahi hote. So I think the bottom line today is, once again, we are talking about him as a tribal leader, and I think it is important that our country recognize the tribals as also a mainstream population, mainstream citizens. I think that is very important. But in the meantime, I wanted to tell you, somebody who has been following from the early ages of my life, the BJP, within the BJP, they never discuss about caste, creed, OBC, and etc. They might use that. They may have an internal survey or anything that might be there. But then predominantly, they don't do that. So I would say that more than the tribal leader, as Vineetji also said, that it's his capability. He worked as a 4 times MP, silently working like a karyakarta or somebody who has started his career as a sarpanch. So he's a grounded man.
And somebody who's proven his mettle electorally as well, PKD Nambiar, somebody who's been, who's won 4 consecutive Lok Sabha elections, of course, legislative assembly elections as well.
He's a popular person.
But Mara, let me take this question to you, and then probably Vineet Goenka can also quickly chip in. But looking ahead at 2024, do you think that this is a transition, in Indian politics as well? Because the seats that we're talking about, the Congress had won 25 out of those 29 SC seats in the last elections, and now you have the BJP sweeping these tribal seats, and a similar sort of a trend in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh as well. In 2024, how crucial is this constituency, the tribals, for the BJP?
Quite a lot, because they understand that if you remember what the Prime Minister said soon after the victory at the BJP headquarters, he talked about 4 new constituencies which are moving away from traditional understanding of caste in India. So a new lexicon is what he had proposed. So what I think is, that increasingly these blocks, which are seen as potential blocks, OBC block or a tribal block, will be seen as Labharthis. That's what the BJP wants to push its narrative to. Mandal 2.2, as we are talking about, on one hand is caste census, because Rahul Gandhi and other members of the India unit Vedant are talking about consolidation, that, if you have an OBC percentage very high, then they should be given proper representation. On the other hand is about talks of various communities which have not been given their due. So be it the youth, so youth will be coming in all of these, all the caste. The youth will fit into it. Similarly, women will be fitting into all of this. So I think what is interesting here is, while on one hand, the BJP is sending a message that it is doing that caste, SC, ST, balancing act in representative politics. But at the same time, they would not want to talk about it. They would be seeing them more as groupings which have not been represented, and hence they deserve their place in political leadership and political partnership as well.
All right, Mara, thanks so much for joining us with that, and thanks very much, gentlemen, for joining us on NDTV. Very interesting there, and a lot of political messaging in this decision as well. We'll take a short break now. There's more news on the other side.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
in-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Today, generating renewable energy is much cheaper than using fossil fuel-based power. We are really at the beginning stages of this huge energy transition. Over time, all fossil fuels will be replaced by clean energy sources of generation.
Simple question, are we on track?
There are multiple targets that we have enunciated as a country. Number one, we have a 2070 net zero target. We have a 2047 energy independence target. There's a 2030 target for 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. There is a lot of work going on. I won't say confident because confidence is a strong word, but I'm very hopeful that we would be able to come very close to achieving that target.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that Welcome back. News now from Telangana. Well, Mamidala Yashaswini Reddy is the youngest legislator in the new assembly. A political novice, she surprised everyone by defeating a veteran politician. She speaks to NDTV on her journey. Take a look.
Elections are done and the youngest woman MLA here in the Telangana assembly is Yashaswini. Many congratulations first of all. You defeated a very, very senior leader, Mr. Erabali Dayakar. Were you interested in politics all through? I do understand that your mother-in-law was supposed to be fighting this election, then you fought on behalf of mother-in-law.
Yes. Actually, my mother-in-law was supposed to get ticket due to some technical issues and the other party members being, they restricted some of it. So she didn't get it. She didn't give up. She thought about her people, her constituency. If she would have gone back, it would be good for her. But she stayed here and she got me here. We are here to do service to people.
Okay. Just a few days ago, we had the women's bill and talking about more representation to women. What is the way forward, do you think, in your view, to get more women into politics? Because even in this election, I think hardly a dozen women probably have got elected.
There is not, I only say one thing, until and unless we come, we don't know what's going to happen, and there is nothing to fear. If you have good intentions, there is no bond, nothing. So everyone should whoever is interested, don't get scared. Please come into politics and explore it.
So what is your priorities and agenda going to be? Otherwise, tell us more about your background. How did you come into politics first?
As everyone know, my mother-in-law was supposed to get ticket. Has due to some technical issues, she didn't get, and the situation came up in that way that I need to come because all my family members are US citizens and I am the only Indian citizen. So that's the reason I got into politics, but it's just not that. Once after getting into politics and going into the people, I liked it, knowing their problems, and now I got chance to solve the problems. So I feel so lucky to solve their problems.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Today, generating renewable energy is much cheaper than using fossil fuel-based power. We are really at the beginning stages of this huge energy transition. Over time, all fossil fuels will be replaced by clean energy sources of generation.
Simple question, are we on track?
There are multiple targets that we have enunciated as a country. Number one, we have a 2070 net zero target. We have a 2047 energy independence target. There's a 2030 target for 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. There is a lot of work going on. I won't say confident because confidence is a strong word, but I'm very hopeful that we would be able to come very close to achieving that target.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights. We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Today, generating renewable energy is much cheaper than using fossil fuel-based power. We are really at the beginning stages of this huge energy transition. Over time, all fossil fuels will be replaced by clean energy sources of generation.
You are watching India Global on NDTV. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. We've got an action-packed bulletin lined up for you. Let's begin with the headlines we're tracking. Joe Biden's son, Hunter, faces a second federal indictment, this time on tax evasion. The 56-page charge sheet accuses him of evading $1.4 million in taxes from the year 2016 to the year 2019 and funding an extravagant lifestyle. Qatar grants India consular access to 8 Navy veterans. The Indian envoy meets 8 Navy veterans a day after the Prime Minister had met the Qatari Emir on the sidelines of the COP28 summit in Dubai. The United Nations Climate Conference began its final week with negotiations. The COP28 President Sultan Al Jaber urged countries to get out of their comfort zones and work together to reach agreement before this 2-week summit ends. Negotiators will now work to finalize a key document called the Global Stocktake. And as part of a burst of meetings focused on the Middle East, Russia's President Vladimir Putin greeted the Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi in the Kremlin a day after visiting the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, where he discussed the wars in Gaza and Ukraine and efforts by Russia and OPEC to boost oil prices. Putin, meanwhile, praised Narendra Modi, stating that the Indian Prime Minister takes a tough stance in protecting national interests. Putin said Prime Minister Modi could not be intimidated or forced by external pressure. Elon Musk has said Disney boss should be fired immediately after the company stopped advertising on his platform X. Some firms, by the way, have paused advertising on X amid concerns over anti-Semitism. A big focus, there is hope for the 7 ex-Indian Navy officers and 1 sailor who are on death row in Qatar. Now, on charges of espionage, these charges that have been completely denied by the Indian government, the External Affairs Ministry has now said that the Prime Minister met the Emir of Qatar on the sidelines of the climate change summit in Dubai recently, where the two leaders had a good discussion on the overall bilateral relationship, which included a conversation of the well-being of the Indian community, which presumably would include the Navy men as well. The allegations against them have come as a shocker, with no real clarity on why they were charged. Hearings on their appeals have now taken place, and the Indian ambassador has met them on the 3rd of December as well.
Prime Minister met the Emir of Qatar in Dubai on the sidelines of COP28. I think he put out a tweet. My understanding is that there are good conversation on the overall bilateral relationship as well as on the well-being of the Indian community, as he said. There have been 2 hearings. As you know, we filed an appeal, as is from the families, and the detainees had filed an appeal. 2 hearings have since been held. Meanwhile, our ambassador got consular access to meet all 8 of in prison on 3rd of December. And as I said, this is a sensitive issue, but we will continue to follow, and whatever we can share, we will do so.
Right, on the show today, we look at whether there's finally hope for the families of the ex-Navy officers and sailor. Joining us on India Global this week, former Indian ambassador to Kuwait, Prabhu Dayal, and Captain D.K. Sharma, former spokesperson of the Indian Navy. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us on India Global. Ambassador Dayal, to you first. Now, although next to nothing has been made public in this regard, do you believe there's a genuine sense of hope now, especially after Narendra Modi met with the Qatari Emir? We are aware that in the Gulf sector, the power of the ruler is very important.
I am extremely optimistic after our Prime Minister's meeting with the Qatari Emir in Dubai just a few days ago. I've seen the visuals of that meeting on television, and there was great warmth between the two leaders. I can see it now in the picture that you are showing. Now, a lot of these decisions depend on what the Emir thinks, because in the Gulf Sheikdoms, the power of the ruler is very, very important. So, first of all, I think that the initiative taken by the Prime Minister to meet the Qatari Emir and, of course, discuss the welfare of the Indian community, those discussions must surely have included this issue of the arrest of the 8 naval officers, although nothing has been made public in this regard. But knowing how our Prime Minister works, he must have taken it on himself to discuss this issue with the Qatari Emir, and this is what gives me hope. You know, the personal initiative and the interest which the Prime Minister takes. As it is, things have started changing in the recent months. These officers were in detention since August 2022. There was nothing known about why they were arrested. Some disclosures have been made confidentially to our government in this regard, and there has been consular access given. Earlier, they were kept in solitary detention. Now, consular access was given to the representatives of our embassy, and following the Prime Minister's meeting, the ambassador has been given personal access, consular access to these detainees. So I have reason to be hopeful, and my hope, as I said earlier, comes out of Prime Minister's meeting with the Qatari Emir.
Right. Let's also bring in Captain D.K. Sharma. Captain, I think you'd agree with me when I say it's been a harrowing year for the former Navy personnel. But do you think these small steps will lead to a positive outcome? I mean, end of the day, the highest office in the country is directly dealing with the case.
You're very right. It's been a harrowing time for them for the last 1.5 years now, out of which 2 daughters were married without their father being present. What worse can happen? I mean, say the parents, the fathers, the family is looking forward. They were supposed to join. They were, we were told tomorrow, day after. So it is all, I think, small steps are leading towards a good news, which is likely to come. And we know it all, that the highest office in the country is directly, dealing with the case. So the families have got this assurance that the highest office is looking into it. You have to just hold your horses, remain patient. You have been patient for the last 18 months, and it's only a matter of time.
Right. Ambassador Dayal, we have enjoyed a great strategic relationship with Qatar. So this case, in a sense, was a sort of blot. But what's your assessment now? What's the way forward?
It's a sensitive matter. There is a judicial aspect. There is the matter now before the Court of Appeal. If it's rejected, it can still go up to the Court of Cassation. But knowing the overall atmospherics and knowing how things work in these Gulf Arab countries, the Sheikdoms, if the Sheikh or the Emir is well disposed, it makes a huge difference.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, gentlemen. We sincerely hope that the families do receive some positive outcomes in the near future. Thank you so much for joining us on India Global. The UK government has introduced measures it promised would deliver the biggest ever cut in net migration after levels soared to a record high. Now, Rishi Sunak's government has unveiled a crackdown on record high net migration as he tries to wrest back control of his increasingly divided Conservative Party. Now, these measures unveiled by Home Secretary James Cleverly, follow a series of polls which show the Tory leader's popularity has plummeted to a record low, and he's actually now faring even worse than Liz Truss with the electorate. So in a bid to win back voters, the UK Home Secretary has increased the salary threshold for foreign workers from £26,200 to £38,700 as part of a package set to come into force in April. So here's the UK's 5-point plan to cut legal migration as they set a new target of 3 lakh fewer migrants a year. Foreign care workers will no longer be able to bring their dependents to the UK. The minimum income for family visas has been raised to the new salary threshold of £38,700. The shortage occupation list will be overhauled to end a 20% salary discount. And the graduate visa, that route which lets students stay for about 2 years after their studies, that is currently under review. Now, firstly, legal net migration. It has shot up to record levels in the UK and is currently 3 times what it was when the Conservatives won the last election and promised it would fall. Little wonder so many Tory MPs are actually desperate to see it come down. And secondly, illegal migration. Well, Rishi Sunak has promised to stop the boats and he has vowed to crack down on both legal and illegal migration. But experts warn that this model also risks causing further chaos in the already stretched health sector and damaging the UK's long-term growth prospect as well.
Each year, thousands of Indians make their way across to the UK, hoping to realize their dreams of a better life with great career opportunities. Enter the UK PM Rishi Sunak. The Asian origin leader recently announced a strict new immigration policy that would potentially deal a meaty blow to those dreams. Indian students are likely to be some of the most affected, as out of 4,86,107 study visas issued by the UK government in the 12 months till September this year, half were granted to Indian and Chinese students.
Of course, there have been changes recently announced for dependents as well, so you can no longer bring dependents on most, when you're coming to the UK for most courses. There are some exemptions for postgraduate research courses. We understand that this is a bit of a harsh move, frankly. We are therefore taking that up with authorities as well to understand their concerns and to see what the best way forward is.
So what led to these drastic changes? After official figures showed that net migration to the UK hit a record 7,45,000 in 2022, ministers had come under pressure to act on legal migration. Sunak's party members had been asking to bring down the net migration numbers ever since the data was released last month. Describing current migration levels as far too high, Sunak wrote in The Sun, "If you can't contribute to the UK, you're not coming to the UK." UK Home Secretary James Cleverly has said that the measures are expected to cut down the number of people emigrating to the UK by 3 lakhs. Finding a job in the UK was already an uphill task for Indian students in the UK, owing to a combination of factors ranging from the post-pandemic economic slowdown to employers' unwillingness to sponsor visas. And with the latest government measures, that climb is becoming steeper by the day. With Vishal Vivek, Bureau Report, NDTV.
Let's switch tracks now. Well, in the aftermath of Hamas terrorist surprise attack on Israel on the 7th of October, college campuses in the United States have witnessed multiple incidents of anti-Semitism. In fact, Harvard University's president, along with the presidents of University of Pennsylvania and Massachusetts Institute of Technology, have come under fire after their recent testimony at Capitol Hill. Here are the details.
Ever since the Israel-Hamas conflict began on October 7th, protests have erupted in the US from both the sides. Many a time these protests have turned anti-Semitic or anti-Arab in nature. In the 2 weeks since the war began, there have been 312 reported anti-Semitic incidents in the US, according to a report by advocacy group Anti-Defamation League. These incidents include harassment, vandalism and assault. Meanwhile, the Council on American Islamic Relations has said that the US is experiencing an unprecedented increase in reported anti-Arab and anti-Muslim incidents. Many times, these anti-Semitic and Islamophobic incidents have occurred at prestigious US institutions such as Harvard and MIT, with the US Education Department launching a probe into the matter in November.
36 hours ago, I, along with most of campus, sought refuge in our rooms, as classmates and professors chanted proudly for the genocide of Jews while igniting smoke bombs and defacing school property.
A House committee hearing in relation to the matter was held on Tuesday with the leaders of Harvard University, the University of Pennsylvania and MIT. It was alleged during the hearing that the college presidents are not doing enough to protect students.
As a student of constitutional democracy, I know that we need both safety and...
This response from the University of Pennsylvania leader Liz Magill and a similar one from the Harvard president Drew Flack. Both the leaders later said that there is no space for anti-Semitism on their campuses.
MIT's code of conduct or rules regarding bullying and harassment, yes or no?
When the Education Department probe concludes, it will make recommendations to the colleges.
Yes
if they
or no?
don't comply, they risk losing federal funding.
Does not constitute bullying and harassment?
The larger question is, has the Israel-Hamas war brought ideological fault lines to the surface? And how will this play out in institutions of higher learning? Vishal Vivek's report for NDTV.
In other news, the US indictment of an Indian national for an assassination plot against wanted Khalistani separatist Gurpatwant Singh Pannu, allegedly directed by an Indian government official, is likely to be at the top of the agenda as the US Federal Bureau of Investigation Director Christopher Wray travels to India next week. Now, the Indian government has sought to distance this visit from the case, saying the FBI director's trip had been planned for some time. Here are the details.
For decades, the FBI has been working to keep Americans safe.
It is his first visit to India since he took charge as the chief of FBI. Christopher Wray will be in Delhi next week, close on the heels of US's allegations against an Indian official, accusing him of being involved in a conspiracy to kill Khalistani extremist Gurpatwant Singh Pannu. This delegation, meanwhile, led by the US's junior national security advisor Jonathan Feiner, explored the possibility of a probe in line with the larger diplomatic agenda. In the first meeting between Indian and US officials, American investigators acknowledged New Delhi's establishment of an inquiry committee.
I think the United States and India have a complicated history. We have not always been wholly aligned. We have not always found it easy to work together as economic partners. We have not always found it easy to be on the same side of issues geopolitically. And I think in some ways the most important step forward for the United States and India is recognizing on each side that there is much more that connects us than that divides us. And that does not mean, by the way, that we will agree on everything. There are many difficult issues that remain in this relationship.
Now one of India's closest allies, the US has also urged New Delhi to cooperate with Canada on the investigation into the killing of Khalistani terrorist Hardeep Singh Nijjar.
Certain inputs were given to us as part of our security cooperation with the United States. Those inputs were of concern to us because they related to the nexus of organized crime, trafficking, and other matters. So, because it has a bearing on our own national security, it was decided to institute an inquiry into the matter. Insofar as Canada is concerned, no specific evidence or inputs were provided to us.
When this alleged incident was brought to our attention, we made very clear at the most senior levels of our government, the most senior levels of the Indian government, how seriously we would treat something like this. They have opened an investigation into the matter.
The US has vowed an open and closely coordinated probe, a clear departure from Canada's approach of unsubstantiated claims. With Canada now on the back foot over the Khalisani terror issue, many extremist outfits continue to operate with impunity. With Pannu's latest dare of blowing up the Indian Parliament, India's zero-tolerance policy towards extremism in all its forms seems more legitimate than ever before. Vedant Agarwal for NDTV.
Let's switch tracks now. Well, negotiators at COP28 finished up their first week in a more familiar place for them, the murky middle where momentum and roadblocks intertwine. Now negotiations on how the world can slash greenhouse gas emissions and stave off the worst impacts of the climate crisis will reach a fresh intensity over the next few days, with nations wrangling over whether to phase out or phase down fossil fuels. The key draft text is to do with the global stocktake. This is a requirement of the 2015 Paris Climate Agreement, a comprehensive assessment of the progress or lack of it towards the Paris goals of holding global temperature rises to well below 2 degrees Celsius, while also pursuing efforts to limit temperature rises to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. Within this text, the most contentious lines are over the potential phase out or phase down of fossil fuels. But as the text moves from the technical level overseen by civil servants to political negotiations involving mainly ministers, there is still little sense of what the landing ground of any compromise could be. Now it's up to global leaders to haggle over what the future should look like and whether there should be a commitment to phase out oil, coal and natural gas, as climate activists, many experts and some nations say, or something softer. Now for further clarity on what to realistically expect, joining us, Linda Calhier, Executive Director of Strategic Perspectives. Linda, thanks so much for making time for us. You know, India managed to get an outcome at the G20 when no one was really expecting it. But how do you see India's climate leadership growing, especially as India has repeatedly projected itself as the voice of the global south?
Thanks so much for the question. We hear that here in Dubai as well. So really when you walk the corridors, India is recognized as the voice of the global south. I think it's been really impressive what they've done with the G20 summit, especially the task force of reform of the multilateral development banks was a very important signal to make sure that the new industrial area where clean technologies play an increasing role is accessible for all countries and it's becoming affordable for all countries.
So do you think it's realistic and possible then, Linda, for India to transition to a zero fossil fuel economy?
I think it is. It needs to do it at its own pace and with its own priorities, but especially if you look at the global markets for clean tech growing, the sense of direction is clear. The clean technologies are becoming cheaper in many countries already, and we hope that that becomes increasingly the case for other countries. And I think that's where the financial reform that I mentioned initially comes back in, because we need to ensure that the benefits that come with it, the jobs that are getting created and the cleaner air and the investment and innovation is really accessible for all countries.
Right, just picking up on the financial reform aspect, you know, COPs have been seeing a stalemate on the finance discussions. Developing countries cannot transition fast enough without financial support, as you are aware. Linda, are there any new mechanisms to mobilize finance which are coming in? And how can countries like India access them?
I think the work they've done with the G20 task force has been really powerful. We've seen also the Paris summit this year by President Macron and Mia Mottley, who really said we need to ensure that the finance is flowing. And I think there are mechanisms that are getting broader. So we can look into de-risking, we can look into the role of banks, we can look into how to bring in the private sector more. I know that Prime Minister Modi is also really talking about the trillions and shifting the private capital, which is not to substitute the public investment, of course, but just because it's the trillions that we need and they need to be mobilized faster. So, and I think India is very well positioned to really benefit from these mechanisms and also ensure that there's constant progress and we move beyond the rhetoric.
Right, thank you so much for joining us with your comprehensive insight, Linda, into the final week of negotiations taking place at the COP summit. Let's hope we witness positive, concrete outcomes in Dubai.
I hope so too. Thanks so much.
In other news, in the backdrop of COP28 in Dubai, the Russian president, he was on a Middle East diplomacy outreach. He hosted Iran's President Ibrahim Raisi in Moscow. And while Putin said it was important to discuss the Palestinian situation, Raisi termed it as more than a regional issue, one that involved all of mankind. In a rare overseas visit, President Putin touched down in Saudi Arabia on Wednesday, and Putin was seen greeting Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman before the two sat down for talks. But ahead of the meeting, the Kremlin had said that the two would discuss oil markets as well as ways to promote de-escalation in the war in Gaza. But Putin's first port of calling was Abu Dhabi, the capital of the UAE. He was escorted to the presidential palace where he was greeted with a 21-gun salute, also a flyby of UAE military jets, trailing smoke in the colors of the Russian flag. Do remember, Putin has been positioning himself as a mediator for the Hamas-Israel war. Well, that's all on this episode of India Global. Thank you for investing your time and watching. Goodbye.
हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट हुए नहीं कि बिल का मीटर चालू, और ये मीटर पहले आपके ऑफिस का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस खत्म करेगा और फिर सारी सेविंग्स। पर घबराओ नहीं, पॉलिसी बाजार पे 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 390 रुपए महीने से शुरू। ले लो।
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, released recently, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
What you're missing on the inside is waiting for you out there. Write the missing part of your story. The new Safari. Reclaim your life.
The Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana is proving to be the most beneficial for citizens of Uttar Pradesh. Thanks to the unwavering commitment of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, UP is providing the best health services under his regime and has bagged the first position in the nation for generating more than 4.77 crore Ayushman Bharat health accounts.
बेहतरीन स्वास्थ्य की सुविधाओं को आगे बढ़ाने के क्रम में 108 और 102 की जो एम्बुलेंस सेवा है उनके रिस्पांस टाइम को भी न्यूनतम स्तर पर लाने के प्रयास किए गए हैं और उसके भी अच्छे परिणाम सामने आए हैं।
UP has also secured the top spot in healthcare professional registrations under Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. In digital OPD token registration and digital health incentive scheme also, UP ranks #1. The list of achievements for UP government can go on and may be an endless one.
क्या चल रहा है?
लिविंग रूम में जैकवार लग रहा है।
लिविंग रूम में? That was too funny ना।
वैसे खन्ना, तेरा वो लंदन ट्रिप कैसा था यार?
What a fantastic holiday यार।
And where were you guys staying?
Very close to अपना Big Ben.
Moit's cousin stays there. And those Indian restaurants?
भाई साहब, जैकवार लाइट्स लग रही है।
Oh.
The largest bath brand in the country now also brings you the magic of light. Jaguar Bath and Lights.
In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Co-presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally.
Experience a new Verilux progressive lens designed with artificial intelligence so it can predict your natural eye movement. Verilux XR series for instantly sharp vision in motion and seamless transitions from near to far. Verilux by Essilor.
How far we take an idea is a question of willpower.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Good morning, everyone. We are very happy to have you all here for the launch of this very important initiative. Let's just look at why we are all here this morning. People may be born with or develop disabilities during their lifetime, but they are disabled every day by society, by attitudes and perceptions that don't think of them as equal, by spaces that don't account for them, by infrastructure that often acts as a barrier, and by a lack of consideration of the complex diversity of persons with disabilities and their very specific needs. And what does this do? It means that less than 40% of India's people with disabilities have jobs. It means that as many as 75% of 5-year-olds with disabilities aren't in schools, and that 12% of children with disabilities have dropped out of school. Welcome to the start of a conversation about inclusivity, diversity, accessibility. The creation of a platform where we try to understand where the challenges lie and what we can do to tackle them. What can we do as governments? What can we do as corporates? What can we do as citizens and as human beings? Welcome to Samarth by Hyundai.
आज एक पहल बदलाव की हंडे द्वारा समर्थ एक कोशिश है कि हम अपने समाज को एक खास वर्ग के प्रति जागरूक और समावेशी बनाएं। हमारा समाज का नजरिया विकलांगों के प्रति क्या है? क्या हम संवेदनशील हैं? क्या हमने भरपूर कोशिश की है कि इनके जीवन को आसान बनाने की? क्या हमने अपने विकलांग नागरिकों की जरूरतों को ठीक से समझा है? इनकी विविधता पर क्या हमने गौर किया है? तो आज हंडे द्वारा समर्थ के तहत एक शुरुआत उन कदमों को उठाने की जिसने हम अपने समाज के इस हिस्से को अच्छी सुविधा दिला पाएं, समाज को जागरूक और एक सशक्त जीवन इन्हें हम दिला पाएं। हमारी पहल रहेगी सरकार, उद्योग जगत, नागरिकों को शामिल कर बदलाव लाएं, जवाबदेही भी तय करें और मॉनिटरिंग भी करें। सबसे अहम यह है कि इस विषय पर संवाद, मंथन, चर्चा बनाए रखें।
How much of India's landscape has been designed with the needs of the disabled in mind? For people with disabilities, negotiating everyday life, something we take completely for granted, brings a daily set of challenges that in many cases we are not even aware of or sensitive to.
तो आइए इस पहल की हम शुरुआत करते हैं। ये बेहद ख़ास मेहमान इसलिए हैं क्योंकि ये इंस्पिरेशनल फिगर्स हैं हमारे सामने। इन्होंने अपने जीवन को ही आसान नहीं बनाया, बल्कि हमारे उस वर्क को भी आसान बनाया, उनके जीवन को, और एक महत्वपूर्ण दिशा निर्देश भी हमें देते हैं। तो आइए शुरुआत करते हैं। मेरे साथ मेरी सहयोगी सोनिया तो हैं ही, डॉक्टर सत्येंद्र सिंह हमारे साथ हैं, टिफनी बरार एंड विराली मोदी हमारे साथ हैं। तो पहले मैं आपसे ये डॉक्टर साहब जानना चाहूँगी, सबसे पहले ये जीवन आसान तो नहीं रहा होगा। आप डॉक्टर बने, अपनी लड़ाई लड़ी, अपना जीवन जिया, लेकिन एक बहुत आपने अहम जो जीवन आसान बनाने का ज़रिया है, सुगम बनाने का ज़रिया है, राह आसान बनाने का तरीका है, वो आप इस वर्क के लिए लेकर आए। आपने जो यूपीएससी के उम्मीदवार हैं, आईजी के जो उम्मीदवार हैं, उनको एक तरह से हमेशा डिसेबिलिटी प्रूफ देना पड़ता था, तस्वीरें देनी पड़ती थी। आपने कहा, आपने एक जद्दोजहद लड़ाई लड़ी और आपने कहा कि जो सर्टिफिकेट है वो ही सर्वमान्य है। तो आप ज़रा दर्शकों को, हमारे लोगों को बताइए कि किस तरह से राह रही है आपकी।
थैंक यू निधि जी। मेरा जन्म रेवाड़ी के एक छोटे से गांव में हुआ था, हरियाणा में, और 9 महीने के बाद मुझे पोलियो हुआ। एंड इट वाज सॉर्ट ऑफ अ ब्लेसिंग इन डिस्गाइज, बिकॉज मेरे पोलियो होने की वजह से मुझे गांव से शहर लाया गया, हमें अच्छी एजुकेशन मिली। लेकिन जैसे आपने कहा कि वो कहते हैं ना, ज़िंदगी हर कदम एक नई जंग है, तो हर कदम पे हमको प्रूव करना पड़ता है कि वी एग्जिस्ट, वी आर ह्यूमन बीइंग्स। आपने रेप्स की छोटी सी चीज़ है, आप सोचिए कि कितना इनडिग्निफाइड ट्रीटमेंट है कि आपको अपनी विकलांगता, जो कि डॉक्टर आपको एग्जामिन कर रहे हैं, उसके बाद उसका सबूत देना पड़ता है, फोटोग्राफ्स दिखाने पड़ते हैं कपड़े उतार के अपने डिफॉर्म्ड लिम्स के साथ। इज इट राइट? इज इट एथिकल? एंड दिस हैज़ बीन डन बाय मेडिकल डॉक्टर्स जो एथिक्स पढ़ाते हैं। मैं खुद एक मेडिकल डॉक्टर हूं, तो दूसरों से पहले मैं खुद पर उंगली उठा रहा हूं। लेकिन इसका रीज़न एक ये है कि अक्सर जो हमारा समाज भी है, हम विकलांगता को एक अभिशाप की तरह से देखते हैं, जिसको हम बोलते हैं मेडिकल मॉडल ऑफ डिसेबिलिटी। मुझे कोई दिक्कत है, जिसे वो कहते हैं ना कि पीपल आर बॉर्न विद इम्पेयरमेंट्स, इट्स द सोसाइटी विच मेक्स देम डिसेबल्ड। मेरी क्या ज़रूरतें हैं? मेरा छोटी छोटी सी उम्मीदें हैं कि जैसे आपको अधिकार है कि आप हर जगह सुगम्यता से जा सकते हैं, वही मेरी भी एक रिक्वेस्ट है। आपका अधिकार पढ़ाई का है, मेरा भी अधिकार पढ़ाई का है। मैंने कोई बड़ा काम नहीं किया डॉक्टर बन के, दुनिया में हज़ारों डॉक्टर बनते हैं, लेकिन जब एक विकलांग इंसान डॉक्टर बनता है तो उसको क्यों आसमान पे चढ़ा दिया जाता है? 3 दिसंबर को सिर्फ 2 ही कहानियाँ आती हैं उन लोगों की हु हैव ओवरकम देयर डिसेबिलिटी। वी हैव नॉट ओवरकम आवर डिसेबिलिटी, वी लिव विद ईच एंड एवरी मोमेंट विद आवर डिसेबिलिटी। वी आर डिसेबल्ड एंड वी आर प्राउड। क्योंकि अगर मुझसे आप पूछे कि अगले जन्म में मैं विकलांग होना पैदा चाहूँगा, तो शायद मैं कह सकता हूँ हाँ, बिकॉज इट हैज़ गिवन मी द पावर ऑफ रिजिलियंस, परसिवियरेंस, जो बहुत से इंसान शिखर पर पहुंचकर भी नहीं पा पाते हैं। मेरी विकलांगता ने मुझे वो सिखाया है, और ये बेसिक चीज़ें हैं जो मैं आपसे डिमांड करता हूँ। राइट टू एजुकेशन, राइट टू एम्प्लॉयमेंट। क्रिकेट वर्ल्ड कप अभी ख़त्म हुआ है, कितने बार आपने देखा था कोई व्हील चेयर यूजर स्टेडियम में बैठा था? सिनेमा हॉल्स। कल मेरी शादी को 19 साल हो जाएंगे। इन 18 सालों में मेरी शादी के अलावा मैंने किसी भी स्टेज पर आज तक रैंप नहीं देखा। क्या ये इतना मुश्किल है? विराली जी भी आगे बात बताएंगे कि छोटी छोटी खुशियाँ जो हमारी ज़िंदगी की होती हैं, उनके लिए भी हमें जद्दोजहद करनी पड़ती है, गिड़गिड़ाना पड़ता है। इट्स हाई टाइम दैट वी शुड टॉक अबाउट डिसेबिलिटी एज ए डाइवर्सिटी, एज ए ह्यूमन राइट इशू।
Dr. Singh, thank you for those inspiring words. I hope this initiative will really pick that up, that really it's about the little joys of life, which have such a big meaning for so many of us, because really all of us are humans together today. And Virali, if you could come in, because your struggle for really something so simple, My Train too, the Indian Railways carries millions of Indians every day. It's fated around the world for that feat. Yet why is it sometimes exclusionary for those with disabilities? Tell us about your struggle to change that.
I want to start off by saying that I wasn't born with a disability. I was able to walk. I became disabled just suddenly, randomly, doctors have no idea. But that's not the point. The point right now is I wanted to travel to Delhi via Mumbai, from Mumbai via train. I went there. There was a ramp to get onto the platform, but there was no ramp to get inside the train. There were steps. And even the disabled compartment, there was one huge step to get inside, and I wasn't able to sit with my mother at that point of time. My mother had to call 2 porters. They had to lift me up, and I was molested because they had to carry me. Because apparently, since I'm disabled, I'm an easy target. And yeah, I say that because it's true. It's the bitter truth. This is how people think. There have been so many cases where this has happened. But this is the thing, right? There are so many people with disabilities who may not have the means to travel by, let's say, by car or by plane. They would prefer to go by train. So why aren't our trains accessible? Why do people need to be subjected to such kind of scrutiny? Why do we need to be carried? Again, we are not luggage. We're not pieces of just flesh. We're human beings. We have our dignity. We have our integrity.
बिल्कुल आपने सही कहा, सहानुभूति भी दिखाते हैं लोग, लेकिन संवेदनशील होने की बहुत ज़रूरत है. ये अपने आप में अहम है. मेरा सवाल टिफ़नी से ये है, टिफ़नी की आपने स्पेशल एजुकेशन में बीएड किया है और एक मोबाइल स्कूल भी शुरू किया जो लोग देख नहीं सकते. आपकी खुद की जर्नी भी बहुत इंस्पिरेशनल रही है. प्लीज़ टेल अस समथिंग अबाउट योर जर्नी.
Well, I was born to a North Indian military family. और जब मैं पैदा हुई थी तब मेरे फैमिली को एक बहुत बड़ा शॉक मिला क्योंकि मुझे ओवरडोज ऑफ ऑक्सीजन के कारण मेरी आईसाइट चली गई और मुझे बाहर लेके गए थे ऑपरेशंस के लिए, बट टू नो अवेल. So I feel that I became blind for a reason, because if I was not blind, I would not be sitting here today. I would be minding my own business and doing some other work in a field which would not be rewarding or which would not give me a calling to serve others or help others. क्योंकि जब तक हमें पता नहीं चलता है कि औरों का दुख कैसे होता है, या जब तक हमारे फैमिली में किसी मेंबर को डिसेबिलिटी नहीं होती है या समस्या नहीं आता है, तब तक हमें कुछ मतलब ही नहीं है सोशल गुड से. हम सोचते हैं अच्छा हमारी ज़िंदगी तो अच्छी चल रही है. फॉर इंस्टेंस आई हैड हर्ड दैट बिकॉज वन ऑफ द वेरी eminent people from Microsoft had a relative with disability. Therefore, everything in Microsoft has now been made completely accessible because he or she could understand how painful it is for a person with disability to access the various applications in Microsoft. So, वैसे ही मैं बस अपने जर्नी के ऊपर एक छोटा सा दिशा देना चाहती हूँ आप लोगों को. I started my primary education in Britain. मेरे फादर की फॉरेन पोस्टिंग थी एंड वहाँ सब इंक्लूसिव था, सब एक्सेसिबल थी. मुझे शुरुआत में ही एक सपोर्ट असिस्टेंट सिर्फ मुझे पढ़ाने के लिए मिला था और उन्होंने मुझे टच और फील से पढ़ाया था. लर्निंग बाय डूइंग. ब्रेल मशीन मुझे मिली थी. लेकिन जब हम वापस इंडिया आए मेरे 2nd स्टैंडर्ड में, तब ब्लाइंड स्कूल में स्लेट और स्टाइलस के सहारे से लिखना पड़ा, नीचे बैठना पड़ा, खाने के लिए हमें काफ़ी दूर तक जाना पड़ता था और वाइट केन इस्तेमाल करने के लिए किसी ने हमें सिखाया नहीं था. तो हम कैटरपिलर्स जैसे शोल्डर पे हाथ रख के आगे पीछे ऐसे लाइन में जाते थे. और फिर मेरी ज़िंदगी की एक टर्निंग पॉइंट जब आई, तब जब मैं इंक्लूसिव स्कूल, आई वुडंट से इंक्लूसिव स्कूल बट अ स्कूल विच कुड नॉट हैंडल डिसेबल्ड चिल्ड्रन, ऐसे एक स्कूल में गई और एक्चुअली टीचर ने एक क्वेश्चन पूछा, व्हाट इज़ द कैपिटल ऑफ इंडिया. तो मेरे क्लासमेट ने बोला Kolkata, without thinking, and I stood up and I said, hey, it's New Delhi. तो मेरे टीचर ने कहा, shut up because you're blind. Get out of my class. You have made your classmate give the wrong answer so that you could make an impression and give the right answer. तो अगर मैं blind हूँ तो इसका मतलब यह है कि मैं सही जवाब नहीं दे सकती हूँ. तब मेरे दिल में 9 साल की उम्र में आया कि मैं अपने blind सोसाइटी में एक परिवर्तन लेकर आना चाहती हूँ कि कोई भी ब्लाइंड बच्चा ऐसे बैक बेंच में ना बैठे, कोई भी ब्लाइंड बच्चा ऐसे प्लास्टिसिन से ना खेले, कोई भी ब्लाइंड बच्चे को क्लास में जवाब देने से टीचर्स ना रुकाए और उनको पढ़ाने के लिए सही सलामत जान सके। तब मैं बड़ी हुई and then I worked, I did my degree and then I did my B.Ed in Special Education. I worked in an organization called Braille Without Borders. एक international organization है जिसकी founders भी blind हैं और उन्होंने social entrepreneurship सिखाने का मकसद है उनका। तो वहाँ मैंने 8 साल काम किया और फिर मैंने मोबाइल स्कूल स्टार्ट किया जहाँ कि हम ब्लाइंड लोगों के घरों में जाते थे थ्रू वेरी inaccessible pathways, थ्रू वेरी inaccessible roads, जहाँ कि ब्लाइंड लोग खुद भी चल नहीं सकते, उनके घर ऐसे रूरल एरियाज में थे।
और हमने आपकी इस यात्रा से बहुत अनुभव मिलेगा और दिशा मिलेगी हमारी इस पहल को। डॉक्टर सत्येंद्र सिंह, आपसे ये क्या सुझाव आप देना चाहेंगे तत्काल रूप से जिन पर अमल किया जा सकता है, जिन पर वाकई सरकारें, कॉर्पोरेट्स, हम नागरिक ध्यान दे सकते हैं?
महाराष्ट्र के एक बड़े ही प्रसिद्ध भील आदिवासी समाज सुधारक हैं जो कविताएं लिखते हैं। उनकी एक छोटी सी कविता है जो सुझाव की तरफ जाएगी, जिसका मैं अंग्रेजी अनुवाद कर रहा हूँ। We did not go on to the stage, neither were we called. We were shown our places, told to sit. But they, sitting on the stage, went on telling us of our sorrows. Our sorrows remained ours. They never became theirs. Vaharu सोनवले फ्रॉम महाराष्ट्र। एक छोटा सा सुझाव जो है कि जितने भी VVIPs हैं, चीफ गेस्ट्स हैं, अगर वो किसी भी फंक्शन में जा रहे हैं, सो दे शुड मेक इट अ प्रायोरिटी टू यूज़ ओनली द रैम्ड एक्सेस, बिकॉज देन इट विल शो देम द ब्लाइंड स्पॉट्स जो बाकी लोगों को नहीं दिखते। नहीं तो लोग आएंगे, फीता काटेंगे, वो स्टेज पर बैठेंगे, हमारी बातें करेंगे और उन्हें लगेगा कि सब कुछ बढ़िया है। सब कुछ बढ़िया नहीं है। दूसरी बात, नथिंग अबाउट अस विदाउट अस, ये डिसेबिलिटी राइट्स मूवमेंट का मंत्र है। जब पॉलिसीज़ बनती हैं इन द आइवरी टावर, जब मिनिस्टर्स बनाते हैं, दे नीड टू इन्वॉल्व पीपल विद डिसेबिलिटीज़। अभी भी हमारा ध्यान सिर्फ 3 मेजर विकलांगताओं के ऊपर है: लोकोमोटर डिसेबिलिटी, डेफनेस एंड ब्लाइंडनेस। वी आर नाउ टॉकिंग अबाउट 21 disabilities. What about deaf blindness? What about neurodivergent people, neuroatypical people? What about people with invisible disabilities, people with psychosocial disabilities? When you make policies, you involve them in decision making. So these are the 2 small steps which I would propose that which can perhaps bring change and an inclusive society.
Virali, I wanted to bring in that aspect. Dr. Singh spoke so eloquently of the need of change of policy and the thinking of a government, but what about the social change, the social movement needed? The point you made very eloquently that don't treat us like pieces of luggage or flesh. We are human beings and we have sensitivities too. What are the 3 simple things you feel that people sitting in this hall, people around you could actually change to make life more inclusive?
First of all, I want everyone to understand this. Everyone sitting here, everyone watching this, you're all temporarily abled. You're going to need a wheelchair one day. You're going to need a cane, a walker, crutches, some kind of assistive mobility device. Either you, either your family, either your neighbor. And at that point of time, when you can't access anything or you can't even step out of your house, do not come and crib and whine and cry and say, why is India not accessible? Right now, you all have the ability to talk about it, to raise your voice. It's not just our responsibility as people with disabilities to come out and talk about inaccessibility. You all can too, because there's power in numbers. So imagine just going to a restaurant, just imagine 5 people going to a restaurant that's inaccessible every single day, talking to the management and demanding that a ramp be there. Don't you think that they're going to change it? So it's not our responsibility. We need to be the change that we want. We need to raise our voice. It's not just for us, it's for everyone. Accessibility will benefit everybody, not just us.
डॉक्टर सिंह, आपने एक शुरुआत ये भी की और कई आपने जो हक है हमारे इस वर्ग के उनके लिए काम किया है। ATMs, पोस्ट ऑफिस जो हैं वहाँ पर सुगम्य रास्ते हों, इन बेसिक ज़रूरतों के लिए भी जद्दोजहद करनी पड़े।
जी बिल्कुल निधि जी, क्योंकि अगर हम बात करें बैंक और पोस्ट ऑफिसेस की, तो ये एसेंशियल सर्विसेज में आती हैं। और मुझे बोला गया था कि फर्स्ट फ्लोर पर हैं तो हम आपके लिए लिफ्ट नहीं लगा सकते। 5 साल की जद्दोजहद मुझे लगी मेरे मेडिकल हॉस्पिटल के एटीएम और पोस्ट ऑफिस को सुगम्य बनाने के लिए। एक बड़े प्रीमियर इंस्टीट्यूशन जो भारत की राजधानी में है, जिनके पास पैसे की कोई कमी नहीं है, उनके वहाँ लाइब्रेरी में लिफ्ट लगाने के लिए मुझे 7 साल लगे। तो बहुत लंबी लंबी लड़ाइयाँ हैं जिसके लिए हमें काम करना पड़ता है। 2 चीज़ जो इम्पोर्टेंट हैं, टॉप डाउन अप्रोच और बॉटम अप अप्रोच। टॉप डाउन अप्रोच में वी नीड द सपोर्ट ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट व्हेन दे मेक दीज पॉलिसीज टू इन्वॉल्व अस। द सेकेंड इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग इज़ अगेन जो हमारा समाज है, विकलांगता समाज, जिसमें जो लोग विकलांगता के साथ पैदा होते हैं, और एक काफ़ी बड़ा तकबा है जो कि डिसेबिलिटी को एक्वायर करता है। भारत डायबिटीज़ की राजधानी है, रोड ट्रैफिक एक्सीडेंट्स होते हैं, क्रॉनिक इलनेसेस, दे ऑल लेड टू डिसेबिलिटी। सो वी नीड टू थिंक दैट दिस इज़ अ वेरी लार्जर सेक्टर हु विल एक्वायर डिसेबिलिटी। इसलिए जब हम बात करते हैं एक्सेसिबिलिटी की, तो इट इज़ नॉट ओनली related to people with disabilities.
Dr. Singh, I'm just going to bring in on those points you made. Aditi Tatkare has joined us again, the Women and Child Development Minister of Maharashtra. Ms. Tatkare, we've been talking to 3 prominent disability advocates who are saying that we need our voices heard when policies are made. Now, Maharashtra is the first state to have a dedicated ministry for the disabled. How has that actually helped, and what change has that brought in the lives of those who need it?
Firstly, I thank the channel for bringing in this such an important discussion and having prominent people who have been working for the disabled and specifically for them from last so many years. I personally feel their suggestions and their support is important for any state government or be it central government for that matter, who which emphasizes on giving importance and bringing this disabled the people and giving them equal importance compared to the other departments as well. So Maharashtra is the first government which has come up with this Divyang disabled department, and not only coming up with the department but giving it one of the highest budgets, making good provisions for it so that we can actually make difference. This is the first year of the department, and I'm sure through this we'll be able to concentrate more on the various schemes, be it central or state government schemes, and basically penetrate them to the needy and the disabled people. There are so many government schemes which are actually available for disabled that we need to actually promote them and make them reach this sector, this section, so that they can benefit from these various schemes. So I personally feel that every state government should actually initiate a separate department and make sure that they coordinate well with the other departments as well. For instance, I am handling or I am representing the Women and Child Development Department. We have a section, we have few basically not completely, but we are connected to the disabled section as well in terms of women. When we come up with programs or when we come up with schemes, they are indirectly related to disabilities. Then there is a School and Education Development Department, which is again indirectly connected to them as well. So basically what we need to do and what we are trying to do from this different department that's been created is connect with the various departments which are indirectly linked to this section that is disabled.
आदित्य जी, आपकी सरकार ने डोर टू डोर सर्वे भी कराया जिससे कि जो तमाम स्कीम्स हैं सरकार की उनको इम्प्लीमेंट किया जा सके, जो अपना विकलांग वर्ग है, किस तरह से मददगार साबित हुआ है? कुछ जानकारी साझा करना चाहें तो।
एक तो ये सर्वे काफ़ी इम्पोर्टेंट रहता है क्योंकि अगर हम उनके पास सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट या स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स की स्कीम्स पहुंचाना चाहते हैं, अगर लाभार्थी की संख्या, बेनिफिशरीज की संख्या अगर हमें बढ़ानी हो या एक्चुअल जो बेनिफिशरीज है उनकी तरफ पहुंचना हो, तो ये सर्वे काफ़ी इम्पोर्टेंट है मैंने ज़िला परिषद की प्रेसिडेंट भी मैं रही हूँ। मैंने ज़िला परिषद की प्रेसिडेंट भी उस वक्त भी मुझे याद है कि डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज भी हम ये सर्वेस करते थे, तो हमारे पास एक आंकड़ा फिक्स रहता था कि कितने विकलांग या कितने डिसेबल्ड लोग हैं जिले में जिनके पास ये स्कीम्स पहुंचनी चाहिए, जिनके पास ये योजनाओं की हमें उनकी तरफ जानकारी देनी चाहिए और उनको बेनिफिट देना चाहिए। तो ये सर्वेस काफ़ी इम्पोर्टेंट रहते हैं। एक तो ग्राउंड लेवल लाभार्थी की संख्या बढ़ाने में वो एक है, और दूसरी बात जब हम एक सेपरेट डिपार्टमेंट बनाते हैं तो ओवरऑल उनके कितने बेनिफिशियरी स्टेट में रहेंगे उसके लिए ये सर्वेस काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण है। तभी हम उसका बजट, उसके वेरियस स्कीम्स या the basic intention of forming the department is benefiting them. So once we have the survey in hand, only then we can actually reach out the needy and the actual beneficiaries. So I feel it is very important to have that number, exact number or the approximate number of beneficiaries for any scheme for that matter. So I think this is one of the primary stages and the most important stages of having survey and having the number of beneficiaries.
आदित्य जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आपने ये इस ओर कदम बढ़ाया है, क्योंकि बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मंत्रालय है और जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र में ये पहला मंत्रालय इस तरह से बनाया गया है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जुड़ने के लिए। उम्मीद करते हैं आपकी जो योजनाएं हैं ज़मीन पर लागू होंगी जल्दी।
Tiffany, we just heard the minister there, the Minister of Women and Child, and she made the point that there needs to be very close coordination with the Ministry for Disabled or that department for every government department. Do you think, especially for women and child, and it's so important as you talked about your own experiences, to sensitize government officials, policy makers to what children with disabilities go through? What would you like to say, respond to what she said, and what would you suggest are 3 things that you could do really from childhood for people who suffer from these disabilities, for children who suffer from disabilities?
Well, all organizations talk about early intervention, but this early intervention should be done in a very proper manner, especially in the schools. Now, when we have resource teachers, जब हम resource teachers के बारे में कहते हैं तो हम कहते हैं कि सारे government स्कूलों में resource teachers का प्रबंध किया गया है, लेकिन these resource teachers, are they specialized in the disability that is required? Like, I am studying in a school, if I'm studying in DPS Arkepuram, suppose, and the resource teacher appointed in that school is specialized in hearing impairment or in autism spectrum disorder or in mental retardation, how will that help me? So there should be resource teachers allocated by the government according to the children's needs in that particular school. तो ये नहीं हो रहा है, cluster model हो रहा है जहाँ की एक resource room होता है बच्चों के लिए, उन्हें सिर्फ engage कराया जाता है और एक रिसोर्स टीचर होती है, वो थोड़ा बहुत लेसन्स वगैरह सिखाती है, लेकिन उनका वो जो ट्रेनिंग है वो स्पेशलाइज नहीं है, तो इसलिए बहुत सारे डिसेबल बच्चे उसका फ़ायदा नहीं उठा पा रहे हैं. दैट इज़ वन. सेकंड थिंग इज़ फॉर वुमेन देयर शुड बी सम exclusive classes on reproductive health, menstrual hygiene, all these kind of things, especially for women with mental illness, mental disability and autism, locomotor disability, because more than
बहुत अहम बात कही कि स्कूल में किस तरह से जो विविधता है समावेशी होनी चाहिए स्कूल में, और जो विविधता है उसको समझना है हमें. अगर मैं विराली आपके पास आऊँगी, आप व्हील चेयर मिस इंडिया में सेकंड आई, ये अपने आप में बहुत खूबसूरत बात है, क्योंकि हमें जो हमारा ये वर्ग है सिर्फ पोस्ट ऑफिस, हॉस्पिटल्स, ATM ही नहीं जाना, जीवन को सुंदरता से, सशक्तता से जीना भी है. आपने एक नागरिक की तरह माई ट्रेन टू, एयरपोर्ट्स के लिए भी, ट्रेन्स के लिए भी, जो पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट है उसके लिए भी, कैसे हम और जागरूक कर सकते हैं? किस तरह से जो सरकारें हैं, कॉर्पोरेट्स हैं, इस ओर वाकई में ज़मीन पर कदम उठा सकती हैं? क्या सुझाव आपके?
This is a little bit difficult for me to answer because there is no one right answer to this question. I've always believed कि advocacy starts at home. अगर हम हमारे घर को accessible नहीं बनाते हैं, हम बाहर जाके कैसे expect करेंगे that other places will become accessible? We need to start at home. I think it starts with the right education in terms of sensitizing people. आप अगर अपने फैमिली मेम्बर्स को ही नहीं करोगे, आप बाहर जाके एडवोकेट करेंगे, वो कैसे होगा? we will not see change. Again, collectively, हमें सबको बोलना पड़ता है. We need to come out, we need to raise our voice. तब जाके when we actually have this voice out there, that's when people will want to do something about it. And that's where CSR corporates come into play as well. They can help out with these kinds of schemes. And that is how My Train 2 happened. It was through CSR initiatives and CSR projects. तब जाके तो accessible stations बने हैं.
बिल्कुल. एर्नाकुलम के बाद आपने बताया 8 और राज्य थे जहां पर जो रेलवे स्टेशंस हैं वो डिसेबल फ्रेंडली बने.
I'd like to thank all of you. I think the points raised by each one of you are so important and really in taking forward this initiative. I'm so glad that your voices have made such important points. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Thank you. And I would now like to invite back on stage Mr. Kim, the Managing Director and CEO of Hyundai Motor India, Mr. Tarun Garg, the CEO of Hyundai Motor India, Mr. J.T. Park, the Executive Director of Sales, Marketing and Services of Hyundai Motor India, and Sanjay Pugalia, the CEO and Editor-in-Chief of the AMG Media Network, to unveil the logo for Samarth by Hyundai. Thank you all so much. How wonderful it is to see that logo of what's going to be such a meaningful initiative. Thank you all very much. And we just take a very quick break at this point of the conversation. There's lots more ahead to come.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट हुए नहीं कि बिल का मीटर चालू, और ये मीटर पहले आपके ऑफिस का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस खत्म करेगा और फिर सारी सेविंग्स. पर घबराओ नहीं, पॉलिसी बाजार पे 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 390 रुपए महीने से शुरू. ले लो.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, released recently, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
Time for my much needed smoothie. Very fast, totally fresh. And it crushes ice. Cool, na? Usha Tri-Energy Mixer Grinder. See my favorite dishes at ushacook.com.
In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
कितना आसान है हमारे लिए एक नजर में सोच लेना कि वो असमर्थ है, जबकि उनका जुनून, उनकी हर जीत ये बताती है कि वो कितने समर्थ हैं. शान से उठे सर को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं. जीत पर गूंज रहे राष्ट्रगान के हर शब्द को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं. पानी की गहराइयों को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं. हर रुकी नजर को पता है कि वो कितने समर्थ हैं. हर निशाने को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं. चलो इनकी मिसाल से दुनिया की सोच बदलें. चलो एक ऐसी दुनिया बनाएं जहां ये अपने ख्वाब को खुद पूरा कर पाए. समर्थ बाय Hyundai, मंजिल उनकी, साथ हमारा. इस पहल के साथ जुड़े hyundai.co.in पर लॉग इन करें.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing. Profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests of all genders and ages, we are honored to invite on stage Mr. Tarun Garg, CEO of Hyundai Motor India. It'll be great to have you on the stage with us, Mr. Garg, to the launch of Samarth by Hyundai. Mr. Garg, come, do join us. Well, we've seen and heard our disability rights advocates talk about how our spaces are often designed not keeping in mind, the differently abled, and this is a huge problem, obviously. How our attitudes and perceptions exist also plays, a key problem. And I think we really need to be discussing that as well. What do you believe is perhaps the major issue?
So Vishnu, I believe perception of disability is an important aspect that affects not only the well-being of individuals with disabilities, but also the moral compass of the society. A society with positive and sensitive attitudes towards disability will empower individuals with disabilities and lead to their social inclusions. And I feel sorry to say that we as a society have a long, long way to go on this aspect. Today, we take this platform to mark the beginning of Samarth by Hyundai, a purpose-driven initiative that defines what mobility truly means for Hyundai. We believe that every individual, regardless of their ability or disability, should have equal access to this great India, which is a true home of opportunities. This belief is also fully sensed with our company vision of progress for humanity. Samarth, of course, we all know, meaning capable, is our step towards creating a more aware and inclusive society for differently abled individuals in India. We realize that we alone cannot change the entire landscape. So along with NDTV, we want to encourage all Indians, individually or as institutions, to equip the environment around them and generate equal mobility opportunity for every differently abled in India.
In fact, the numbers are quite startling. Our lack of understanding of what a person with a disability has to deal with just to negotiate everyday life is even more so. It is startling. What was Hyundai's thought behind this initiative?
So it's true that, Vishnu, we saw the numbers and we thought we could do a lot here. We have always believed that corporate success is not the only parameter of success, and we must be committed to a larger societal change. It is our responsibility to address the pressing issues in our community. We envision a society which is equitable for all, where there is no bar over opportunities and no glass ceilings. This thought manifested in form of Samarth by Hyundai initiative. It is under our global vision of progress for humanity, wherein we have taken up societal impacting issues across the world to initiate meaningful change.
What is your vision for Samarth by Hyundai? What do you hope to actually see this initiative achieving?
So Vishnu, with Samarth initiative, our vision is to create a society which is barrier-free, which is inclusive, and where differently abled are not disabled by the society due to lack of facilities. This, in our view, is truly mobility for all. Samarth is much more than an initiative. It will become a movement to change mindsets and spark change. We want all corporates and individuals to pledge and work together to create a more equitable and inclusive environment. We on our part have made significant pledges to make a meaningful impact. Hyundai is committed to creating mass-scale awareness and enablement for people with disabilities in India. We are also committing to internalize accessibility by making our dealerships and service centers more accessible. We are dedicated to make our cars differently able friendly for passengers, focusing on safety and comfort. And also, we are working towards making our website disabled friendly.
So we said at the start of the show that Samarth by Hyundai is a step towards creating a more aware and inclusive society. While we talk about accessible physical spaces, we also need to change our own attitudes and perceptions, many of which can often be even bigger barriers than physical ones. And we thought we'd do something quite special for larger societal change. We have to begin by changing our mindsets. That's what we are all asking for you to join us in doing today. Everybody over here, members of all genders and ages, on the tables in front of you are the Samarth by Hyundai Solidarity Badges. We invite you to please pick up one of these and put it on as a sign of your support for equal rights, equal opportunities, equal access and equal capabilities of those with disabilities. Thank you. I'd love to invite on the stage Mr. Ansu Kim, Managing Director and CEO of Hyundai Motor at this stage. Thank you very much for being with us. Well, now this initiative by Hyundai has had wonderful support, in fact, very able support in the form of two partners, Hyundai Motor India Foundation, which is the CSR arm of Hyundai Motor India. It's partnering with Go Sports Foundation and the Samarthanam Trust for the Disabled. Both partners will be supporting the initiative in different ways. I'd like to call up on this stage Deepti Bopaya, the CEO of Go Sports Foundation, also Dr. Mahantesh GK, the founding managing trustee of Samarthanam Trust for the Disabled. Could both of you please come up on the stage? I just request you, Mr. Kim, to just share this memento and hand over this flag. All right, so let me come to you, Deepti, first. In your 15 years, you've supported, 300 emerging and elite Indian athletes. 50 have represented the country. Those are staggering numbers, at the Olympics and Paralympics. In fact, you have 10, and I'm reading this off the screen because the numbers are quite large. 10 Paralympic medalists, 18 medalists from the recent Asian Para Games. I mean, this is remarkable because we talk about our wonderful cricketers, we talk about sports, but let's also spare a thought for incredible achievers that we are referring to over here at the Asian Para Games. What are you hoping to achieve specifically, through this partnership?
Very good morning to everyone, and a big congratulations to Hyundai. I think it's an incredible initiative. Like our panelist earlier spoke about the fact that there's so much to do in this space, and what we're really looking forward to is we believe that parasports gives every athlete an ability to create an identity for themselves. A lot of times, people with disabilities are sometimes shunned at homes, not allowed to really participate, and not really enjoy the exuberance of what sports brings to you. So I think through this partnership, we're really looking forward to create awareness. We're looking forward to get lots of young people with disabilities into the world of sport, into para-sport, and really take them to the best of their ability. It could be the Asian Games, it could be the Commonwealth Games, and ultimately the Paralympics. So really looking forward to this partnership. Thank you very much.
No, and we assure you that, by the end of this, there will be, a significant understanding among people in the country and a general sense of enthusiasm, a genuine sense. Dr. Mahantesh, Swarnathanam is a 5 times national award-winning trust, Samarthanam. Now, you've provided a wide range of support to people with disabilities from education, training, accommodation, nutrition. And of course, India's blind cricket teams, men and women, are winning today at the global level, doing so well. It's because you've grown the game and the players in India. What specific aspect of your work will this partnership be supporting?
Thanks for those lovely words, Vishnu. So this partnership will support Samarthanam, one, to train and promote grassroots level men and women blind cricketers to pursue cricket as a professional sport, and it will help us to take them to next level, play at a national level, and subsequently prepare them to represent India. And also, cricket is just not a sport for us. This game builds a lot of positive qualities in people with visual impairment. It builds camaraderie, leadership quality, competitiveness, determination, and spirit. And through cricket, it enables them to travel around, meet people, and build confidence in themselves. And the most important part of this program is also supporting us to provide assistive devices which will enable persons with disability move comfortably, reduce their dependency, build independence, and focus on their ability, not on this disability. So in all, I think in 3 years, with the support of Hyundai, Samarthanam would have supported 1,000 people. I think it's a great partnership collaboration, and I am confident people with disability will remove their first 3 letters and they become capable contributors, and Samarthanam's vision is to make them taxpayers of this country.
In fact, I wanted to bring in Mr. Garg over here. So, how is this really about the spirit of what we have seen, the sense of enthusiasm, the sense of hope, the sense of competition? How is Hyundai really seen this as being a key part of this initiative?
So I think there is no lack of enthusiasm, there is no lack of ability. It is just about facilitating. It is just about, giving that hand, and with lot of conviction. What I have seen is that it cannot be a lip service. You have to actually believe in it. And let me tell you, yes, while we came here in the morning today, full of enthusiasm, it has grown manifold in the first 2 hours of today. When I've seen everybody talk, and I can see that there is so much more we as a company can do, and maybe inspire others to do as well, because we know that India is a big country, and once it becomes a movement, then there is nothing stopping us. So I think there's a lot of upside to it, and I myself am very, very enthused, that we have partnered, and I'm very, very encouraged to see our 2 NGO partners, and I'm sure that we will make some very meaningful difference, which can actually be measured, and we'll all be very proud of it, that yes, in November 23 we sat together, and we made a difference which we can all see and our future generations can see.
Well, it's time now for a very special performance. The Blind Relief Association is a leading NGO based in Delhi that's approaching the remarkable milestone of 8 decades of dedicated existence and a significant contribution to empowering visually impaired people through education and skill training as well. Amongst the many educational, vocational and training institutes that it runs is the Jormal Periwal Memorial Senior Secondary School for the Blind. That's a residential boys' school from nursery to class 12. So before we get them onto the stage, I'd like to thank you both very much for being with us.
Tu soch, 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 tu soch. तू सोच ले अब तोड़ना है, तू सोच पहाड़ से भिड़ना है। तू सोच ले अब तोड़ना है, तू सोच पहाड़ से भिड़ना है। तू सोच के हम वरना पेंगे, तू सोच के गिर के उठना है। तू सोच, 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 तू सोच। जैसा सोचेगा हम वैसा मंजर कर देंगे। ओ, तू जैसा जैसा सोचेगा हम वैसा मंजर कर देंगे। तेरे जज्बे जीत ले हाँ जीत ले हाँ जीत ले दुनिया यारा, जीत ले हाँ जीत ले हाँ जीत ले दुनिया यारा। समर्थ है हाँ समर्थ है तू समर्थ है मेरे यारा, समर्थ हो। जीत ले हाँ जीत ले हाँ जीत ले दुनिया यारा, जीत ले हाँ जीत ले हाँ जीत ले दुनिया यारा, जीत ले हाँ जीत ले हाँ जीत ले दुनिया यारा, जीत ले हाँ जीत ले हाँ जीत ले दुनिया यारा, जीत ले हाँ जीत ले हाँ जीत ले दुनिया यारा, जीत ले हाँ जीत ले हाँ जीत ले दुनिया यारा, जीत ले हाँ जीत ले हाँ जीत ले दुनिया यारा, जीत ले हाँ जीत ले हाँ जीत ले दुनिया यारा, जीत ले हाँ जीत ले हाँ जीत ले दुनिया यारा, जीत ले हाँ जीत ले हाँ जीत ले दुनिया यारा।
Hello everybody, I'm Gargi Rawat and I have a very accomplished co-anchor here with me today, Syamdev Mukherjee, who likes to go by Den. But then before we get started, I'd like to talk to these young men who sang so well just now. That was an amazing performance. It was very rousing, the anthem of Samarth by Hyundai, and if that very distinctive style hadn't already given it away, the lyricist for this anthem was Varun Grover, of course, and it has been composed by none other than Indian Ocean, one of my very favorite bands. बात करना चाहेंगे इस एंथम के बारे में।
आयुष, आपको ये गाना गा के कैसा लगा?
इस गाने को गाकर बहुत अच्छा लगा, एक जोश सा भर देता है ये शरीर में और ये बहुत अच्छा सॉन्ग है।
और आपको किस तरह का म्यूजिक पसंद है?
मैम, मैं तो अपने मूड के ऊपर है हूँ कि जब जैसा म्यूजिक मतलब जैसा मूड हो वैसा म्यूजिक सुनता हूँ, बाकी सैड सॉन्ग्स बहुत बढ़िया लगते हैं मेरे को सुनने।
अच्छा, और आप में से और भी कोई इसमें ऐड करना चाहेंगे म्यूजिक के बारे में? इसका क्या महत्व है आपके लिए, क्या इम्पोर्टेंस है?
म्यूजिक हमारी लाइफ का एक बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट पार्ट होता है, आप सभी को मालूम होगा। जैसे कि आप वर्क करते हैं कहीं, तो आप वर्क करते करते थोड़ा बहुत चिल करने के लिए म्यूजिक सुनते हैं। कभी आप मतलब कोई भी डिप्रेशन में हो तो उससे लड़ने के लिए म्यूजिक सुन सकते हैं। वोकल ही नहीं, जो इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स प्ले करते हैं, जो इंस्ट्रूमेंटल म्यूजिशियंस होते हैं, वो भी अपनी आत्मा, अपनी पूरे जीवन का संघर्ष जो है वो अपने इंस्ट्रूमेंट के ऊपर डालते हैं और उसकी अपनी जो फीलिंग होती है वो इंस्ट्रूमेंट के ऊपर तराश के आप सबको दिखाते हैं। तो कृपया वोकलिस्ट को ही नहीं, जो इंस्ट्रूमेंटल आर्टिस्ट है, जो डायरेक्टर है, उसको भी बहुत सपोर्ट चाहिए होता है।
जी बिल्कुल। और कोई कुछ ऐड करना चाहेंगे यहाँ पर? थोड़ा और बताइए, आप लोग कितना प्रैक्टिस करते हैं, अक्सर गाते हैं साथ में?
हर मतलब सॉन्ग को प्रैक्टिस पूरा करके उसके बाद उसके लिए मतलब उसको प्रिपेयर करने के लिए पूरा टाइम देते हैं अच्छे से, जब तक प्रिपेयर नहीं हो जाता, और पूरी उस पर मेहनत करते हैं।
इस सॉन्ग को पूरा ठीक से गाने में आपको कितना ज्यादा प्रैक्टिस करना हुआ?
इस सॉन्ग को गाने के लिए हमें मतलब जैसे परसों हमारे पास ऑडियो आ चुका था, तो हमने कल दोपहर में इस सॉन्ग को प्रिपेयर करने में हमें 15 से 20 मिनट लगे थे, सिर्फ 15 to 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, only 15 to 20 minutes. Is this a magic? आप लोग कहाँ परफॉर्म कर चुके हो?
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल तो यहाँ पे आके बहुत अच्छा लगा, पहली बार एक्सपीरियंस। हालांकि हम लोग कई बार हम लोग कॉम्पिटिशन में बाहर जा चुके हैं, हमने डिस्ट्रिक्ट भी खेला हुआ है, हमने जोनल भी खेला हुआ लेवल, लेकिन हमने स्कूल में भी सारे जब प्रोग्राम्स होते हैं वहाँ पे हम पार्टिसिपेट करते हैं, बट यहाँ पे हम पहली बार आए हैं तो थैंक यू। और क्योंकि म्यूजिक जो है वो ऐसा कोई इंसान ही नहीं है जो म्यूजिक ना सुनता हो। कोई रेडियो पे, टीवी पे, अपने फोन पे, अपनी गाड़ी में कहीं भी जाएगा म्यूजिक सुनेगा, कोई काम करेगा, आदमी आएगा थकेगा वो म्यूजिक सुनेगा, उसका एक अलग ही एक फील होता है, अच्छा फील होता है उसे।
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. That was wonderful. A big round of applause, please, everyone, for the lovely choir. With that, we'll just slip into a short break and return with a lot more to stay with us.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट हुए नहीं कि बिल का मीटर चालू, और ये मीटर पहले आपके ऑफिस का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस खत्म करेगा और फिर सारी सेविंग्स। पर घबराओ नहीं, पॉलिसी बाजार पे 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 390 रुपए महीने से शुरू। ले लो।
The Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana is proving to be the most beneficial for citizens of Uttar Pradesh. Thanks to the unwavering commitment of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, UP is providing the best health services under his regime and has bagged the first position in the nation for generating more than 4.77 crore Ayushman Bharat health accounts.
बेहतरीन स्वास्थ्य की सुविधाओं को आगे बढ़ाने के क्रम में 108 और 102 की जो एम्बुलेंस सेवा है उनके रिस्पांस टाइम को भी न्यूनतम स्तर पर लाने के प्रयास किए गए हैं और उसके भी अच्छे परिणाम सामने आए हैं।
UP has also secured the top spot in healthcare professional registrations under Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. In digital OPD token registration and digital health incentive scheme also, UP ranks #1. The list of achievements for UP government can go on and may be an endless one.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
कितना आसान है हमारे लिए एक नजर में सोच लेना कि वो असमर्थ है, जबकि उनका जुनून, उनकी हर जीत ये बताती है कि वो कितने समर्थ हैं। शान से उठे सर को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। जीत पर गूंज रहे राष्ट्रगान के हर शब्द को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। पानी की गहराइयों को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। हर रुकी नजर को पता है कि वो कितने समर्थ हैं। हर निशाने को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। चलो इनकी मिसाल से दुनिया की सोच बदले। चलो एक ऐसी दुनिया बनाएं जहां ये अपने ख्वाब को खुद पूरा कर पाए। समर्थ बाय हंड्रे, मंजिल उनकी, साथ हमारा। इस पहल के साथ जुड़े hungry.co.in पर लॉग इन करें।
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Welcome back. As I had introduced my co-anchor earlier today, I said he was one of my most accomplished co-anchors. So I'd like Den to, tell us a little bit about himself. He has written books. He's an RJ. He's also acted in a movie. So tell us about that, Den.
Yeah, the life has always been a journey. I'm from Calcutta, and I migrated to Bangalore in 2019, just the preceding year to COVID. I work in an organization which names as Enable India. We work for economic independence for people with disability, and there I head innovation, because people with disabilities needs assistive solutions day in and day out. And to make the life simpler, easier, we try to identify solutions not only from the very high priceful tech companies or startups, but also from the grassroots. So that's the work in a nutshell that I do now. Gargi, as I was telling you,
and about your other, roles that you've had in life, an RJ, the movie you were in, the film, and the books.
Yes, so I've written 2 books actually. The first one was a collection of 40 short stories named as Memoirs of Time, and the second book that I wrote was named as 52 Steps. 52 is a very key number for media, and as a radio jockey staying in the helm of the show for 52 weeks was very challenging for me, and I could do that, and that's why I named that book as 52 Steps. In there I have written my radio experiences. The acting, yes, the One Little Finger had been a dream for me. Rupam Sharma, the director, has chosen me for lead character, and therefore I won an award also as a best actor.
Wonderful. Now this initiative, Samarth by Hyundai, it's very, very important. We want to draw attention and to people with disabilities, how we need to make work and corporates more inclusive, and including them in their in their plans. And you had to shift. Den is one of the few people maybe only one I've heard of, who moved from his hometown to a different city, and this was mainly because of work.
Yeah, this was because of livelihood, because just to give a small bit of information to all of us, that is, if Gargi, you need 100 rupees for your survival, daily survival, if people with 1 or 2 disabilities having them, they would need 111 rupees, and people with severe disabilities like me will need 124 rupees for survival. So I needed to earn that 24 rupees extra, and that's why I had to leave my city and switch to a new city when I was 39.
And about your organization, if you could share, how have they made it more comfortable for you to work there?
I have worked in several other organizations, including media, and I would say that Enable India is the most inclusive organization that I have ever worked in. The nooks of inclusion not only lies in people with visible disability, also it lies in understanding the needs of people with invisible disability, and that kind of discussion is just been initiated. And also there is a $13 trillion economy related to disability in the world, which is to be explored. And Enable India has coined the phrase of purple economy, though now United Nations has taken purple economy as something else, but quite a few years back this purple economy was something that we coined, and purple economy has the potential of generating 100 million jobs, and it has a total value of $13 trillion.
Wonderful. And, we hear a lot of talk about, developing to developed nation. India is striving to be a developed nation, and this is something we can't do without including everybody in that development. What has the government done recently that, certain steps that you appreciate?
Yeah. So some of us would say that glass is half empty. Some of us would say that glass is half filled. I am one of those who would always say that glass is half filled, because in the last 4 decades since I was born, I have seen India being transformed. So India has been transformed for betterment. Yes, change is an evolutionary process, and we cannot ask for change overnight. It has to be coming slowly. So primarily, the position of ignorance was there in 1990s. Then some visible factors came in, and some of the people with disabilities got visibility in 1990s. Then in the new millennium, we transformed into a new world where we thought of inclusion for the first time. Then UNCRPD happened. Then India was a signatory to UNCRPD. Due to that, India developed the law, draft law,
yes,
which was passed in 2016. And in last quite a few years, India has really worked to make inclusion possible, because by working in the grassroots, I have learned that grassroots organizations are the most powerful places that our ecosystem has, and we need to make them sustainable. And by making them sustainable, we need to work along with them.
Right, absolutely. And so what are the, things that you'd like to see done immediately? What are those 3 things that the government could do right now? And there's also this urban-rural divide. While a lot of, these efforts create a lot of awareness in our cities, in rural India, there's still, I think, a dire need to do a lot more.
Actually, I did a small bit of research, and in India, I have divided India into 4 segments.
4 segments, okay.
So southern part of India is the most disability-friendly part of India. Then coming to the western part of India, the second most empathetic place that India can have.
And you actually shifted from western India to South India.
Yep.
For a better
And I am a traveler, so I have traveled throughout India almost to 26 states. So by virtue of that, I can tell these things, and my research also follows with that. So then with Western India is the second most best place to live for people with disabilities. Then comes northern part of India. Much to be done in the east and the northeastern part of India, because that is the most unexplored part of India, not only the northeast but the east also.
So as you can see, daily commuting hassles, difficulty accessing office buildings or educational institutions, lack of accessible toilets or lack of study materials in Braille, these are all reasons for people with disabilities opting out of opportunities that should be equally available to all citizens. We don't realize it, but there is a larger cost we're paying for this exclusion, as Den just explained here. To tell us more about this, we'd now like to invite up on stage Ashwini Angadi, founder and trustee, Ashwini Angadi Trust, Bilaku Academy, and Arman Ali, executive director, National Center for Promotion of Employment for Disabled People. All right, so I think we can get started. As I said, Den is my co-anchor, so Den, I'd like you to begin this discussion.
I'll just start with Arman. Arman, in last 20 years, what has been the thing that you saw unexpectedly change in a positive manner? And in last 20 years, one thing that you thought it would change, but it didn't change.
Thank you, Dan. I think in the last 2 decades, what has changed and which is very encouraging is a lot of young people with disabilities have come forward. They are able to articulate their thoughts, they are able to fight for their right. They do not need any medium. And also in the last one decade, I would say, the disability discourse has not remained in metro cities like Delhi or Bombay and so on. I think young people with disabilities have started to take up issues at the very basic district or the village level. What has failed us is education, employment and accessibility. There is a lot of noise around disability. You find disability to be mentioned in every document that you refer to, whether it is, we talk about a film or you talk about anything which is to do with government or private sector, but it remains an afterthought. It remains to answer the basic fundamental right like education for all, employment and accessibility, the freedom to move from one place to another. I think it has not worked.
Thank you, Arman. Ms. Angare, taking context from Arman, just wanted to know that the education dropout for people with disabilities as a whole, what do you think the main reason behind it?
Yeah, the main issue that we are facing in education is mainly lack of accessing technology. So even though we have various types of technology, we are not utilizing it properly and we are not making children aware of those technology. That's the main issue. And see, I am also running a trust which is mostly, most of our trust runs with inclusion. That means I have both visually impaired and non-visually impaired students. They stay together, study together, they fight together, they do everything together. So I encourage our students with vision impairment to go to regular schools. So they actually, in the beginning, they did not take our students, but I convinced them a lot and I spoke about the laws and rights. So now they are so close to our students. So the main reason is, first we should make our education system and education institution teachers to be aware of visually impaired or else the children with disabilities and whatever the rights and laws and what are the technology they are utilizing it and everything.
Right, and Ashwin, if you just share with us your story as well, because with your family and the support you received, you were educated, and now it's amazing that you're doing so much to help other children and ensure that they have those skills to deal with life and get employment.
Of course, I am from a rural part of Karnataka, so I also born with a great gift of God, that's vision impairment. So I went to a school called Shriram Maharshi Academy for the Blind. It's a special school for visually impaired students. So then actually my dream was to become a doctor, but I could not take science even though I had a dream of becoming a doctor. Then I had to take arts. Then I started advocating for people with disabilities. I joined Leonard Cheshire Disabilities as a disabled advocate. And I did so much of, I traveled to so many like states like Delhi, Ranchi, Bhopal, Mumbai. And I could solve so many problems like accessibility, education problem, and like so women, there are many issues faced by women. So those problems are being solved under my leadership. And I used to lead I was a leader of 114 youth. So they are all supported me with making solving problems faced by women and children with disabilities.
What are some of the things, like 3 things that you think could be immediately done by the government? Also earlier, Dan was talking about how the East, he feels a lot more needs to be done there. South India, he says, is much better for people with disabilities.
See, we have a lesson called political science. We have a subject called political science. We study like Indian constitutional rights and everything. So along with the Indian constitutional rights, the UNCRPD and PWD Act and every disability related laws should be studied by our students. So then only our disabled are seen in an empathetic way. Otherwise, what happens is we are capable of doing everything. We will be seen in a sympathetic way. Let me give an example. What is sympathetic feeling towards persons with disability? See, when I was just crossing the road, some girl came to me and she helped me to cross the road and she took a pic with me. And when I went home and I saw her on Facebook with the write-up, I did a great job because I helped her to cross the road. So this is a sympathetic feeling. So if a person with able body, if any person with able body asked any help, will you be taking their pic or putting a Facebook, writing in a Facebook? No, because you don't think it as a help or whatever. But if you help a person with disabilities, you think you have done a great job or whatever. So this is a difference between empathetic and sympathetic. So if our disabled persons should be in an empathetic way, then we should be included on our syllabus. There are many community-based services are also included in schools, like community project-related services are also been included. The same way, the disabled rights and laws should be also included, so that will be the awareness will be built.
To make society more aware and inclusive.
Yeah.
Yes, Dan.
Aman, just to take the question, two things that I would like to tell you. First, I would like to tell the language that needs to be propagated on disability. So we all see that people with special needs, people with other things are being referred as people with disabilities. Why and what is the correct language to be used when interacting to people with disabilities? Could you shed some light on that?
We also want to talk about the issues of employment and how we've talked about education, but also employment and what we would like to see corporates and how they should do more in the workplace.
A lot of our energy goes on getting your terminologies right. Okay, and there's no harm if calling a person who's a wheelchair user a person who's a wheelchair user. You're a gentleman on a wheelchair or a lady on a wheelchair. Then calling that person as specially abled and exceptionally abled and so on, taking away the reality from them. If you look at the terminology like Harijan hasn't solved problems of people who are called Harijan. We still have people who die in our country for manual expense. Now the thing is that in last 75 years of independence of our country, have we ever seen one campaign which is talking about people with disability? One campaign which is talking about a lifespan approach on disability? You see the school chale hum, like the education for all, you see Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, you see Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. These are all very important. You saw campaigns on domestic violence, you saw campaigns on LGBTQ and so on. But AIDS, HIV AIDS, pollution, climate, but have we ever seen anything on disability? Can you put one person on a wheelchair when there's an election making it inclusive? Can you put one person on a wheelchair in any campaign that you have? You don't know what are the needs of disabled people. The needs of disabled people are the same as anybody else in this room. Everybody needs education, everybody needs employment, everybody needs housing, shelter.
So I have to say, at NDTV we have done several programs and we've covered this issue quite extensively over my career of 20 years, which is why this partnership I think works so well.
My deep appreciation for all that, and even Samarth I think is fantastic. But disability is a state subject, okay, and disability needs investment. And and when there's awareness, like Madam is saying, like Dan is saying, that if you include disability in everything that you do, it only makes you a better facility. And the law is very clear, you know, and for, again, what like ma'am was saying, when you look at disability, you think of disability as a welfare and a charity and a to do, but that's not the case. You know, then talked about cost of disability. What is the cost of disability of a person with disability in this country? Despite you paying tax, what is that you get? You're not able to use public transport. You're not able to use any public building, any public places, any product or services in this country. Is it made keeping in mind the need of disabled people? No. So, you know, and there's a law for all this. It's not something that I woke up this morning and prepared to say this here. It's part of the law which is passed by the parliament of this country, and any product and services has to be disabled friendly. And there is a need to be more programs like this, Samarth and NDTV's initiative to create more awareness about disabled people. And it is it's a common sense. India is the most populous country in the world. It will also have the highest number of disabled people in this world. And who should we be then?
All right, here I'd like to tell you a bit more about Samarth by Hyundai and why it's not one of those, you know, flash in the pan initiatives. It is a prolonged initiative, and the eventual aim of Samarth by Hyundai is to effect change. We don't want this just to be a conversation that ends today. We need this to be a movement, as we've been hearing from all our panelists today, that looks for barriers to accessibility, inclusivity, physical or otherwise. It makes us all think about how we can remove them. Action with accountability, that's the idea behind this initiative. But where are these barriers to be found? How can they be removed? And who is responsible for their removal? To answer these questions, Samarth by Hyundai is also conducting an annual survey to assess how accessible public places are, how aware and inclusive the citizens are. So if you could tell us then where are these places and where are we going to do these surveys?
Yes, Hyundai has chosen 20 cities, and the span that ranges is Delhi NCR, Maharashtra, West Bengal, Kerala, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh.
That's right, so 20 cities across 6 states. Now the findings of this survey will become part of a white paper. Every year thereafter, for 3 years, we'll revisit those spots to see how they have changed to become more accessible and convenient for those with disabilities. The survey will also take attitudes, perceptions and mindsets into account to put together a complete picture of how inclusive the city is for those with disabilities. And clearly through all these conversations we're having today, there's a lot that needs to be done.
Actually, Samarth by Hyundai is one of the most important programs that I have attended, because this program has been co-created with people with disabilities. I have got into calls, and that's made some difference. And when you are taking a path of co-creation, it's amazing when you are co-creating with people with disabilities. Any program that is something that we all would take forward. Thank you for that. Gargi, would you like to take forward?
Right. Again, about employability, if I can ask you, Arman, that's one thing we want to just come back to. 3 things that need to be done when we talk about, you know, more braille signages or elevators, voice-activated elevators, more ramps. That clearly is something that we need to have more of in our cities, in rural parts. What one of the panelists said earlier is that all of us will have some kind of disability later in life, and so we all need to think about that right now as well for everyone.
You know, one thing, you know, Gargi, I must tell you, disability is not something we should all be scared of. It's not something we should all be afraid of. It's part of life. It's one of the human diversities. Now, for employment, I think it's very important that we have a compliance. The law is very clear. The law says that every establishment with more than 20 employees must have an equal opportunity policy registered at their state with the Commissioner for Disabilities Office. So equal opportunities, like in every, you know, how many establishments can you think of would have more than 20 employees? I think millions of them. And migration is a huge problem for people with disability. One find it very difficult to migrate from one state to another, one district to another, one city to another. So I think that's one. Looking at self-employment, where there is a focus on people with disability, how they can become entrepreneurs with disability. How can you create an ecosystem which supports that?
Right.
And
I'm sorry to interrupt you there. We're now also joined by UP's Deputy Chief Minister Brajesh Pathak. UP is, of course, one of India's largest states with the largest population, so a lot of work there. Thank you so much हमारे से जुड़ने के लिए इस मुहिम में. ब्रजेश पाठक जी, अगर आप बता सकते हैं अगर आप बता सकते हैं उत्तर प्रदेश में क्या किया जा रहा है विकलांग के लिए.
नमस्कार, बहुत बहुत आभार आपका. आपने बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण सब्जेक्ट पर आज डिस्कशन रखा है. दिव्यांगजन हमारी सरकार के लिए प्राथमिकता की सूची में है. उनके लिए उच्च कोटि की चिकित्सा व्यवस्था उपलब्ध हो, उनको रहने खाने में उनके जीवन स्तर को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सरकार लगातार काम कर रही है. उनके शिक्षा के लिए भी अच्छे इंतजाम किए जा रहे हैं. हमारे उत्तर प्रदेश में दिव्यांगजन विश्वविद्यालय सरकारी पहले से एक चल रहा है. इसके अलावा भी हाल ही में हमारे पास जगत गुरु श्री रामभद्राचार्य जी के नाम से जो चित्रकूट में एक विश्वविद्यालय केवल दिव्यांगजनों के लिए था, उसको भी सरकार ने अपने अधिपत्य में लेते हुए व्यवस्थित ढंग से उनको उच्च कोटि की शिक्षा देने के लिए 2 विश्वविद्यालय उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार संचालित करने का काम कर रही है. चिकित्सा व्यवस्था में उन्हें प्राथमिकता मिले, इसके लिए सभी चिकित्सालयों में उनके लिए अलग से काउंटर स्थापित किए गए हैं और उनको स्वास्थ्य लाभ मिलने में प्राथमिकता पर हमने रखा. यदि किसी भी चिकित्सालय में कोई दिव्यांगजन स्वास्थ्य लाभ के लिए जाता है, दवाई के लिए जाता है, तो उसे प्राथमिकता पर हम देखते हैं. इसके अलावा भर्ती की प्रक्रिया भी उनके लिए सरल की है. सभी अस्पतालों में हमने रैंप बनाए हैं जिसे व्हील चेयर के माध्यम से वो पहुंच सके. इसके अलावा समय समय पर हमारा दिव्यांगजन विभाग अभियान चला करके सभी ऐसे दिव्यांगजनों को जो उनके सहायतार्थ उपकरण हैं, चाहे उनको ट्राईसाइकिल देना हो, चाहे मोटराइज साइकिल देना हो, चाहे उन्हें बैसाखी देना हो, सुनने के लिए अच्छी मशीन देना हो, या अन्य जो उपकरण हैं उनको लगातार, चाहे हमारे जो दिव्यांगजन हैं जिनको दृष्टि से दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है, दृष्टिविहीन है, उनके लिए स्टिक भी हम लोग प्रदान लगातार करते हैं. ये हमारी सरकार के प्राथमिकता के एजेंडे में है. और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने सबसे बड़ी बात ये की कि पूरे विभाग के नाम को बदलने का काम किया. हम सब जानते हैं कि माननीय मोदी जी की सोच वहां तक है जहां तक कोई सोच नहीं सकता. पहले लोग इस विभाग को दूसरे नाम से जाना जाता था. लोग इस प्रकार के नाम लेते थे विकलांग जैसे कोई अभिशाप हो, लेकिन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने दिव्यांगजन नाम दिया है. दिव्यांगजन का मतलब उनके पास विशेष रूप से कुछ ऐसा ईश्वर ने प्रदत्त किया है जो अन्य लोगों में नहीं है. तो इस प्रकार के वातावरण क्रिएट उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने किया है कि दिव्यांगजन सुव्यवस्थित ढंग से जिंदगी अपनी व्यतीत करें और उनको जीवन के हर पहलू में आगे बढ़ने का अवसर मिले.
जी पाठक जी, समर्थ बाय हंडे का जो इनिशिएटिव है, इसका आप आगे क्या देखते हैं? आप क्या चाहते हैं कि ये इनिशिएटिव करें?
लगातार इस प्रकार के जो इनिशिएटिव हैं इनको हम स्वागत करते हैं. और विभिन्न जो एनजीओज हैं, आपका चैनल भी लगातार, एनडीटीवी भी लगातार इस प्रकार के कार्यक्रम चलाता रहता है, चाहे स्वच्छ हवा हो, स्वच्छ पानी हो. अब दिव्यांगजनों की मुहिम लेकर के हम सब आए हैं. मैं ऐसे सभी कार्यक्रमों का स्वागत करता हूं और मैं इस बात का भरोसा एनडीटीवी के माध्यम से सभी लोगों को दिलाता हूं कि उत्तर प्रदेश में हर स्थिति में हम दिव्यांगजनों के जीवन स्तर को ऊपर उठाने के लिए काम करेंगे और उनके साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर खड़े होंगे.
जी, और एक्सेसिबिलिटी की बहुत बात हो रही थी यहाँ पर. काफ़ी हमारे जो पैनलिस्ट आए हैं वो बात कर रहे हैं कि उनको जो मूवमेंट में काफ़ी दिक्कतें होती हैं दिव्यांग लोगों के लिए. इसके बारे में आप उत्तर प्रदेश में क्या करेंगे?
देखिए, दिव्यांगजनों को मूवमेंट में दिक्कत ना आए, इसके लिए सभी हमारे जो स्थानीय परिवहन की व्यवस्थाएं, चाहे सिटी बसेज हो, चाहे मेट्रो हो, उसमें रैंप बनाए गए हैं. लो फ्लोर की बसें चलाई गई हैं. सिटी बसेज में दिव्यांगजन अपनी ट्राईसाइकिल सहित यात्रा कर सके, उसके लिए बस के में प्रॉपर ढंग से रैंप बना करके चढ़ने की व्यवस्था है. इसके अलावा उनको मोटराइज साइकिल भी हम देते हैं. अब तो और भी अच्छा हो गया, पर्यावरण की दृष्टि से हम उन्हें सोलर साइकिल भी दे रहे हैं जो बैटरी चालित है, वो भी उन्हें प्रदान कर रहे हैं. और कहीं भी कोई अगर ऐसा हमारे जो एनजीओज हैं या आपके माध्यम से किसी प्लेटफॉर्म पर इस प्रकार की सूचना प्राप्त होती है कि दिव्यांगजनों को कहीं भी कोई आवश्यकता है, तो हमारी सरकार प्रतिबद्धता के साथ सभी के साथ खड़ी है.
जी ब्रजेश पाठक जी, हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया.
बहुत बहुत आभार आपका. धन्यवाद, आपने अच्छे विषय पर हमें अपने साथ जोड़ा है. मैं इसके लिए आपका हृदय से आभार प्रकट करता हूँ.
जी, thank you, and thank you so much to my panelists here, and thank you for joining us. We'll slip into a short break now.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
देखो यार, जिंदगी का कोई भरोसा नहीं, पता नहीं कब फोटो पे हार चढ़ जाए और फैमिली का फ्यूचर, बच्चों की पढ़ाई खतरे में पड़ जाए। तो आज ही पॉलिसी बाजार से 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस कराओ, सिर्फ 525 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
Which I feel inside. Hold me tight, just hold me tight.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Pure Wash Electronic Seat by Kohler. Wish everything was this intelligent.
कितना आसान है हमारे लिए एक नजर में सोच लेना कि वो असमर्थ है, जबकि उनका जुनून, उनकी हर जीत ये बताती है कि वो कितने समर्थ हैं। शान से उठे सर को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। जीत पर गूंज रहे राष्ट्रगान के हर शब्द को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। पानी की गहराइयों को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। हर रुकी नजर को पता है कि वो कितने समर्थ हैं। हर निशाने को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। चलो इनकी मिसाल से दुनिया की सोच बदलें। चलो एक ऐसी दुनिया बनाएं जहां ये अपने ख्वाब को खुद पूरा कर पाए। समर्थ बाय हंड्रे, मंजिल उनकी, साथ हमारा। इस पहल के साथ जुड़े hungry.co.in पर लॉग इन करें।
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Joining us now on stage is Smriti Irani, Minister of Women and Child Development in the Government of India. Thank you so much, ma'am, for taking time out and coming for this very special initiative. And this is Jen, my co-anchor for this session. We wanted to start by asking you about what is it that the government is doing currently. We were talking about employment opportunities for those with disabilities, from education to corporates to providing that actual employment, but what is the government doing to help skill people?
We already have, through the various ministries of the Government of India, skilled close to 1,94,000 people who have disabilities, or as the Prime Minister says, Divyang. But I think that we need to dial back a little, Gargi. Where do you first identify an individual or a child who has a challenge? One of the greatest, I think, challenges for a family is to come to terms with the fact that this is a child that needs support, this is a child with potential, and this is a child who, if you give the support that the child so deserves, can go possibly a longer way than you could possibly ever have gone. So I think, and I was just discussing with Sanjay ji, we in the Ministry of Women and Child Development, through close to 14 lakh Anganwadis, in the first week of December now, are launching one of the largest campaigns in the country, where children under the age of 6, in collaboration with chief medical officers, in collaboration with our colleagues in the Ministry of Social Justice, we will help identify children who are in need of that support, children who are in need of identification if they have some kind of a challenge or if they have some kind of a disability. And these are children who are currently 7.5 crores in numbers within our Anganwadi systems already. Now, with the early identification, there is a multiplier effect. One, there is an early understanding in collaboration with the medical community, with the local community, with the Anganwadi Asha workers, and with parents as to what is the challenge that the child faces, what is the support system that is currently available, what is the alternative to, let's say, early childhood education that the child deserves, and what is the long-term need of the child from an academic point of view. For instance, today, out of the 11 lakh plus government aided schools across the country, or government schools, already in terms of accessibility, there has been infrastructure provided to close to 8,33,000 schools, which means we will also help identify the nearest school for a community where a child with disability needs that additional support or can help gain access. It will also help us identify Anganwadi centers which need additional infrastructural support vis-a-vis children that have to be catered to with regards to disability. And I think that much has been spoken today with regards to
I think it's wonderful that you're going through the Anganwadis, because earlier we were talking about, we hear a lot in urban India, but in rural India there's a lot of need, and as you said, to identify children, to encourage teachers and parents as well.
I think with identification also comes this whole social output, that this is not a child who has to face challenges alone. This is a child where communities need to come together in support of such a family. And I think that is what will help resonate. That is my belief when we begin this particular collaboration across all states. We've already onboarded all state governments. We've already onboarded across 18 ministries, our colleagues and partners, and stakeholders like UNICEF are already in support of this venture of ours.
Madam Minister, what I have seen, still there is immense amount of stigma related to disability. And in that part, to remove the stigma, what kind of awareness initiatives can be ideated or initiated from your department, ma'am?
I think that the outreach with regards to Anganwadis and the systemic intervention to help identify disabilities amongst children is one such tool to ensure that the stigmatization around the issue can be reduced. I also believe that there is a need to tell the story of more and more individuals who have received credit support to grow their businesses. Today, close to 1,000 crores by the Government of India and the National Corporation has been given to people who wanted to start small businesses. Close to 1,43,000 individuals with disabilities, what, as I said, we call Divyang, they have not only taken that credit, but they have helped better their livelihoods, their small and medium enterprises, of which research now shows that 89% of those who took this credit for their businesses have now improved not only their monthly takeaway financially, but also substantially improved their own way of living. So I think the fact that you've had an economic measure as to when you have access to, let's say, credit, what is the equivalent impact on the individual or the family's life, I think those stories need to be told even more, because you may have had the Paralympics and how they did so well in the medal tally. That has made national headlines, but the headlines also need to now tell stories about those individuals who've had disabilities but have done stupendously well financially.
Absolutely, ma'am. When we talk about disability and people with disability, we get lots of questions about employment. Generation of employment in the grassroots area is a challenge. So what can be expected in the upcoming years of the vision that we have, our government has, of becoming the third largest economy in the world?
So I think that one of the factors that can help enhance employability is the access to education and skill. So when I talk about the Anganwadi intervention, one needs to recognize that if you have this kind of an intervention early in life, you are psychologically preparing the individual child and the family unit to succeed. That this cannot be looked upon as an impediment to success, but this is a challenge that can be overcome with additional support, academically, infrastructurally. I think there has to be a psychological conversation around the issue of disability at the grassroots. Once you provide access to educational institutions, as I have said to Gargi, that out of the 11 lakh schools today, we have access created in 8,33,000 schools. But apart from that, where are you now creating access? There are 35 international airports that now have access, 55 domestic airports that have access. So if you create access in more and more streams of mobility, then you create more opportunity. If in an age where AI is being leveraged or instrumentality becomes the fulcrum of manufacturing, how much of those who have a disability or those who are Divyang can be encouraged to work with machines and machine tools? And not only work with machine tools, there is an elaborate industry that can be leveraged with regards to production of machine tools within our country. So I think that there is a whole economy and an ecosystem that can be serviced, and those are the employment opportunities that you've been talking about.
Right, absolutely. Access to education, as you said, accessibility for movement around our cities and various parts of the country. If you could share with us what the government is doing and what in the ministries as well. We heard earlier of a complaint about going to a government department, how, where the office was on the first floor, there was no elevator available. These kind of issues is something we should not be, coming across.
Today accessed over 1,011 government buildings in terms of accessibility. But do recognize that we are in a structure where the center and the state both collaborate on issues of accessibility. And one needs to also recognize that the issue around providing better infrastructure around disability was not a conversation on main stages such as this, let's say 12 years ago or 10 years ago. So I think more of the conversations that happen around mobility, about infrastructure, about skilling, about financing manufactural needs of people with disabilities, I think that's where there will be more and more awareness and a need. Why only from individuals who have a disability? Why not by all citizens concerned? So why only look at access to, let's say, a government building? Why not all housing societies? Why not all so-called gated communities? Why not all village infrastructure? So I think the sky is the limit in terms of how to create more and more opportunity. And do remember, we have not reached the utopian state where our population is not set to grow beyond what it is today. You will have now more and more centers which are not completely urban in nature, which are not completely rural in nature, which are right in the middle called urban. How many of those centers now have infrastructure to take a whole force of individuals that are thronging? And how many such individuals or institutions now have created that accessibility?
All right. Well, thank you so much, Minister, for talking to us and sharing so much about what the government is planning. And, this initiatives like this need support from ministers like you and more awareness to be created around this.
Thank you for having this conversation. Much needed.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Unsu Kim, MD and CEO, Hyundai Motor India, and Mr. Tarun Garg, COO, Hyundai Motor India, to present a small memento to Ms. Irani.
कितना आसान है हमारे लिए एक नजर में सोच लेना कि वो असमर्थ है, जबकि उनका जुनून, उनकी हर जीत ये बताती है कि वो कितने समर्थ हैं। शान से उठे सर को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। जीत पर गूंज रहे राष्ट्रगान के हर शब्द को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। पानी की गहराइयों को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। हर रुकी नजर को पता है कि वो कितने समर्थ हैं। हर निशाने को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। चलो इनकी मिसाल से दुनिया की सोच बदले। चलो एक ऐसी दुनिया बनाएं जहां ये अपने ख्वाब को खुद पूरा कर पाए। समर्थ बाय Hyundai, मंजिल उनकी, साथ हमारा। इस पहल के साथ जुड़े hyundai.co.in पर लॉग इन करें।
The love which I had seen in her eyes and promises of a new sunrise. If you hold me tight, you'll feel the love which I feel inside. Hold me tight, just hold me tight.
In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
Pure Wash Electronic Seat by Kohler. Wish everything was this intelligent.
Welcome back to this very special initiative and coverage today of the launch of Samarth by Hyundai. And who better to talk to us about it than the Minister for Social Justice and Empowerment, Dr. Virendra Kumar.
तो आपको बताऊं दर्शकों, यहाँ पर डॉक्टर वीरेंद्र कुमार अपनी सादगी के लिए जाने जाते हैं। सामाजिक न्याय और अधिकारिता मंत्री हैं ये, सोशल जस्टिस एंड एम्पावरमेंट। तो आज का जो विषय है जिस पे हम चर्चा कर रहे हैं, उसके लिए शायद सबसे महत्वपूर्ण व्यक्ति आप यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं सर। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद समय निकालने के लिए अपने इस बिजी शेड्यूल में। आपका क्या नज़रिया है, आपका जो मंत्रालय है किस ओर किस तरह से आगे बढ़ रहा है कि इनके जीवन को सुगम बनाया जाए?
हमारा मंत्रालय जो अपने देश की करुणा, मानवता, सहानुभूति, जो हमारे भारतीयता के भरे हुए सिद्धांत हैं, उन सिद्धांतों को पूरी तरह से आत्मसात करता हुआ दिव्यांगजन हमारे समाज के महत्वपूर्ण अंग हैं और देश के प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के द्वारा पहले इनको तरह तरह के शब्दों से संबोधित किया जाता था, लेकिन उन्होंने जो दिव्यांगता शब्द से संबोधन दिया, उससे मैंने देखा कि मैं देश भर में अनेक स्थानों पर जाता हूँ, दिव्यांगजनों के बीच में जाता हूँ, उनको जो आत्मिक प्रसन्नता का भावना उनके अंदर जो आई, उसको शब्दों में व्यक्त नहीं किया जा सकता। उनको ये लगता है कि हमारा कोई अपना है जिन्होंने हमको हमारी भावनाओं को समझने का, हमारी भावनाओं को स्पर्श करने की पहल की है। और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने दिव्यांगजनों के लिए दिव्यांगता अधिकार अधिनियम 2016, इसमें दिव्यांगजनों के लिए जो सरकारी नौकरियों में आरक्षण है, बहुत सारे बदलाव किए गए। तो उसमें 3% से बढ़ाकर 4% किया गया। शासकीय मान्यता प्राप्त जो स्कूल हैं उसमें भी आरक्षण 3% से बढ़ाकर 5% किया गया। जो दिव्यांगता की श्रेणियां थीं, 7 श्रेणियां, उन 7 श्रेणियों को बढ़ाकर 21 किया गया। यानी अब 21 तरह की श्रेणियों को उसमें दिव्यांगता में शामिल किया गया, जिससे बड़ी मात्रा में दिव्यांगजनों को शासन की योजनाओं का लाभ मिल रहा है, वो आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
जो आपने योजनाओं की बात की, अगर कुछ साझा करना चाहें, क्योंकि यहाँ पर हम जिस तरह से अगर पूछना चाहें, 3 कदम अगर आप चाहें बताना चाहें कि जिस ओर आप आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और जो लोग जागरूक हों समाज, क्योंकि जब आप नेतागण बोलते हैं तो लोग सोचते हैं, समझते हैं और उस पर आगे बनते हैं, आगे बढ़ते हैं।
दिव्यांगजनों के जीवन में उनके एक तो शैक्षणिक क्षेत्र, सार्वभौमिक सुगम्यता, समावेशी शिक्षा और प्रशिक्षित पुनर्वास कर्मी। नई शिक्षा नीति के माध्यम से इस दिशा में काफ़ी सार्थक पहल प्रारंभ की गई है और कक्षा 1 से लेकर 6वीं कक्षा तक की पुस्तकों का भारतीय सांकेतिक भाषा में उसका रूपांतरण किया गया। इसके साथ ही साथ ब्रेल प्रेस की स्थापना की गई। इस ब्रेल प्रेस की स्थापना से जो हमारे दृष्टिबाधित छात्र हैं, ऐसे दृष्टिबाधित छात्रों को ब्रेल लिपि के माध्यम से अपने शिक्षा के अवसरों को आगे बढ़ाने का एक अच्छा अवसर उनको प्राप्त हो रहा है। और आरसीआई के माध्यम से हम पुनर्वास कर्मियों को प्रशिक्षित करके ताकि उनके जीवन में सुगमता लाने के प्रयासों को और भी गतिशीलता के साथ में कैसे आगे बढ़ाया जा सकता है। साथ ही साथ हमारी जो योजना है कि शिक्षा के साथ ही साथ दिव्यांगजनों को कौशल विकास के ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम के साथ में जोड़ करके उनको एक और जहां शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़ाया जाए, वहीं शिक्षा के साथ ही साथ स्किल ट्रेनिंग के प्रोग्राम के साथ में जोड़ करके उनके अंदर एक स्वावलंबन का भाव उनके अंदर लाने के लिए उस दिशा में भी हम सार्थकता के साथ में कदम आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। और एक नई तरह की शुरुआत और इसके साथ जोड़कर की गई है दिव्य कला मेला। दिव्य कला मेले में अभी तक हमारे 9 मेले हमारे हो चुके हैं। इन दिव्य कला मेलों में हमारे दिव्यांगजन देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों में अलग अलग तरह की चीज़ों को बनाते हैं, लेकिन वो अपने गांव में या शहर के हिस्सों में एक स्थान पर बैठे रहते थे। उनके द्वारा निर्मित वस्तुओं को विक्रय के लिए प्लेटफार्म नहीं मिल पाता था। ये दिव्य कला मेले के माध्यम से दिव्यांगजनों के द्वारा निर्मित वस्तुओं को विक्रय के लिए एक सशक्त प्लेटफार्म उपलब्ध हो रहा है। वहीं इसको ई-कॉमर्स के साथ में भी जोड़ा जा रहा है। तो शासन के प्रयासों से ये सुगम्यता के क्षेत्र में जो कदम आगे बढ़ाए गए हैं, सुगम्य भारत अभियान, बाधा रहित भारत।
तो डॉक्टर कुमार, these are very important initiatives, but जैसे आज जो disability right advocates आए थे, they said what they want, the main thing is inclusivity और accessibility. जैसे रेलवे स्टेशन पे, जैसे एयरपोर्ट्स, जैसे if they want to go and see a movie, how accessibility to cinema halls, simple things like access to public toilets. How can the government in making even monuments accessible to people who are disabled?
आपने बहुत अच्छी बात पूछी है। इसके लिए सुगम्य भारत अभियान को जो काफ़ी सक्षमता के साथ में आगे बढ़ाया जा रहा है। केंद्र और राज्य सरकार के लगभग 1700 भवनों को पूरी तरह से सुगम्य बनाया गया है। 35 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हवाई अड्डों को सुगम्य बनाया गया है, 55 घरेलू हवाई अड्डों को सुगम्य बनाया गया है, 709 रेलवे स्टेशन उनको सुगम्य बनाया गया है। अब वो सुगम्य उनके चलिए, चाहे वो शौचालय की बात हो, रैंप की बात हो, हैंडल्स की बात हो, जब वो प्लेटफार्म पर या फ्लाईओवर पर चलते हैं तो उनको चलने के लिए अलग से टाइल्स लगाकर, ताकि उन पर चलकर वो जो है ना चलते हुए आसानी से उनको पहचान हो जाती है कि हमको कहाँ से सीधे जाना है, कहाँ से हमको उतरना है। ऐसे बहुत सारे प्रयास सुगम्य भारत अभियान के अंतर्गत किए गए। लगभग 42,000 बसों को आंशिक रूप से और 8,000 बसों को पूर्णतः सुगम्य बनाया गया है। केंद्र और राज्य की लगभग 700 वेबसाइट को भी सुगम्य बनाया गया है
जी।
और सुगम्यता के क्षेत्र में हम काफ़ी सक्षमता के साथ में क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, बल्कि बहुत सारे हमारे दिव्यांगजनों का इस क्षेत्र में काफ़ी अच्छा सहयोग भी मिल रहा है।
ये इनिशिएटिव, ये पहल जो हम कर रहे हैं, इसमें एक तथ्य ये भी सामने आया कि उसको जो भी तमाम स्कीम्स हैं, योजनाएं, उनको मॉनिटर किया जाए। आप का मंत्रालय या आप किस तरह से आंकलन करते हैं कि ज़मीन पर ये स्थितियां या योजनाएं पहुंच रही हैं? क्योंकि एक आंकड़ा ये आया कि 40% हमारे जो दिव्यांग या ऐसे वर्ग के हमारे लोग हैं, उनके पास रोज़गार के साधन नहीं है। तो किस तरह से आप मॉनिटर करते हैं? क्या आपका आंकलन रहता है?
हम इसके लिए राज्य स्तर पर, जिला स्तर पर और राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर हमारी एक और कार्यशालाओं का आयोजन करते हैं, सेमिनार का भी आयोजन करते हैं और जागरूकता सृजन के भी कार्यक्रमों का आयोजन किया जाता है, जिससे कि दिव्यांगजनों को एक और तो शासन की योजनाओं की जानकारी मिल सके, उन योजनाओं को वो लाभ उठा सकें और अपने साथ ही साथ बाकी दिव्यांगजनों को भी उन योजनाओं के साथ में जोड़कर अपने जीवन में आगे बढ़ने के लिए मार्गदर्शन करें। तो ये केवल केंद्र सरकार और राज्य सरकार से अकेले नहीं, केंद्र सरकार और राज्य सरकार के साथ ही साथ समाज सेवी संगठनों, NGO और जो हमारे प्रतिष्ठित व्यावसायिक प्रतिष्ठान हैं, ऐसे प्रतिष्ठित व्यावसायिक संस्थानों का भी सहयोग इसमें नितांत आवश्यक है। सभी मिलकर जब कदम से कदम मिलाकर आगे बढ़ेंगे तो दिव्यांगजनों के जीवन में न केवल सुगम्यता आएगी, वो आर्थिक रूप से स्वावलंबी बनेंगे, बल्कि जो भारत को विकसित राष्ट्र बनाने का सपना है, उस भारत को विकसित राष्ट्र बनाने के सपने में सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और उसमें सभी का सामूहिक प्रयास, ये उसमें दिव्यांगजनों का भी सामूहिक प्रयास उसमें जुड़ सके।
हमारा जो आज का इनिशिएटिव पहले, इसमें जो टैगलाइन है वो ये है, मंजिल उनकी साथ हमारा। और हंडे द्वारा जो ये समर्थ का कार्यक्रम इसको हम जब कर रहे हैं, इसमें एक ये महत्वपूर्ण पहलू ये भी है कि हम समाज को जोड़ें। लेकिन आप हमारे नेतागण हैं, जब नेतागण कुछ कहते हैं तो लोग सुनते भी हैं। आप अगर वापस जाएंगे अपने मंत्रालय में, 3 क्या चीज़ें तत्कालिक तौर पर करना चाहेंगे जिससे ये इनिशिएटिव आगे बढ़े, और जो समर्थ के साथ भी आप उनको क्या कहेंगे कि आप क्या होना देना चाहते हैं इस कार्यक्रम द्वारा, इस इनिशिएटिव द्वारा?
समर्थ के द्वारा ये जो कार्यक्रम का आयोजन किया गया है, मैं तो सबसे पहले उनके लिए हृदय से धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। समाज के ऐसे सबसे संवेदनशील प्रसंगों को स्पर्श करने की जो पहल उनके द्वारा की गई है, यह अपने आप में काफ़ी प्रशंसनीय है। और जैसा कि मैंने आपसे पूर्व में कहा, दिव्यांगजनों के लिए सार्वभौमिक सुगम्यता, समावेशी शिक्षा और प्रशिक्षित पुनर्वास कर्मी, इन तीनों के माध्यम से हम दिव्यांगता के क्षेत्र में दिव्यांगजनों को उनके आर्थिक, सामाजिक, शैक्षणिक सशक्तिकरण की दिशा में काफ़ी सक्षमता के साथ में और इन पहलों को और भी ज़्यादा आगे बढ़ाने का, संकल्पों को सिद्धि तक पहुंचाने की भावना को हम जन जन तक पहुंचाना चाहते हैं, जिसमें समाज का भी सहयोग आवश्यक है, जिसमें केंद्र और राज्य सरकारों के साथ साथ NGO का भी सहयोग आवश्यक है। और आपने इस संवेदनशील मुद्दे के माध्यम से हमारे दिव्यांगजनों के प्रति सरकार तो अपना काम कर रही है, लेकिन इसको ऐसे कार्यक्रम के माध्यम से मैं वास्तव में इसके लिए शब्दों का चयन नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ कि आपने इतने अच्छे विषय का चयन करके समाज के संवेदनशील हमारे भाइयों बहनों के बारे में सोचा और बताया गया कि काफ़ी बड़ी मात्रा में यहाँ पर हमारे दिव्यांग भाई बहन देश भर से आए, उनकी सफलता की सक्सेस स्टोरी भी यहाँ पर रखी गई। मैं तो दिन भर यहाँ नहीं रह पाया, लेकिन एक सफलता के संबंध में आपके सामने कहना चाहता हूं, एक सत्येंद्र लोहिया नाम का नौजवान है, मध्य प्रदेश का है, ग्वालियर का है, और उसने अभी पिछले दिनों इंग्लिश चैनल को दोनों तरफ से पार किया। दिव्यांग नौजवान ने एक विश्व रिकॉर्ड बनाने का काम किया। ऐसे भी दिव्यांगजनों के बीच में प्रतिभाएं हैं, इन प्रतिभाओं को ढूंढ करके और हमारे दिव्यांगजनों के लिए एक मॉडल के रूप में आगे लाने का काम, कि दिव्यांगजनों के अंदर न प्रतिभा की कमी है, न उनके अंदर परिश्रम की कमी है, न उनके अंदर पुरुषार्थ की कमी है, न उनके अंदर पराक्रम की कमी है। उनकी क्षमताओं को आगे बढ़ाने की जो पहल आपके द्वारा की जा रही है, उसके लिए मैं आप सबका हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आभार करना चाहता हूँ।
Dr. Kumar, thank you so much for supporting this initiative. Or they said today that not just disability, it is a super ability. And I think we've seen that with all the support and the wonderful success stories, that your words will be something which will inspire many. Thank you so much, Dr. Kumar. Thank you.
Thank you.
हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट हुए नहीं कि बिल का मीटर चालू, और ये मीटर पहले आपके ऑफिस का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस खत्म करेगा और फिर सारी सेविंग्स। पर घबराओ नहीं, पॉलिसी बाजार पे 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 390 रुपए महीने से शुरू। ले लो।
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
The love which I had seen in her eyes, and promises of a new sunrise. If you hold me tight, you'll feel the love which I feel inside. Hold me tight, just hold me tight.
कितना आसान है हमारे लिए एक नजर में सोच लेना कि वो असमर्थ है, जबकि उनका जुनून, उनकी हर जीत ये बताती है कि वो कितने समर्थ हैं। शान से उठे सर को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। जीत पर गूंज रहे राष्ट्रगान के हर शब्द को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। पानी की गहराइयों को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। हर रुकी नजर को पता है कि वो कितने समर्थ हैं। हर निशाने को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। चलो इनकी मिसाल से दुनिया की सोच बदले। चलो एक ऐसी दुनिया बनाएं जहां ये अपने ख्वाब को खुद पूरा कर पाए। समर्थ बाय हंडे, मंजिल उनकी, साथ हमारा। इस पहल के साथ जुड़े hyundai.co.in पर लॉग इन करें।
You're watching the launch of Samarth by Hyundai, a movement for inclusivity, diversity, accessibility. Let's join the conversation once again.
We're now going across to Himachal Pradesh to welcome on the show Chief Minister Sukhvinder Singh Sukhu. Let's go across now to the Chief Minister. Thank you so much for being with us today and joining us on this very, very important initiative. Sir, if you can share with us, अगर आप हमको बता सकते हैं हिमाचल प्रदेश में आप दिव्यांग के लिए क्या कर रहे हैं accessibility increase करने के लिए? जी।
Definitely, I am telling you, in हिमाचल प्रदेश में 75,000 जो दिव्यांग है उनको हम पेंशन्स दे रहे हैं, और जो उनकी इमोशंस है उसको पहले अंडरस्टैंड करते हैं। उस अंडरस्टैंड करने के बाद जैसे कि बस स्टैंड्स है, प्राइवेट बसेस है या गवर्नमेंट बसेस है, उनके लिए रैंप की सुविधा उपलब्ध करवा रहे हैं। जहाँ रैंप नहीं होता वहाँ रेलिंग के साथ, वहाँ रेलिंग की सपोर्ट से उनको उनके व्हील चेयर के माध्यम से उनको हॉस्पिटल्स में हम सुविधा उपलब्ध करवा रहे हैं। 3300 के करीब हमने स्कूल्स में जो दिव्यांग हैं उनको हमने टॉयलेट्स की सुविधा उपलब्ध करवाई है, और जो 117 हमारे गवर्नमेंट एकोमोडेशंस है, गवर्नमेंट अकोमोडेशंस में भी हमने उनको सब प्रकार की सुविधा उपलब्ध करवाई है। तकरीबन 75,000 दिव्यांग हिमाचल प्रदेश में हैं। सबको हम पेंशन देते हैं, उनके हिसाब से उनके लिए पेंशन का कोई क्राइटेरिया नहीं है। उनको अपनी लाइवलीहुड के लिए उनके पेरेंट्स जो उनके ख्याल रखते हैं, उसके अलावा सरकार भी उनको पेंशन की सुविधा उपलब्ध करवाती है। और जो भी कुछ इनके लिए हमें करना होता है उसके लिए स्पेसिफिक बजट रखा होता है। उस बजट के आधार बनाकर हम इनके लिए जो योजनाएं लाते हैं कि कई प्रकार के दिव्यांग हैं, तो उस दृष्टिकोण से हमारी सरकार उनके लिए उस प्रकार से सुविधा उपलब्ध करवाती है। तो मेरा ये मानना है कि हिमाचल प्रदेश में और भी बहुत कुछ करने की ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि ये एक ऐसा वर्ग है जिसकी तरफ ध्यान देने की हम सब लोगों को ज़रूरत है और समय के अनुसार इनको बजट एलोकेशन करने की भी बहुत अधिक ज़रूरत है। तो हमने इसमें इस बार भी हमने अपने बजट में स्पेसिफिक इनके लिए भी रखा है और इनकी जो समस्याएं हैं उसको अंडरस्टैंड करते हैं और उस अंडरस्टैंड करने के बाद उसको दूर करने की हमारी कोशिश हमारी सरकार की रहती है।
सुकुल जी, मैं निधि बोल रही हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अपना इतना महत्वपूर्ण समय निकालने के लिए। मंजिल उनकी साथ हमारा, ये हमारा उद्देश्य है इस कार्यक्रम का। हंडे द्वारा समर्थ, ये एक पूरी हम पहल कर रहे हैं। एक आंकड़ा जो हमारे देश में आता है कि 75% हमारे देश के जो 5 साल से कम उम्र के बच्चे हैं वो उनको स्कूल में जगह नहीं मिलती। 75% जो दिव्यांग बच्चे हैं, जो विकलांग बच्चे हैं। हिमाचल प्रदेश के स्कूल बहुत अच्छा करते हैं एबल्ड बच्चों के लिए, लेकिन इन बच्चों के लिए क्या विचार, क्या सोच है आपकी?
जो 75% से 5 साल के कम उम्र के बच्चे हैं, पहले तो उनकी स्टडी करनी पड़ती है। हम पहले कोई भी, मैंने डायरेक्शन ये दे रखी है कि जो बच्चे हैं, कई डम एंड डफ है, कोई कई प्रकार के दिव्यांग हैं, तो उनको स्टडी करने के बाद उनके अनुसार, उनके पेरेंट्स की सुविधा के अनुसार फिर टीचर से बात करके हम उनको सुविधा प्रदान करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। कुछ कमियां इसमें हैं, उन कमियों को दूर करना पड़ेगा और ये आने वाले समय में धीरे धीरे दूर होगी। अब दिव्यांग भी कई प्रकार के, उन चीज़ों को हम अंडरस्टैंड कर रहे हैं। अब हमने उसके अंडरस्टैंड करने के बाद एक अलग से विंग बनाया है जो इन समस्याओं का समाधान करेगा। अभी रैंप बनाकर तो इनको चलने की सुविधा की दी गई है, लेकिन उनकी इमोशंस क्या है, किस प्रकार से सोचते, किस प्रकार की एजुकेशन वो लेना चाहते हैं, क्या उनकी सोच है, उसको भी डेवलप करने की ज़रूरत है ताकि वो सेल्फ डिपेंडेंट हो सके। तो उस दृष्टिकोण से भी हमारी सरकार उनके लिए एक नीति लेकर आने वाली है।
बिल्कुल सर, आज एक सुझाव आया हमारे साथ, जो लोग मौजूद थे उनका ये कहना था कि स्कूलों में अगर एक शिक्षक है जो देख नहीं पाते उन छात्रों के लिए, लेकिन जो सुन नहीं पाते उनका क्या होगा, या जो चल नहीं पाते क्या होगा, या उनको कक्षा में एकदम पीछे बिठाया जाता है। उस लिहाज से आप क्या अपनी सरकार में बदलाव लाना चाहेंगे, या अपने जो शिक्षा का क्षेत्र है स्कूलों को निर्देश देना चाहेंगे जो शिक्षक हैं उनको भी, क्योंकि ऐसे तमाम वाक्य आज लोगों ने बताए हमें कि किस तरह से शिक्षकों का बर्ताव होता है, क्या उसमें बदलाव लाएंगे? आप कुछ निर्देश जारी करेंगे?
नहीं, आपको ये बताना चाहता हूँ, उनके लिए स्पेशल टीचर की रिक्रूटमेंट की है हमने। जो बच्चे हैं उनके स्पेशल टीचर की रिक्रूटमेंट की है और किसी भी दिव्यांग से मेरा ख्याल है कि हिमाचल प्रदेश में कहीं उन्हें पीछे नहीं बिठाया जाता, उनको अहमियत दी जाती है। और बच्चे भी इतने समझदार है कि जो दिव्यांग होता है उसको पहले आगे रखते हैं, उसके साथ बातचीत करते हैं। ऐसी स्थिति हिमाचल प्रदेश में नहीं है कि जो देख नहीं सकते, जो सुन नहीं सकते, जो बोल नहीं सकते, उनके लिए हमने स्पेशल ट्यूटर रिक्रूट किए हुए हैं। तभी मैंने आपको शुरू में ही कहा कि हम किस प्रकार का दिव्यांग है, उसको किस प्रकार के टीचर की ज़रूरत है, उसके इमोशन क्या सोचते हैं, ये सब चीज़ों को हम अंडरस्टैंड करने के बाद उन्हें सुविधा देते हैं। सरकार के पास उनके लिए पैसे की कोई कमी नहीं है।
अब सर बिल्कुल हम लोग संवेदनशील हो जाएं, ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। 3 कदम जो आप सोच रहे हैं आज इस कार्यक्रम के बाद आप अपने प्रदेश में तुरंत लागू करना चाहेंगे हमारे समाज के इस वर्ग के लिए?
देखिए, कोई भी दिव्यांग जो होता है पहले तो उसके इमोशंस की रिस्पेक्ट करनी पड़ती है। उस इमोशन की रिस्पेक्ट में उसके पेरेंट्स करें, टीचर करें, स्टूडेंट्स करें या सोसाइटी और करें, उस रिस्पेक्ट को बहुत सम्मान देना चाहिए, पहली बात। दूसरी, उसे अपने सेल्फ डिपेंडेंट करने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए। पर कई जगह दिव्यांग ऐसे हो सकते हैं जो जीवन में कभी सेल्फ डिपेंडेंट नहीं हो सकते। उसके लिए नीति लानी पड़ेगी कि गवर्नमेंट इनको कैसे टेक केयर करेगी, कैसे इनकी केयरिंग करेगी, उस प्रकार से सोचना पड़ेगा। तीसरा, जो जीवन में बनना चाहते हैं, जैसे कोई बहरा है, गूंगा है या देख नहीं सकता है, उनका पूरी तरह से सरकार ख्याल रखना चाहिए और उन्हें उनकी जो सोच है और जो वो जीवन में बनना चाहते हैं उस हिसाब से उनकी मदद करनी चाहिए। ये मेरा कहने का मतलब है।
सर, आपका सुझाव जो हंडे द्वारा समर्थ ये हम पहल शुरू कर रहे हैं, क्या आपको लगता है किस दिशा में इनको फोकस करना चाहिए आपके राज्य में? सही
नहीं, हमने तो अपने राज्य में फोकस करना शुरू कर दिया है। हमने अपने राज्य में सहारा योजना, कोई एक आदमी जो चल नहीं सकता उसके साथ एक आदमी को जो जाएगा उसके साथ उसको हर महीने हम पैसे देते हैं। हमने तो उस दृष्टि से सोचना शुरू कर दिया है, लेकिन इसमें बहुत सुधार की जरूरत है और समय समय पर जो परिस्थितियां बदलती है समय के अनुसार उन परिस्थितियों के हिसाब से भी हमें आगे बढ़ने की जरूरत है। ये मेरा कहना है।
बिल्कुल, आपने हमें समय दिया, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और आपने जो बहुत अहम शब्द का प्रयोग किया, सम्मान देना बहुत ज़रूरी है, उसके लिए भी आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हंडे द्वारा समर्थ की इस पहल को आइए आगे बढ़ाते हैं। एक बार फिर से हम एक खास मंच पर मौजूद हैं, मंथन कर रहे हैं, चर्चा कर रहे हैं। मेरे साथ एक खास कुलीग मेरे को एंकर हैं, धन्या मेरे साथ मौजूद हैं। लोकोमोटिव डिसऑर्डर डिसेबिलिटी की ब्रांड एम्बेसडर साल की हमारे साथ धन्या हैं मौजूद। साथ ही मैं आपको बता दूं, हमारे साथ आराधना लाल है, लेवेंट्री की, निपुण मल्होत्रा हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं, सेंट स्टीफन से पढ़े हुए हैं, वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम ने इन्हें सम्मानित किया है। यहाँ पर मैं बता सकती हूँ विधि लीगल फाउंडेशन की दामिनी घोष हमारे साथ हैं, और नित्या रमेश जो हमारी स्पेसेस हैं, अर्बन स्पेसेस हैं, उनको हम किस तरह से डिज़ाइन कर सकते हैं, करते हैं भी, ये उसके बारे में हम बात करेंगे। पॉलिसीज़ के बारे में बात करेंगे, भवन निर्माण की हम बात करेंगे, किस तरह से जो पहुंचने के रास्ते सुगम हो सकते हैं उस पर बात करेंगे। सबसे पहले मैं धन्या रवि से बात करूंगी। धन्या, टेल अस अ बिट अबाउट योर जर्नी। इट हैजंट बीन इजी। यू हैव बीन अवॉर्डेड बाय नेशनल अवार्ड्स. You've come from Bangalore and you're working with Enable India. Tell us a little bit more and how the journey has been till now.
Journey as of now has been very liberating, I would say. Just like you said, it wasn't easy. I come from a very traditional rural background. I hail from Kerala and I've been brought up in Bangalore. But no, as I born with this rare disease called osteogenesis imperfecta, but the condition of this character of this condition is that until teenage my bones used to fracture without an invitation, and until teenage I've gone through more than 200 fractures, and coping with that my childhood has always been more with the hospital, and I could not get into a mainstream schooling due to the lack of awareness in the at my home as well as in the special schools as well as in the mainstream school. So I done academics at homeschooling. So growing up as a child, I think in our life one of the most beautiful phase is always childhood, and my childhood has always been inside the four walls or inside, that's my room, or hospital beds. So that was my initial till my teenage. And
if I may add, your teachers have done a wonderful job.
Absolutely.
Please tell us a bit more. How was it finding a teacher or the society around? How was it?
Thank you, Nidhi, for bringing this question, because whatever I am today, it is because of volunteers, I would say, and that is something we really need to have more in our country. So like I said, my parents was not so much aware of the importance of education for a woman with disability, not putting any gender bias, but keeping disability as an object. They were not sure, is it really important to educate me? And they said, let's teach what, my brother, I have an elder brother, so he can teach me. That's what the plan was. And then my neighbor auntie came down and said to my father that I'm going to teach Lenya every day 1 hour, and then started my journey with proper mainstream books, where I got it done from my friends every year as on. So 10 years she voluntarily taught me. So looking back, I would say now I don't regret of not going to the mainstream school, because she was one among teachers, I would say. There's a lot that I learned more than academics.
So Tanya, let's take this program forward now.
Absolutely. I think I like to ask Nipun this question because today morning I came with my friend, he's a volunteer and a very good friend of mine. So when I came with the airport and all that scanning and all of that, I was just thinking, when will actually get rid of this as a wheelchair user? How can we break these kind of barriers? And Nipun, I think you are one who always came up with the solutions or spoke for the community, and there's a lot that you have brought down, like Amazon app and X-ray scanning at the airport, security, GST, and many of that. So can you just provide some more, like how we together as a collective work on this, and how did you get started with that?
Sure, I think that's a very important question, and I cannot take full credit for all those movements. I think it's a collective effort of the disability movement. But when you speak about scanning at airports, etc., I think it is a pity that a lot of airports today use X-ray machines to get people out of wheelchairs, or even make people with disabilities remove their prosthetics, etc. During security checks. Interestingly, the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security has actually come up with a policy that that doesn't need to be done. And me, along with a group of disability activists, had met the CISF and the BCS, and these rules were changed. Implementation, of course, becomes a challenge, because of which there are a lot of states and a lot of airports where that is still not done. And but the rule is there, and I think that is really the story of India in the last 10 years when it comes to disability. I think a lot has moved forward in terms of creating policies, laws, etc. We had the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016 that came up, which said that in 5 years all public buildings will be accessible. You spoke about this airport security, etc. as well. So I think we've seen the intent over the last 5 to 10 years, but I think now it's the time for execution. And I hope this Samarth by Hyundai campaign pushes the government, the private sector, and all other stakeholders to start executing what's really written on paper in terms of laws and policies.
अपने एग्जीक्यूशन की बात की, आराधना लाल हमारे साथ लेमन ट्री से मौजूद हैं. मैम, ज़रा अपने होटल चेन्स के बारे में बताइए, किस तरह से जो आपकी हायरिंग पॉलिसीज़ हैं, how does it work, what is the thought behind it?
Thanks so much. So at Lemon Tree Hotels, we've been hiring people with disability for the last 16 years, and it's part of our HR strategy. हम लोग की कंपनी का ये policy है actually. और disability में there are many different kinds of disability present in our hotels. It includes the deaf, people with a physical handicap, people with low vision, and in the last 11 years we've done work with intellectual and developmental disability as well as autism, basically the neurodiverse disabilities. And what we are finding is that the more we venture into this, the more benefits come our way. So that I'll explain this. When our customers observe that there are team members who have a disability and they can see वो कितनी अच्छी तरह trained हैं और जो भी उनको task करना है वो कर पा रहे हैं, चाहे वो coffee shop में हो, चाहे front desk में हो, चाहे housekeeping में हो, and they observe that the service is being given to them the way they want to receive it, and it is of good quality like any other person, that acceptance goes to a new level altogether. Our company is inclusive, yes. But because we have so many customers who stay with us across our 96 hotels in more than 58 destinations, we are in a way passing this message on forward, and people are able to observe the reality of it, because बोलना बड़ा आसान है, मगर अगर हम ट्रेनिंग ठीक से नहीं देंगे और वो सर्विस ठीक से नहीं देंगे, why will the guest come and stay with us? Why will the guest pay money if he doesn't receive service from a well-trained person? That's what his expectation is. So we've been able to build a model around it, a lot of focus on learning and development, on training, and a lot of focus on sensitization. This thought process has come from our chairman and managing director, and the leadership team has totally understood it and has bought into it. But if we have an employee base, total base of say 8,000, 9,000 people, how are they going to understand? We have to first sensitize them. So on a regular basis across our hotels, we talk about why disability, what are the benefits. Then we talk specifically about if there are deaf team members in your team, how shall you work with them. We teach everybody Indian Sign Language. Now this is an interesting thought. I believe in school actually, we should be teaching, of course, English, we should be teaching Hindi, and we should be teaching Indian Sign Language. I'm really proud to say all 7,000 plus employees of Lemon Tree Hotels, we know Hindi, we know English, and we know Indian Sign Language. We do.
दामिनी घोष हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं, विधि लीगल से जुड़ी हुई हैं. रिसर्च बहुत की है इस वर्क के लिए आप लोगों ने, तमाम नीतियाँ बनती हैं, ऐलान होते हैं, कानून के बारे में भी अगर कुछ है भी तो भी लोगों को पता नहीं है जो ये दिव्यांग वर्ग है। ज़रा बताइए क्या सिचुएशन आपने ज़मीन पर पाई?
Sure, thank you. So, a little bit about the Center for Legal Policy. We were set up in 2013 as a legal research think tank to make better laws and improve governance. And while we work on diverse practice areas, disability is something which we have started looking at more recently. And one of the aspects which we have covered is accessibility, particularly access to urban spaces. And really the work is about original independent legal research to understand the barriers in our urban spaces, which when they interact with the impairments of a person with disability and how they hamper that person from leading an independent life of their choice. So I think one of the main findings which came out through the course of last few years where we've done this work is specifically in the context of access to cities has been that the law is there. The Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act is a robust legal framework. It reflects our commitments under the UNCRPD. But one of the issues that came out was that lot of the enforcement machinery within the law itself, which is your SCPDs, your district level committees, the special courts, when framework like that has already been provided under the legislation, why is it that those have still not been put in place, right? The requirement of having accessibility standards for services and facilities which a city can offer, right? This is across sectors. Why have all those accessibility standards and requirements not been enacted till more recently, right? We now see a spate of initiatives being rolled out by the government. So I would say that while the framework is there, a lot of the details within the framework need to be acted upon. As Nipun said that the law was there, the framework is laid out, now we really need to take action.
Just a quick short question, 119 laws which were discriminatory,
yes.
आप लोगों की संस्था द्वारा उनको हटाया गया, थोड़ा सा बताइए इसके बारे में.
This was in relation to laws which had ableist provisions which discriminated against persons with leprosy. So it started as an exercise of us doing a full-blown legal analysis, finding it out, and then we had all this research. And but the question is, what is the impact of that research? Where is it going from there? And one option is, of course, we can approach different government departments across states and do it on a piece-by-piece basis, which is a very, very time-consuming process. We also felt at that time, this was some time back, that filing a more strategic litigation before the Supreme Court to take note of this exercise actually had a huge impact. It set a precedent which sort of triggered a movement within various state governments to start repealing these kind of discriminatory provisions.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to ask you itself, like, what is this next level of policies or frameworks that you're working on?
Okay, so right now a lot of the work, as I was mentioning, has been generally on access to urban spaces, and what has to be remembered with disability is, when I talk as a lawyer, is that it cuts across practice areas. You know, there is a whole component of access to urban spaces, then there's health, education, early intervention, sports, you name it. So it cuts across. The second aspect which one needs to keep in mind is that the implementation or the framework itself is spread across the central, the state, as well as the local levels. So there is a lot going on in that sense. And what we feel is that while a lot of our work has been general, now we've sort of started narrowing down on specific areas of intervention. So a lot of our work has been about focusing on, say, parks, on making inclusive play spaces, or to sort of put together representations on making buses accessible. We would have seen there has been a lot of talk about buses over the last few months, whether in Karnataka or at a national level. How, when we are procuring buses, at the start itself, can we have can we have a framework where accessibility measures are already incorporated rather than as an afterthought?
Nithya, you are from Jana urban space. What is the mindset of people? Have you seen any change? And when you design the roads, the entrances to the buildings, not only the government buildings, but parks, etc. And you work in so many states, it's not only in one Karnataka or Chennai where you're based. So what is the difference, or what do you have to say on that?
So I would really like to second what she said. We have great harmonized guidelines in the center, but unfortunately it's not mandated that you follow it. So if I were to build a building, I'm a developer, it's important for me to follow the fire norms to get the fire NOC. Right? And that is how I can then go ahead and sell my houses or whatever it is I'm building. But it is not important or imperative that I get a disability NOC. So I can go ahead and build what I want, and while it's there at the center, it gets diluted at the state, and by the time it comes to the ULBs, where your engineers building your footpath or building a park, this is not in their mind frame. It's not that the average engineer wants to make our city not inclusive. They just don't know. And then there is no enforcement, or the guidelines are not disseminated enough. There's not enough awareness. There's not enough capacity building. If you look at our cities or look at the work we do, when we say we want to build inclusive streets and public spaces for all, it's not just for the disabled. It's for all of us, right? We're so intertwined. If you have a walkable footpath with widely spaced bollards that a wheelchair can go through, so can a stroller, so can an elderly person with a walker. If you have a wheelchair-friendly sink, it also helps all the children. Many of us who are parents know the trouble of always having to carry our child to a sink. India has one of the longest coastlines. We're a peninsula, but except Chennai, I haven't yet seen a beach which has a boardwalk that allows wheelchair users to go near the sea.
Absolutely, you raise a very important point. निपुण मुझे आपसे ये सवाल पूछना था. आपने हम सिर्फ जैसे बीचेस की बात हुई, जीवन सिर्फ पोस्ट ऑफिस या ATMs या हॉस्पिटल्स तक ही लिमिटेड नहीं है. म्यूज़िक फेस्टिवल्स के लिए, लाइब्रेरीज़ के लिए आपने पूरी एक जद्दोजहद लड़ी है, और उसके बाद कुछ चीज़ें हो पाई हैं. आप ज़रा बताइए उसके बारे में, क्योंकि आपने ज़ोमैटो ऐप में एक फ़िल्टर लगवाया किस तरह से व्हीलचेयर एक्सेसिबिलिटी किसी रेस्टोरेंट में है कि नहीं, वो आप चेक कर सकते हैं. तो ये अपने आप में बहुत अहम है. थोड़ा उसके बारे में.
हाँ जी, एक्चुअली प्रॉब्लम इंडिया में क्या ये होती है कि जब लोग पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटीज़ को देखते हैं तो उनको एज अ बेचारा एटीट्यूड के साथ देखते हैं, और देखते हैं कि बेसिकली उनको रोटी कपड़ा मकान चाहिए और उसके अलावा उनकी कोई ख्वाहिशें नहीं हैं. जब जोमेटो ऐप की बात है, इसके पीछे एक थोड़ी छोटी कहानी है जो मैं 30 सेकंड में बताऊंगा. कि 2015 में मैं एक पब के अंदर एंटर कर रहा था अपने कुछ दोस्तों के साथ, और जब मैं पब एंटर कर रहा था, जो उस पब का जो मैनेजर था उसने बोला कि हम आपको एंट्री अलाउ नहीं करेंगे क्योंकि हमारा माहौल ख़राब हो जाएगा अगर हम पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी को अंदर अलाउ करेंगे. और मैंने ट्विटर पे जाके उसको ट्वीट किया और वो इशू पूरा ट्रेंड होने लग गया, और मेरे को बहुत लोगों ने फ़ोन किया उसके बाद बोल के कि हमारे साथ भी ऐसी डिस्क्रिमिनेशन हुई है, ऐसे चैलेंजेस हुए हैं एट्सेट्रा. तो मेरे को लगा कि कोई इंस्टीट्यूशनल चेंज की ज़रूरत है. तब मैं जोमेटो के पास गया और मैंने जोमेटो को रिक्वेस्ट किया और जोमेटो के साथ काम किया टू ऐड दीज व्हीलचेयर एक्सेस फिल्टर्स. इससे दो काम होते हैं. एक तो यू कैन आइडेंटिफाई कि कौन सा रेस्टोरेंट एक्सेसिबल है और कौन सा नहीं है. पर दूसरा, जब जोमेटो जैसा एक एग्रीगेटर रेस्टोरेंट्स के सवाल पूछने लग जाता है तो रेस्टोरेंट्स के अंदर भी एक एटीट्यूड चेंज हो जाता है फॉर पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज़. उसके बाद मुझे लगा कि पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज़ को बाहर भी जाना है, सेलिब्रेट भी करना है. सो आई स्टार्टेड वर्किंग विद अ लॉट ऑफ फेस्टिवल्स टू मेक देम एक्सेसिबल. फॉर एग्जाम्पल NH7 वीकेंडर एक म्यूजिक फेस्टिवल होता था जिनके साथ हमने काम किया टू फुली मेक इट एक्सेसिबल. म्यूजिक कॉन्सर्ट होते हैं जिसमें लोग ज़्यादा खड़े होते हैं, व्हीलचेयर यूज़र को तो कुछ दिखता ही नहीं है बिकॉज वो बैठे होते हैं, लोअर हाइट पे होते हैं. तो फॉर देम फॉर एग्जाम्पल वाई नॉट हैव अ हायर्ड सीटिंग प्लेस. जयपुर लिटरेरी फेस्टिवल में मैंने व्हीलचेयर्स देनी शुरू कर दी बिकॉज रियलाइज की काफ़ी एल्डरली पॉपुलेशन वहाँ पे आती है और उनको चलने में दिक्कत आती है. एंड इनफैक्ट मैं तो ये बोलता हूँ कि पीपल कैन नॉट बी डिवाइडेड इनटू पीपल विद डिसेबिलिटीज एंड पीपल विदाउट डिसेबिलिटीज. एवरीबडी इज टेम्पररी एबल बॉडीड, क्योंकि जब भी कोई बुजुर्ग होएगा उनको सेम रिक्वायरमेंट्स होंगी जो एक पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी के पास है. तीसरा, एक सेरेंडिपिटी आर्ट्स फेस्टिवल गोवा में होता है, वहाँ पे हमने काफ़ी काम करना शुरू कर दिया. सो आई थिंक इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एंड इट्स इंपॉर्टेंट कि पब्लिक स्पेसेस में बाहर पीपल विद डिसेबिलिटीज आएँ और लाइफ को सेलिब्रेट करें, और उसी से सोसाइटी का एटीट्यूड भी चेंज होगा कि एक पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी भी एक कंप्लीट ह्यूमन बीइंग है और उसकी वही ख्वाहिशें हैं जो बाकी किसी और की.
बिल्कुल. आराधना, 40% जो हमारे डिसेबल्ड आबादी हमारे देश की, उनके पास जॉब्स नहीं हैं, और आप अपने होटल्स में जिस तरह से लेती हैं क्या आपके सुझाव हैं किस तरह से आगे बढ़ा जाए कि और जो कॉर्पोरेट्स हैं या सर्विस सेक्टर में और इनका दखल बढ़े?
So in the last 5 years, maybe even the last 10 years, I've seen a lot of change, whether it's the hotel sector, restaurant sector, retail, IT, ITES, banking. There are many companies that have expressed an interest in hiring people with disability as a normal part of their policy, not as an exception. And we've had the good chance or the good opportunity to be able to share our best practices with many organizations. So what we have been able to tell them is that in these 16 years, we have seen that there are about 6 or 7 steps that you need to take to make your company truly inclusive. I can say it very simply to you. At the very top of the company, this belief that it is a business benefit actually to go for inclusion must come in at the head of the company and then get cascaded through. That's the first step. The second step is you need someone to focus on inclusion. That's what my job is. And that's how we can do pilots, we can do experiments, we can try new disabilities. The third step is you have to sensitize everybody in the organization. I mentioned that. Tell them why and tell them about different disabilities. The fourth step is job mapping. So any company who wants to bring a person in who's got special needs will have to examine the tasks of every role. So in our company, what happens at the front desk? What happens in the coffee shop? What are those 20 or 30 tasks a person does on a daily basis? If I bring a deaf team member into the team, can he do all those 30 tasks? If I bring a person with Down syndrome, can they do all the 30 tasks? This process is called job mapping. You take the help of your NGO partners because they are experts. We are hoteliers after all. You take their help to analyze and study, and that's how you work it out, that which job and which disability.
I wanted to just ask both of them, like how the urban space and the center, VB Center has been influencing the kind of framework, your research influences to the government, and how do you kind of take it up? Like how does the research made an impact?
As I mentioned earlier, the core of our work is research. Then after research, the next step that comes is dissemination, which is taking it to all stakeholders, which is not just government, but even public stakeholders, our collaborators, our partners. And after that comes, for us, impact is if we are able to convert that research into an engagement with the government. So typically in my experience at Vidhi, when we go take our work to particular stakeholders who are willing to make change within the government, sometimes they may take it up immediately. Sometimes they may come back in a few years' time saying that आपने ये बोला था, अब हमें करना है. Sometimes it may happen, they'll say, okay, we don't want to do this, but can you please help us out with this instead? This is the need of the hour. So and there are often times where we actually constantly engage, we are in touch, we stay relevant, we put our work out there to understand what is it that the government is interested in doing, whether it's at the center, at the state level, and we take forward our research to them. So there are different ways to sort of engage with the government and see what comes out. So in fact, more recently, we were interacting with the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. So, and we had gone to talk about some of our present research work, and it ultimately culminated into putting together a case compendium for all Supreme Court and High Court judgments, because the need was felt to sensitize persons with disabilities, their caregivers, and even persons without disabilities about the contours of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act and what the courts have had to say about it. So engagements and impact can translate into different ways.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी का यहाँ पर आए, और वाकई में मंजिल उनकी साथ हमारा है, आगे बढ़ते हैं और ये मंचन और ये मंथन यहाँ पर हम जारी रखेंगे. एक छोटा सा हम लोग ब्रेक ले रहे हैं. धन्यवाद.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing. Profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
देखो यार, जिंदगी का कोई भरोसा नहीं, पता नहीं कब फोटो पे हार चढ़ जाए और फैमिली का फ्यूचर, बच्चों की पढ़ाई खतरे में पड़ जाए। तो आज ही पॉलिसी बाजार से 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस कराओ, सिर्फ 525 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, released recently, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
Colors by Cola makes you wish everything was as vibrant.
The love which I had seen in her eyes, and promises of a new sunrise. If you hold me tight, you'll feel the love which I feel inside. Hold me tight, just hold me tight.
कितना आसान है हमारे लिए एक नजर में सोच लेना कि वो असमर्थ है, जबकि उनका जुनून, उनकी हर जीत ये बताती है कि वो कितने समर्थ हैं। शान से उठे सर को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। जीत पर गूंज रहे राष्ट्रगान के हर शब्द को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। पानी की गहराइयों को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। हर रुकी नजर को पता है कि वो कितने समर्थ हैं। हर निशाने को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। चलो इनकी मिसाल से दुनिया की सोच बदले। चलो एक ऐसी दुनिया बनाएं जहां ये अपने ख्वाब को खुद पूरा कर पाए। समर्थ बाय हंडे, मंजिल उनकी, साथ हमारा। इस पहल के साथ जुड़े hyundai.co.in पर लॉग इन करें।
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing. Profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
So welcome back. We've been talking through the morning with ministers, those who head state governments, disability rights advocates, people who make policies about how to create greater accessibility, because ultimately this is what this is entirely about. What can you and I do to begin with? Just a few suggestions. Head over to our website, ndtv.com/samarth, and pledge to play your part, because that's so important in empowering those with disabilities. If you're a corporate, build the spaces that welcome the disabled. Create the policies that make place for them, sensitize the workforce that can become their allies. These are just a couple of common sense suggestions, but so important. I want to come across here very quickly, in fact, to Dr. Rajkumar, business head of the Adani Realty Group. Thanks very much. It's been wonderful to have you over here. And it's also important for us because it's an occasion for a big announcement in support of this very noble cause.
First of all, I would like to thank Hyundai for conducting such a wonderful program, and which helps the overall society in a very inclusive way. And we do understand there's a requirement of inclusion of all the people with different abilities to come up in hand with the people who are able. So we would like to take certain pledge, and as a process I would like to read out those pledges, those commitments to all of us. So in anticipation the evolving landscape, Adani Group pledge and recognize the imperative for a well-planned intervention over the next 3 years through this platform. This strategic initiative is designed not only to enhance our support for persons with disabilities, but also to strengthen the culture that goes beyond mere words, demonstrating our proactive commitment to fostering inclusivity within our organization. Our commitments towards these initiatives are, most important is inclusive hiring initiative. So at Adani, we have planned to have 200 plus persons with disabilities to hire within next 3 years on various functions, wherever it suits. Recognizing the wealth of talent and diversified perspective they bring to our organization. The second is sensitization workshop. So our goal is to achieve the full participation of individuals directly involved in hiring, reporting and all support functions, reaching a 100% engagement rate. The third is career development opportunities. So all we are talking about the employment as a whole. Our organization commits to actively promoting career development opportunities for persons with disabilities through skill building programs, job rotations and executive leadership program to ensure equal access to professional growth once they are in. Fourth is the flexible work arrangements. We also understand some flexibility is required despite of whatever we do, right? So we commit to provide flexible work arrangements to accommodate the diverse need of individuals because the disabilities are different in nature. Diverse need of individuals who are differently abled. And the last and not the least, wellness program for differently abled individuals. Our initiative includes access to counseling service, participation in wellness campaigns, and the creation of stigma-free environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So just a small example of what the Adani Group is doing over there. We've got so much more to talk about, and I'm just going to come and sit right next to you. Well, as we said earlier, this pledge is not and should not be for corporates alone. We can all make a pledge to make a difference by changing our attitudes and perceptions, by asking questions of the spaces around us, and by teaching our kids, our children about disabilities, what they can do to the body and what they can't stop anyone from achieving. Now, we have some wonderful guests with us.
Absolutely,
and Dhanya's very keen to introduce them. Why don't you go ahead?
Thanks, Vishnu. I think rightly said, we all need to just rework with our mindset, and there's a big possibility, and this is something that we started today, Samad by Hyundai. So just inviting the next panel speakers.
Dhanya, I must tell you that I've got a hero of mine right here on this stage, right now. Dr. Chona taught me at Delhi Public School, R.K. Puram. She was my principal. Wow. Tamanna is somebody who I have known for 35 years plus.
Okay, awesome. So I like to understand, like, we all speak with a parent. And what is it like to be a parent of a person with disability? And how does you create the sensitivity? And how has it been as a journey as a mother?
He was just going to be our child and treat him like our older son. And we gave him every opportunity. We took him on every holiday, every outing, every restaurant. We never said, oh, maybe he can't do this. Oh, maybe we shouldn't do this. He just went with us, and we've just done that from day one. He's 22 today. He has good days, he has bad days, he's wicked as hell, if I could use that term. Naughty, his teachers are sitting right here who can say that, but we never ever thought we would make any difference in his life.
So you're naughty, huh? You're naughty and with your mom and your friends.
Well, he may not answer because, you know, he's a little shy, but I mean, he's done things like really naughty. He was angry with our helper, so he locked her outside and locked all the doors. So the guard from downstairs had to tell us. I said, what did she do? He said, I told her, let's go and play, and she said, no, I'm busy.
Right.
So
I was just about to ask, like, how did you actually assist him to be in this world?
So we decided from the beginning, and we had a lot of family support, that we would do everything in our ability to help him. If it was early intervention, we were living overseas for 25 odd years, and we decided to come back when he turned 18, or just short of 18, because India was a country where we wanted to live. And he needed to come and be in touch with who he is. You know, we lived in the Middle East, we lived in Australia, all very well. Wonderful life, but he needed to come and understand this is his country, this is where he needs to live. And we then got introduced. We first thought we'd put him into Vasant Valley, he was too old, and we went to Pallavanjali, which is where Nikhil's now at the institute. And I can't tell you, it has transformed him.
Yeah.
He's become independent, he spends nights out, he goes on holidays, he does it all. He plays tennis, he swims, he gets disciplined like any other child. He routinely gets disciplined. There's no, oh, let it be, you know, usko pata nahi. There's no pata nahi. He knows. And he has to be aware that what is right and what is wrong.
Right.
So that is our journey.
Dr. Chhoda, let me ask you, ma'am, you used to teach us in school, you were our principal, and you know, there were thousands of us at Delhi Public School, Arkipuram, and you were a particular type of educator, very strict one also, by the way. But when you went back home, you had to cater to Tamanna, her very special needs, her needs in growing up, her emotional requirements. How for you was it such a challenge, you know, from working in that school environment and then coming back home and being an educator and a friend and a mother in a very different sense?
If I can have a student like you, then my mothering became very easy. Dear friends, you'll be so surprised that I didn't really bring up Tamanna alone. The whole student community was bringing up Tamanna. And that's a fact. I would sometimes bring her to the school itself, and all the kids wanted to help me. They said, ma'am, you go teach. We'll play with her. We'll look after her. And that gave her the confidence to be with more and more people. She was not in a world by herself. She was in a world of dipsides. So Vishnu being an example, you can understand what fortune I had. For me, DPS and home, kids and my own kids were one. And I think that's what makes a difference in the life of a teacher. I was in DPS for 40 years. Tamanna turns 53. And when I came to DPS, and she was just about 13, but the doctor said that she is like a 3-year-old baby. So you appreciate what I'm trying to say. She was 10 years behind time, having been born with cerebral palsy and delayed milestones. But I did not leave one stone unturned to be able to reach out to the physiotherapist, speech therapist, and the school, DPS, the society, gave me 2 years at different times to take her to UK and USA for education, where I also educated myself. And that's how 40 years ago we set up Tamanna. And today we have thousands of students who passed out of Tamanna, and they're also working. All I'm trying to say is that you need the community to bring up Tamannas of the world. I wouldn't be flattering really NDTV, but we need more such programs.
Can we just ask Tamanna the question?
Yeah.
That, you know, like I as a person with disability, you know, we come across a lot of questions, you know, like what you can do, what you cannot do. So I really feel like fixing a ramp or a braille is much easier. So Tamanna, would you just like, maybe Tamanna or ma'am can just answer, like how do you kind of deal with, you know, rework with the attitude, access to attitude and perceptions, you know, where we can be accepted the way we are or meant to be. How do you think we can create such a space, or how did you create that?
Actually, all my friends used to make fun of me. That became a joke, and I told them, first look at yourself. And basically, actually I'm very friendly person. I love to take phone numbers, and I love to be friends with everybody. And basically, I've come a long way. I think disability is not a big disease. If I can do it, so can you guys. And I was being taken to America for my treatment, and I was being taken to Vellore. Then I came on the TV that Halloween night, and basically then I became a witch, where I used to scare everybody there, and then basically now I'm a teacher with small babies. I have a child in my class in nursery D class. Her name is Meher. So she can't speak, though she can write very well. So we are training her how to speak and all that. And her nanny comes. Basically, I think disability can be cured, and the people can understand that disability can be overcome. Actually, I'm not disabled, I'm enabled also.
Absolutely, and I think that's just such a encouraging, Tamanna, and wonderful thing to say. But I wanted to actually ask a question to you and similar to what I asked Tamanna, Dhanya asked Tamanna about perceptions and battling perceptions and stereotype and stigma. As a parent, I mean, how do you deal with it?
So now you've touched a really raw nerve, okay? So Nikhil is very chatty with friends, but is a little shy in a public space. What I find so difficult, I can deal with anything, I can fight any battle. But you know, when children lock like a football field, you know, you have in a condominium, you have them locked, and make him sit outside. You know, and I think that awareness, when parents send their children down to play, we live in a condo, so I can come from only there, is that when you leave him out, he has feelings. He comes home with tears. That is my toughest battle, is how do I overcome, how do I explain to him that they don't want to play with you, because that's what it is. They don't want to play with you because maybe he's different, he does look different. And that awareness has to come from deep within our society. It's not all right to say, oh ho, chalo, isko line mein, let him go in front of the line. No. There has to be, and when they say, oh, there's inclusion, it has to come from deep within every parent to allow that child to be included. There is a parent in our condo who's very kind to him and allows him. But one man is not going to turn the tide. Yes, every drop makes, you know, a difference. Or they'll do things like, you know, throw stones at him and get him agitated. Anybody will get agitated if you're teased. It's not peculiar to him, it's to any child.
And it's a constant battle.
It's a constant battle. In fact, if I didn't have a network of friends, family,
fellow parents who were there to calm me down. I don't know. I mean, one day I just decided that, I just need to publish the kind of messages that are going around, like you need to keep out, like if you have a dog who has rabies and who has to be kept out, that kind of message, I still have it. It's a reality check for me to realize that it's not all roses. The roses are there, like I know Mrs. Chona personally, she's family to me. She's always said, don't worry, you can fight this battle. You can fight every battle, but you can't fight when someone is being mean to your child.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is very hurtful for a parent.
Dr. Chona, is that something, I know you would have gone through as well, fighting stigma. Did you at times in your own life feel exhausted or tired that how long am I going to be able to actually do this?
Vishnu, I'd like to introduce myself as Mrs. Chona, whom you see, confident, happy, smiling, social. And there is another Mrs. Chona which is inside that Mrs. Chona. That Mrs. Chona is hidden, which I would like to share with you.
Yeah, just put the...
I am taking you to another level of this discussion, and that level is the one that we all need to give attention to. What about our children after us? You have the best of friends, you have the best of family, but finally, we are going to outlive them. So, has the government thought about assistive living where you can have a lifestyle which matches the lifestyle of an individual child with any kind of a problem, that will be able to take the responsibility of high standard, and not of the kind that we hear about the orphanages run by the government. What we are looking for is land, we are looking for cottages, we are looking for psychologists, as in Germany, in Europe, in America. In most of the countries, these kids live together and they are actually taken responsibility of. What I fear at this age is that Tamanna has had the best of time. She has a very, very loving brother and sister-in-law. But finally, Tamanna is not the whole world. There is this situation where we need to think about 50 years from now, 40 years from now, 30 years from now, what's going to happen. So I would like, there's a lot of corporate presence here, to think about it, and there are enough people who will put their heads together to run these small homes where there are play fields, there are some kind of leisure activities, like you have, already set up in Dehradun and some places where old people can live. We should not be having this program only on the day of disability. We should have part of the day in every channel devoted to that 10 to 15% of the population that requires to be understood, where awareness has to be created, where an atmosphere of life of acceptability has to be created. We need a kind of literature which has not been promoted about stories about people where, others can read each other to know how common their problems are. We should be celebrating a superability day. There is no such word as a disability. This is actually, they are more enabled, the kind of emotions, the love, the affection, the kind of feelings they have is much greater than any of us, where we get very, individualistic, ego comes to play, our careers become more important, but they are the ones who are giving and giving. The love that they have, the purity of love that they have is absolutely divine.
Go ahead, you wanted to say something, Tamanna?
Actually now, let's take a pledge by standing up.
Sure, let's all stand up. Come.
Disability is not a disease.
Is not a disease.
We shall overcome it.
We shall overcome
it.
And so can you do it.
And you can also do it.
And so that I can also do it.
And so that I can also do it.
And it can be cured with a lot of help.
It can be cured with a lot of help.
And I would like to announce that we can take a step forward about disability.
About disability.
Thank you.
Thank you. How wonderful. And I think that's just a brilliant way for us to segue into a small break. And I'd like to thank you all very much for being with us with the promise that we go ahead.
Just adding a note, Vishnu, that we say it takes a village to raise a boy, and like ma'am said, just disability, adding to the pledge of what Tamana said, I'd just like to say this same thing, following the popular saying that it takes a village to raise a boy, and Samarth Bayunda is just doing that, creating more celebration, and I'm sure it will not end just by today. Rather, it's just going to be a beginning for persons with disability to feel accepted.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Actually, I want to say one more thing. I have written a book also. I am Tamanna, and with the help of Aditi, and I am a painter. Thank you.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
देखो यार, जिंदगी का कोई भरोसा नहीं, पता नहीं कब फोटो पे हार चढ़ जाए और फैमिली का फ्यूचर, बच्चों की पढ़ाई खतरे में पड़ जाए। तो आज ही पॉलिसी बाजार से 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस कराओ, सिर्फ 525 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
Which I feel inside. Hold me tight, just hold me tight.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Sveda by Cola. Wish everything cared for your skin.
कितना आसान है हमारे लिए एक नजर में सोच लेना कि वो असमर्थ है, जबकि उनका जुनून, उनकी हर जीत ये बताती है कि वो कितने समर्थ हैं। शान से उठे सर को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। जीत पर गूंज रहे राष्ट्रगान के हर शब्द को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। पानी की गहराइयों को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। हर रुकी नजर को पता है कि वो कितने समर्थ हैं। हर निशाने को पता वो कितने समर्थ हैं। चलो इनकी मिसाल से दुनिया की सोच बदले। चलो एक ऐसी दुनिया बनाएं जहां ये अपने ख्वाब को खुद पूरा कर पाए। समर्थ बाय Hyundai, मंजिल उनकी, साथ हमारा। इस पहल के साथ जुड़े hyundai.co.in पर लॉग इन करें।
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
It's wonderful that we can have these conversations, have them candidly, and have them on a continuing basis, because I think the key point that Hyundai and NDTV are keen to showcase is that these conversations will carry on. It's not just about today. Well, we've got a very special guest on the program, a person who perhaps has many of the answers and solutions that we want to talk about, that we are looking at. The Union Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs, Hardeep Singh Puri. It gives us great pleasure to now invite Mr. Puri to deliver the keynote address.
Thank you very much, Vishnu. Thank you, NDTV. Let me start by conveying my warm greetings to many of my friends who are here today. And I'm particularly pleased that this program is specially for you. And if I were to start recounting each of our associations, I think that will take a long time. We are looking at this issue particularly in the urban context. So let me start with defining what the urban context is in India today. Any context setting that we do in terms of our cities, we should start by acknowledging that you will have 400, 500, going up to even 600 million people living in urban spaces in the years to come. The second and perhaps more important point in the context setting which I want to do is that countries and societies can be measured in different ways. An easier empirical way of measuring how well you are doing would flow from your economic performance, the size of your GDP, your economic growth, etc. But I don't think the world has placed too much emphasis on that. I think countries and societies are assessed in terms of how humane they are, how sensitive they are to those segments of the population which require special attention. And I think that is the focus of our discussion, or what I'm going to say to you today. Let me start with the 9 years of the Modi government. I think in terms of the philosophical construct of the government, it comes from the point that the philosophy is from Antodaya se Sarvodaya. In English, that would be from the farthest first, which also, by the way, is the philosophy of the Sustainable Development Goals, which were adopted by the United Nations, or the Agenda 2030 as it is called. That Agenda 2030 started later, but I think the Modi government started putting these philosophical coordinates in practice when the Prime Minister assumed responsibility in May 2014. What have we done in the cities. In the year 2016, model building bylaws were issued by the Town and Country Planning Organization under my ministry, which was then known as the Ministry of Urban Development. In Chapter 8, there is a detailed set of guidelines that city governments or urban local bodies and state governments have to comply with. Some states and urban local bodies are proactive, and you see changes happening on the ground, and gradually the local population too generally becomes more sensitive. Today, till now, as we speak, the provisions in the building bylaws for differently abled and elderly persons have been enacted by 28 states and 7 union territories. Therein lies the catch, but like being a state subject, the central government can issue a model law as we did for RERA, but it is for the states to legislate and make compliance more stringent. I often say this in my public engagements, but I think this is a very good point which bears repetition here. The success of a government project really lies in the fact that it transcends from being a government project to a project of the people. And the Swachhta Andolan, or the sanitation campaign, I think is a classic case, because there it has become a Jan Andolan. Indore as a city turns up number 1 in the Swachhta Sarvekshan, or the sanitation survey we do year after year, year after year. This is a classic case where a project of the government has become a project of the people. I am giving this example of Swachhta because I can't think of any other government project which has met with this kind of success. Today, when we talk about Accessible India, which was launched in December 2015, making it a nationwide movement, Sugamya Bharat Abhiyan, making it easier for those of our citizens, younger and older, who have disabilities. Now, essentially, what have we done after 2014? We have strengthened the laws. The Right of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016 was enacted, making non-compliance of provisions punishable under the law. Together with enactments, a rigorous campaign was launched to ensure awareness among all sections of society. You might ask, is that enough? To which my answer would be, no, it is not enough. But then my response would be, this is what the government can do. The rest has to come from society, and that's where people like you, my friends, Mrs. Chona, civil society, all of you have to step forward. Why? For the simple reason that governmental action can be helpful, it is imperative, it is a must, but it has to be supplemented by what the corporate sector does, and I find many of my friends whom I meet in other events done by my friends in the corporate sector, they have to step forward. Then you have a genuine partnership between government, civil society, the corporate sector, and today I'm very happy that a foreign company is doing this here, because whether it is a Hyundai Motors or it is a Samsung or any other thing, their civic consciousness, that is what makes the difference. The NBCC and CPWD are two agencies under my ministry that ensure that all buildings constructed adhere to the norms which we have spelt out in the building bylaws scrupulously. Tenders which are floated need to specify all criteria again without exception. In the recent Kartavya Path that we have built, we have provided disabled friendly toilets and ramps or tactiles for the visually impaired. The new Parliament building is fully accessible as per the guidelines and standards set for universal accessibility in India 2021. The features include, and I list a few, appropriate synergies all over the building and outside, obstruction-free sidewalks and pathways, access ramps each at 3 public entrances, accessible toilets with grab bars, security access ways with clear width of 900 millimeters for wheelchairs, drinking water fountains at low heights with adequate knee clearance, lift with call buttons and braille indicators, grab rails in lift and staircases, designated accessible seating for wheelchair users in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha chambers, wheelchair access provided in visitors' galleries. I just want to step back from the provisions for the disabled or those who have disabilities. And I want to go back to what was happening before 2014. And I think the cardinal point, which most of us don't realize, anyone would have found it difficult to navigate their way through the urban space if some fundamental changes had not been introduced in 2014. The urban space was subjected to neglect. I would even use the word criminal neglect before that. Wherever central agencies are involved, buildings, whether they are residential accommodation or office building, all these are being constructed using also the latest construction technologies, ensuring compliance with the provisions of the Disability Act. I don't particularly have any control on what private sector construction does, but indirectly I do have a control. If I can ensure that the building bylaws in the urban local bodies incorporate the provisions which makes it easier for my friends on wheelchairs or with other disabilities or those who are visually impaired, then the rest will follow. Let me say very frankly, as the Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs, I am very happy to assume responsibility on this front. If there are things that still need to be done and have not been addressed, I think at a central level we would welcome those suggestions. Therefore, I exhort each one of you to play your part in pointing out both where there have been derelictions by individuals, or if you think that the government should have been more proactive, you must pursue your local bodies and galvanize them to action. And I find that every interaction with the Divyanjan, I have come away energized and rejuvenated by their spirit of courage and their thirst for excellence. And I think the sky is literally the limit. It is we who have limitations in our thinking and abilities, as I keep saying. So I want to compliment NDTV, Mr. Pogalia, and our sponsors for hosting this show. I'm particularly happy that you have gathered all these activists here today, and I think this is what will make this event stand out in terms of from the normal events that the rest of us have the privilege of participating in. Thank you very much.
I'd like to invite on the stage Mr. Unsu Kim, MD and CEO of Hyundai Motor India, Mr. Tarun Garg, CEO of Hyundai Motor India, to present a small memento to Mr. Puri. Thank you very much.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट हुए नहीं कि बिल का मीटर चालू, और ये मीटर पहले आपके ऑफिस का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस खत्म करेगा और फिर सारी सेविंग्स। पर घबराओ नहीं, पॉलिसी बाजार पे 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 390 रुपए महीने से शुरू। ले लो।
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, released recently, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
Bihar hai taiyar for a future that's greener and opportunities that shine brighter. Step into a land where tradition meets innovation. Join us at Bihar Business Connect 2023, a global summit that opens doors to pioneering investments in biofuel and more. Mark your calendars for 13-14 December at Gyan Bhavan, Patna. Discover lucrative opportunities and be part of Bihar's remarkable journey. Visit biharbusinessconnect2023.in for more.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Sveda by Cola. Wish everything cared for your skin.
The love which I had seen in her eyes, and promises of new sunrise. If you hold me tight, you'll feel the love which I feel inside. Hold me tight, just hold me tight.
कितना आसान है हमारे लिए एक नजर में सोच लेना कि वो असमर्थ है, जबकि उनका जुनून, उनकी हर जीत ये बताती है कि वो कितने समर्थ हैं। शान से उठे सर को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। जीत पर गूंज रहे राष्ट्रगान के हर शब्द को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। पानी की गहराइयों को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। हर रुकी नजर को पता है कि वो कितने समर्थ हैं। हर निशाने को पता वो कितने समर्थ हैं। चलो इनकी मिसाल से दुनिया की सोच बदलें। चलो एक ऐसी दुनिया बनाएं जहां ये अपने ख्वाब को खुद पूरा कर पाए। समर्थ बाय हंड्रे, मंजिल उनकी, साथ हमारा। इस पहल के साथ जुड़े hungry.co.in पर लॉग इन करें।
So welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and guests of all genders and ages. We are gathered here for the launch of a very special initiative that's intended as much more than just an initiative, because, you know, we are doing this for several years. That's the hope. It doesn't end over here. That's the key goal. We hope to make this a movement, in fact, across the country. Samarth by Hyundai, mobility, accessibility, and inclusivity for all, because the disabilities that some of us have to live with should not define how we live or what we can or cannot achieve. And who better than to talk about that than Nitin Gadkari, the Minister for Road Transport and Highways. Thank you, sir, very much for spending some time with us. One of the biggest concerns that people raise across the country is accessibility on buses. Now, there are some statistics that point out that only 9% of buses in the country are accessible to those with disabilities. Now, there's only so much that the center can actually do, but do you believe that this is a problem that needs to be addressed?
You are absolutely correct. This is one of the problems because of our bus code. Particularly in the Western countries and USA, they are very strict about it. But now we have taken the decision about the bus code. Presently in India, we have got 150,000 buses. Number of accessible buses, 46,500, that is 32%. But still, as far as the buses are concerned, I am not satisfied about it. Somewhere in the buses, like in Pune and even in some city, it is very difficult to, even the way in which the doors and other things are not appropriate. Number of fully accessible buses is 9,239, that is 20%. And government is committed to make 25% of government-owned public transport vehicles fully accessible.
Right.
And it is the duty of the government, because this is the population, average 4% of the people are physically handicapped, because it is really, as far as the awareness in the Western countries, the USA, their picture is totally different. But in India, after 2014, when Modi ji taken charge as the Prime Minister, our government has given special priority for that.
आपने बसेस की बात की। आज हम हंडे द्वारा समर्थ एक कार्यक्रम, एक पहल की शुरुआत कर रहे हैं और उस ओर अपने आज दिन भर अपने जो दिव्यांग हैं, अपने विकलांग हैं, उनसे बातचीत की, उनसे चर्चा की। आपका जो मंत्रालय है, क्योंकि हमारी चेष्टा भी यही है कि उनकी राह जीवन की सुगम हो, और आपके मंत्रालय की भी कोशिश यही रही होगी कि उनका जीवन सुगम हो घर से बाहर निकलते ही। किस ओर आपका मंत्रालय आगे बढ़ रहा है, क्या आप हमसे साझा कर सकते हैं?
देखिए, आप हमको मदद करिए। मुझे जो भी ऐसे लोग अप्रोच होते हैं, कभी उनके आंखों में प्रॉब्लम होता है, किसी को हाथ नहीं चलता, किसी का पैर नहीं चलता, वो नीचे से ब्रेक नहीं लगा सकता, मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री को कि 1,47,000 ऐसी कार है कि जो स्पेशली दिव्यांगजनों के लिए डिज़ाइन की गई है। और जब भी हम ऐसे प्रॉब्लम आते हैं तो मुझे बहुत बार केसेस आते हैं कि क्योंकि ये सब्जेक्ट स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के और हमारे दोनों के साथ है, तो आरटीओ ने भाई लाइसेंस नहीं दिया, तो फिर हम उसके ऊपर उपाय ढूंढते हैं। और ये 9 साल में मैं इसका मंत्री हूँ और मैं विशेष रूप से संवेदनशील हूँ। और मैं आपको कहूँगा कि जो भी दिव्यांग है, ऐसा है जिसको लाइसेंस नहीं मिला है, जिसका प्रॉब्लम है, क्योंकि प्रॉब्लम अलग अलग प्रकार के हैं, किसी के दोनों पैर भी काम नहीं कर रहे, किसी के एक हाथ काम नहीं कर रहा है, तो हम लोग हर चीज़ पर उपाय ढूंढ रहे हैं, नियमों में दुरुस्ती कर रहे हैं और उनको लगातार, हमको समाज के साथ बराबरी में आने का उनका अधिकार है, ये उनका फंडामेंटल राइट है और हमने उनको मदद करनी चाहिए, हमारा कर्तव्य हम कर रहे हैं। इवन आपकी भी नज़रों में ऐसा कहीं आता है कि भाई दिस इज़ ए प्रॉब्लम जिसके कारण नहीं हो रहा है, तो लगभग अभी तक 9 साल में जितने हैं उतने प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व किए, अगर होगा तो मुझे दीजिए, हम उसके ऊपर वे आउट निकालेंगे और सॉल्व करेंगे।
सर, इस इनिशिएटिव के द्वारा हमारी कोशिश ये है कि हम सहानुभूति नहीं लेकिन लोगों को संवेदनशील बनाएं, अपने समाज को भी साथ लेके चलें। हमारा जो ट्रांसपोर्ट विभाग है या आपका मंत्रालय है, किस तरह से जागरूकता फैला सकता है कि जो हमारे दिव्यांग हैं या हमारे विकलांग हैं, उनके प्रति हमारा नज़रिया एक समावेशी हो?
देखिए, पहला तो इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग है पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट में, यानी बड़ा दुख और दर्द का विषय है। हम लोग पूरे विश्व में कहीं भी जाएंगे, गवर्नमेंट ऑफिस में जाएंगे, होटल्स में, 5 स्टार होटल में जाएंगे, रेस्टोरेंट में जाएंगे, एवरीवेयर दिव्यांगजनों के लिए अलग व्यवस्था है, वो कैसे ऊपर जाएंगे। हमारे पूरे बस ट्रांसपोर्ट में अभी तक जिस प्रकार की सिस्टम थी, कभी इनके बारे में विचार ही नहीं किया गया। और ये जो 9,239 बसेस है, इससे मैं समाधानी नहीं हूँ। अब जो फाइनल कोड जिसका नोटिफिकेशन निकलेगा, इसके बाद हर बस ऐसी होगी जिसमें दिव्यांगजनों का पूरा विचार होगा और उनके लिए पूरी सुविधा होगी। और अभी मैं इसके बाद जो बस में नहीं होगी, वो बस को वो मंजूर, वो बन ही नहीं पाएगी, इतने स्ट्रिक्ट नियम हमने बनाए।
इसी की जरूरत है।
First from the minister over here, he acts on what he says, and this is going to change the lives of countless people with disabilities. Gadkari ji, you know, when we talk about opportunities for people with disabilities, we also need to look at it from where we stand in terms of education in this country, and we have some statistics as part of the Samarth initiative. Only 36% of people with disabilities in India are employed. That means more than 60% of people with disabilities do not work. Beyond your ministry, how is it your goal as a political leader to spread the importance of opportunities through education for those with disabilities?
Actually, आपने बहुत अच्छी बात पूछी है। मैंने उज्जैन में एक दिव्यांग पार्क देखा, फिर उससे 3 गुना बड़ा 4 एकड़ जगह पर मैंने एक दिव्यांग पार्क बनाया, उसका कंसल्टेंट उज्जैन से ही है। और वहाँ इतना अच्छा है कि ऑल टाइप ऑफ दिव्यांग, जहाँ वो ब्रेन लिपि में लिखा हाथ लगाएगा तो उसको समझेगा, ऑल टाइप के इक्विपमेंट्स, उनके स्पोर्ट्स के इक्विपमेंट अलग से, तो दिव्यांग पार्क बनाया। फिर हमारे यहाँ मराठी में मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट को खासदार बोलते हैं, खासदार क्रीड़ा महोत्सव। तो अभी वो चालू हो रहा है, जो इनकी भी सहयोग मिलता है उसको। 60,000 प्लेयर खेल रहे हैं और 48 ग्राउंड्स हैं और 53 गेम्स हैं। तो दिव्यांगों के लिए अलग ये होता है। तो अभी मैं 7 एकड़ जगह पर स्पोर्ट्स का केवल दिव्यांगजनों के लिए एक बड़ा ये बना रहा हूँ, स्पोर्ट्स का बड़ा स्टेडियम बना रहा हूँ। और मुझे लगता है कि हर शहर में कम से कम अलग अलग प्रकार का एक गार्डन, एक स्पोर्ट्स के बड़ी अलग अलग प्रकार के, क्योंकि स्पोर्ट्स अलग है, उनके स्पोर्ट्स के नियम अलग है और उनके भाषा अलग है, उनके लिए इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स की जो इक्विपमेंट्स है वो अलग प्रकार की है। इसमें काफ़ी लोगों ने रिसर्च किया और स्टडी किया है और मुझे लगता है कि ये हर व्यक्ति का फंडामेंटल राइट है, वैसे उनका भी है कि उनके विकास के लिए उनके अधिकारों को विचार करते हुए इन सब प्रकार की फैसिलिटी जो आम लोगों के लिए है वही फैसिलिटी उनको मिलनी चाहिए और हर शहर में, हर गांव में इस प्रकार की व्यवस्था होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि अभी इसकी संख्या मेरे अंदाज से 4% से ज़्यादा हो गई है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये होने से उनको एंटरटेनमेंट होगी, मनोरंजन होगा, उनका पॉजिटिविटी बढ़ेगी, उनका मोरल बढ़ेगा, उनके म्यूज़िक इक्विपमेंट अलग अलग प्रकार के हैं। और एक बात मैंने देखी अब ये कि जो दिव्यांगजन है वो कोई अच्छा बांसुरी बजाता है, कोई अच्छा वायलिन बजाता है, कोई अच्छा गाता है, तो उनमें भी हैंडलूम, हैंडीक्राफ्ट्स में भी अच्छा काम करते हैं जी। तो हम लोगों ने अभी जो दिव्यांग पार्क बनाया उसमें ऐसी स्पेशल रूम्स बनाई कि वहाँ दिन भर वो सुबह आएंगे और शाम तक रहेंगे और वहाँ वो अलग अलग प्रकार के हैंडलूम, हैंडीक्राफ्ट्स में इधर उधर कुछ चीज़ें बनाएंगे। तो ये बहुत ही अच्छा, जिसमें आप कह रही है वो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट कि उनको वो बराबरी का अधिकार मिलना चाहिए, सहानुभूति की जरूरत नहीं, उनके अधिकारों की रक्षा की जरूरत है जी। आप जैसा कार्यक्रम कर रहे हैं इसमें काफ़ी लोगों तक ये बात पहुंचेगी और धीरे धीरे हमारे देश में इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड की सब प्रकार की सुविधाएं इन सब के लिए प्राप्त होगी और ये सहानुभूति के रूप में नहीं, ये उनका अधिकार है बराबरी का और उनको मिलना चाहिए, यही भूमिका इसके साथ रखनी चाहिए।
आखिर में एक सवाल सर, जो ये हमारी पहल यहाँ पर चल रही है, 1 साल चलेगी हंडाए द्वारा समर्थ की, आपकी क्या उम्मीदें हैं इस तरह के इनिशिएटिव से, क्या मिलके हासिल किया जा सकता है?
देखिए मैं आपको एक बात बताता हूँ, हमारे यहाँ नागपुर में एक दिव्यांग युवा है, वो पैदल भी चलने की छोड़ो, वो एक दोनों पैर नहीं उसको, वो व्हील चेयर पे, उसकी एक स्पेशल चेयर बनी उसके ऊपर चलता है। उसने एक 20 करोड़ की फैक्ट्री बूटीबुरी एवैडिसी में डाली थी, फैक्ट्री को आग लग गई और जल गई। उसने फिर फैक्ट्री खड़ी की और प्रॉफिट कमा रहा और अच्छा काम कर रहा है और उसको अवार्ड मिल रहा है। तो मैं आपको एक बात कहूँगा कि जैसे आपने आज का कार्यक्रम किया है तो विशेष रूप से ऐसे जो फिजिकली हैंडीकैप्स हैं और अपने जीवन में जो यशस्वी हुए हैं उनकी स्टोरी अगर आपके माध्यम से अगर जाएगी तो पॉजिटिविटी और सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस जो लोग आज है उनके मन में बढ़ेगा और मुझे लगता है कि उनमें बहुत टैलेंट है, केवल उनमें आत्मविश्वास बढ़ाने की आवश्यकता है और ऐसे कार्यक्रमों से, ऐसे उदाहरणों से उनका मनोबल भी बढ़ेगा, पॉजिटिविटी बढ़ेगी और आत्मविश्वास बढ़ेगा और वो सभी क्षेत्र में काम कर सकेंगे।
And attitudes will change. Thank you so much, Minister, for being with us. It's always wonderful speaking to you. Before you go, I'd like to invite Mr. Unsu Kim, Managing Director and CEO of Hyundai Motor India, and Mr. Tarun Garg, CEO of Hyundai Motor India, to present Mr. Gadkari with a small memento.
कितना आसान है हमारे लिए एक नजर में सोच लेना कि वो असमर्थ है, जबकि उनका जुनून, उनकी हर जीत ये बताती है कि वो कितने समर्थ हैं। शान से उठे सर को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। जीत पर गूंज रहे राष्ट्रगान के हर शब्द को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। पानी की गहराइयों को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। हर रुकी नजर को पता है कि वो कितने समर्थ हैं। हर निशाने को पता है वो कितने समर्थ हैं। चलो इनकी मिसाल से दुनिया की सोच बदले। चलो एक ऐसी दुनिया बनाएं जहां ये अपने ख्वाब को खुद पूरा कर पाए। समर्थ बाय Hyundai, मंजिल उनकी, साथ हमारा। इस पहल के साथ जुड़े hyundai.co.in पर लॉगिन करें।
Verdict of 5 states.
एक भरोसा
Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
इतना बोझ सहे जो चाहे रहे विराट कंप्रेसिव स्ट्रेंथ अंबुजा सीमेंट
The love which I had seen in her eyes and promises of a new sunrise. If you hold me tight, you'll feel the love which I feel inside. Hold me tight, just hold me tight.
Welcome back everyone to this special show celebrating Samarth by Hyundai. We hope this initiative will deliver an ACE, so to speak, for those with any kind of disability, and we're using ACE here as an acronym, if you like. A is for accessibility.